Chapter 1. The First Encounter. Australia. Holman International Hotel. Executive Conference Room. First and foremost, we extend a warm welcome to Mr. Jiang and the Jiang Group from China, who are here to participate in the negotiation regarding ACC Sales Agency for ACC Perfume in China. The representative from ACC paused momentarily before abruptly shifting his tone. As the host, Mr. Powell, our esteemed owner, wishes to express his utmost respect for you by conducting all discussions in his native indigenous language. Zhang Fifan maintained an air of composure, his expression unruffled, yet internally he cursed this seemingly polite Powell 108 times. Utmost respect? Bah! Powell, that cunning old fox, is notorious for his disdain towards the Chinese. This is far from the first time he has deliberately made things difficult for them. Before the Jiang Group, a staggering 108 Chinese enterprises had faced various forms of adversity at the hands of this old fox, leaving them disheartened and empty-handed. In preparation to deal with Powell, who specializes in making life difficult for Chinese individuals and businesses, Zhang Fifan had done his homework and felt thoroughly prepared. Yet, he had not anticipated being ensnared in such a manner. Why doesn't he just ascend to the heavens? His native language is indigenous? Setting aside whether Powell is genuinely an Australian indigenous person and whether his mother tongue is indeed indigenous, this is an international conference, and English should be the lingua franca, not a rare language spoken by only a few. Isn't this blatantly intended to create difficulties? As Zhang Fifan pondered how to handle this old fox, he was interrupted by the ACC representative's acerbic and derisive voice. I never would have imagined that a nation with over 1 billion people like China would lack even a single competent translator. It's just an indigenous language, yet not one of your translators knows it. Outsiders claim how powerful China is, but today, it appears that it's merely an empty boast. All the Chinese attendees felt a surge of indignation. Zhang Fifan's expression darkened immediately. He would rather forego cooperation with ACC than allow a foreigner to insult China and its people in such a manner. Just as Zhang Fifan was about to confront Powell, the conference room door swung open. Due to the lighting, he could not immediately discern who had entered, but he was captivated by the person's immediate utterance in 3 different languages. Do not underestimate the Chinese. It's merely an indigenous language today. I shall demonstrate how fluently we Chinese can articulate a perfect indigenous tongue. The first language was, of course, Standard Mandarin. The second was English. The third, though Zhang Fifan could not comprehend, was evidently indigenous, as he could see Powell's face turning from pale to flushed and back again. Who are you? Powell thundered in rage, initially hoping to use indigenous language to intimidate Zhang Fifan and his team into retreat. He never anticipated the emergence of a Cheng Yaojin at such a critical moment, thwarting his cunning plan. The girl smiled, confidently striding into the conference room. Speaking in a resounding voice, I am Chinese. Dressed in a well-tailored, knee-length light pink dress, simple yet elegantly enhancing her noble demeanor, she exuded a blend of grace, poise, and feminine charm. Zhang Fifan, who had always held high standards and had never found any woman worthy of his attention, had to admit that this girl, at that moment, possessed an immense allure that captivated him, and it happened in an instant. He had never imagined that such a person, with such a magnetic presence, could exist in this world. Unconsciously, Zhang Fifan narrowed his eyes, assessing the girl who had now calmly seated herself across from Powell. She was youthful, her skin so radiant it seemed almost dewy, with a flawless complexion, large, expressive eyes, and a cherubic face, exuding a mix of innocence and a unique allure. Zhang Fifan could not precisely articulate the feeling that stirred within him, yet this girl gradually tugged at his heartstrings. Powell's forehead was already veined with rising anger as he glared at the young girl, preparing to interject, but she gracefully stood up, politely nodding to Powell before effortlessly articulating in fluent indigenous language. Apologies, Mr. Powell. May I take a minute of your time? Before we discuss the perfume agency rights, I must ascertain that my Chinese team is willing to collaborate with you. Before her words concluded, she boldly took a seat beside Zhang Fifan, marking the first time a girl had dared to speak so softly in his ear. In stark contrast to her previous commanding tone, her current voice was soft and melodic, a soothing sound that caressed his ears. If you don't mind my interference, I shall take it upon myself to deliver a resounding slap to this arrogant Powell's face, ensuring he never underestimates us Chinese again." Jiang Fifan, unable to contain himself, blurted out, "How do you know I can make decisions?" The girl quickly glanced at the other Chinese attendees, playfully winking before half-jokingly replying, "Because you seem like the kind of person who can make decisions." Her playful demeanor was enchanting. Unable to resist, Jiang Fifan found himself smiling. Indeed, he laughed aloud. The girl likely anticipated his response, as she shifted from playful to earnest, looking at him seriously. "Rest assured, I will not let you leave empty-handed. I will make this arrogant Powell apologize for his earlier words, and apologize to us Chinese." Jiang Fifan was uncertain whether the girl sensed it, but he felt an immediate rapport and understanding between them, as if they were the closest of companions despite having only met once. He was not typically an emotional person, yet at that moment, he found himself warmed by the presence of this young girl. Gazing at her exquisite visage, Jiang Fifan suddenly yearned to embrace this girl, who had so timely offered him assistance and warmth in a foreign land, to truly feel the essence of this angelic being. Soon, he was startled by his own thoughts. He had always resisted and repelled other girls, allowing them to linger only at arm's length. Yet with this girl, whom he had just met and whose name he did not even know, he felt no resistance, no aversion. Rather, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. Could this be what they call the sensation of infatuation? Chapter 2. I just so happened to master 37 languages. When Gu Xiaoxiao uttered this statement, her voice was soft, yet it was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. The executive conference room fell into an immediate hush, every Chinese attendee seemingly holding their breath, their collective gaze fixated on this seemingly delicate girl who had boldly expressed such arrogant sentiments. One could question whether she was merely a newborn calf, not fearing tigers, or whether her naivete was leading her to overestimate her capabilities. How dare she make such bold claims? In a foreign land, having such a patriotic girl extend a helping hand filled them with emotion. Yet they hoped she would not go too far. If she were to ruin things and provoke the cunning fox, Powell, causing them to be detained and unable to return home, she would be putting them all in jeopardy. Moreover, it would implicate their formidable boss Jiang Fifan. After all, this negotiation was crucial for their boss Jiang Fifanto successfully secure the entire Jiang Group's inheritance. If they succeeded in acquiring the agency rights for ACC's perfume sales in China, their boss Jiang Fifan will become the head of the Jiang Group. Conversely, if they missed out on this opportunity, the Jiang Group would fall under the management of Jiang Fifan's half-brother, and their boss would lose the inheritance, possibly even being ousted from the Jiang Group altogether. This girl should not indulge in momentary bravado and endanger their boss. Gu Xiaoxiao remained unfazed by the skeptical gazes directed her way, still smiling as she leisurely took her seat opposite Powell once more. Powell furrowed his brow slightly. He had to admit that this seemingly fragile Chinese girl had indeed impressed him. Not solely for her previous display of courage and confidence, but it had garnered his admiration. However, admiration aside, what could such a delicate girl possibly achieve? Women, especially young and beautiful ones like her, were best suited for the home, serving as ornamental figures. Marry her. To bring her home as a bride would undoubtedly be an intriguing affair. At 28, Powell finds himself captivated by a girl for the first time, harboring thoughts of marrying a woman for the very first instance. With an unabashed gaze filled with playful curiosity, he fixates on Gu Xiaoxiao, his eyes tinged with a hint of disdain. Now, since the enchanting beauty wishes to play, he shall indulge her whims. Ultimately, it is certain that he, Powell, shall emerge victorious, perhaps even securing the affection of this exquisite maiden. "My dear lady," he begins with a flourish, "if you wish to negotiate with me, I am most willing. I, Powell, embody the essence of a true gentleman, one who treasures the delicate and the beautiful. How could I possibly bear to make things difficult for such a dainty creature as yourself?" Pausing momentarily, Powell continues with a suggestive tone, "Not only will I refrain from imposing any hardships upon you, but I shall also take great care of you." With a teasing lilt in his voice, he casts a sly glance at Gu Xiaoxiao before his gaze roams downwards, nearly penetrating the depths of her neckline. his insinuation starkly evident. This brazen suggestion fills Gu Xiaoxiao with an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Zhang Feifan's expression darkens, and had it not been for Gu Xiaoxiao's timely gesture imploring him to remain calm, he might have already risen to storm out, table in hand, abandoning all thoughts of the so-called agency rights and inheritance. He cannot bear to witness another man regarding this angelic girl with such brazen eyes, nor can he tolerate any hint of inappropriate intentions towards her. Even Zhang Feifan himself is at a loss to explain the intensity of his possessiveness over one he scarcely knows. Gu Xiaoxiao offers Zhang Feifan a reassuring smile, then, feigning innocence, glances at Powell, blinking as if unaware of the world. "Oh, I wonder how Mr. Powell intends to take good care of me?" As she speaks, she subtly adjusts her collar, signaling that any notion of taking advantage of her is utterly futile. Powell, with a sly grin, responds, "Indigenous languages are indeed rare, with few proficient speakers, and even fewer who are truly masterful. I shan't put you in a bind. We can conduct our negotiations in English instead." Noticing Gu Xiaoxiao's silence, her smile merely lingering at the corners of her lips, Powell continues to boast, "If English proves challenging for you, we may resort to Chinese. I, Powell, am fluent in the languages of 36 nations. Chinese is but a trifle for me." Gu Xiaoxiao chuckles lightly, though her amusement does not reach her eyes. "Oh, only 36? My apologies, Mr. Powell, but I happen to be proficient in 37 languages, and indigenous tongues are well within my capabilities." Powell furrows his brow, a mix of anger and disbelief coursing through him. "What did you say?" Behold, some individuals cannot abide the thought of others surpassing them, and yet Gu Xiaoxiao, in her very essence, does just that. It is not her desire to outshine, rather. It is sheer coincidence that she possesses mastery over 37 languages. She has always been modest, never flaunting her linguistic talents. Yet today is her moment to shine. Not for herself, but for the countless compatriots, for the millions of Chinese people. She seeks to vindicate their honor, to temper the arrogance of those who look down upon the Chinese. Gu Xiaoxiao wipes away the disdainful smile, replacing it with a guise of innocence. "Oh, it is nothing extraordinary. I merely happen to be proficient in 37 languages, which is hardly remarkable. For us Chinese, it is merely a piece of cake, devoid of difficulty." She echoes Powell's earlier words back to him verbatim. The Chinese audience erupts in applause, their spirits lifted by her retort. It is truly gratifying. Zhang Feifan, who has been watching Gu Xiaoxiao intently, finds her all the more enchanting. Setting aside the question of her actual proficiency in 37 languages, her wisdom and cunning are qualities that set her apart from ordinary girls. One must never concede the aura of confidence. Gu Xiaoxiao not only maintains it, but excels with finesse. A smile involuntarily graces Zhang Feifan's lips. Even if he does not secure the agency rights for Powell's ACC company's perfume in China today, he finds it worthwhile, for he has encountered a girl who embodies both intellect and beauty, possesses a patriotic heart, and displays such kindness. He feels this is far more precious than the agency rights or the inheritance of a vast fortune. No amount of wealth or fame can sway his heart, yet this seemingly delicate girl has effortlessly captured it. Chapter 3. Betting right. How intriguing. I am now filled with curiosity about how this enchanting young lady will seduce me into securing my rights as the fragrance agent. I have already reclined comfortably. "Come forth, my beautiful miss, and work your charms." Powell wore a subtle smirk at the corner of his eye. This seduction is not to be confused with persuasion. The last remark makes it abundantly clear that Powell is mocking Gu Xiaoxiao, intent on making her feel uncomfortable. His subsequent words indeed conjured a flurry of thoughts, particularly with the soft chuckles emanating from his team, further validating his intentions. Gu Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, neither rebutting nor displaying anger. The more arrogant the adversary, the more one must maintain composure. She slightly tilted her head and began a quiet discussion with Zhang Feifan beside her. Rather than a discussion, it was more of an inquiry as Gu Xiaoxiao sought information regarding their group. If she wished to secure the fragrance agency rights from Powell's company, she needed to make him acutely aware of their advantages, what they possessed that others did not, ensuring that collaboration would yield nothing but profit. In the brief exchange, Gu Xiaoxiao had already formulated a clear understanding. Soon, She looked at Powell with dignified composure and, in fluent native in English, stated, "Mr. Powell, the Jiang Group possesses its own unique sales channels. The Jiang Group boasts high-end chain department stores and upscale commercial plazas across major first- and second-tier cities in China, locations with the highest foot traffic, by establishing dedicated counters for your fragrances. Sales will be assured. This is but one point. Secondly, the Jiang Group has its own exclusive promotional channels. Since its inception, the Jiang Group has forged deep cooperative relationships with major media platforms in China. Your ACC company's fragrances will undoubtedly gain recognition in our domestic market. With sales, we can enhance your brand's visibility in China. A shrewd businessman like you, Mr. Powell, would surely not overlook such a dual benefit. Would you? Furthermore, I have heard that before engaging with the Jiang Group, Mr. Powell had already rejected 108 Chinese enterprises. Should the Jiang Group become the 109th company to be declined, Mr. Powell would likely earn a notorious reputation within the Chinese business community, ultimately forfeiting access to a vast consumer market of over 1 billion people. While Powell savored his coffee, his thoughts were not on the beverage but rather on Gu Xiaoxiao. What captivated him about this young woman was her meticulous logical reasoning. Though she had only mentioned 3 points, they were interconnected, illuminating not only the advantageous aspects but also highlighting his own vulnerabilities. Indeed, as she had articulated, if he were to reject yet another Chinese enterprise, it was likely that no further companies would be willing to collaborate with him. Her demeanor remained poised and assertive, neither obsequious nor disparaging, positioning herself as an equal partner in this negotiation. Powell chuckled, finding this girl rather intriguing. My beautiful miss, you have indeed succeeded in charming me. Upon concluding his statement, he snapped his fingers, prompting his secretary to present a contract to Gu Xiaoxiao. However, Gu Xiaoxiao did not display elation at receiving the contract for the ACC company's fragrance agency rights in China. Instead, she meticulously reviewed the terms, subsequently closing it. This action held significant meaning, rendering the members of Jiang Fifin's team silent in awe. Goodness, the contract for the ACC company's fragrance agency rights in China is highly sought after and hard won. Do not dismiss it so casually. Promptly sign for your boss, Jiang Fifin, they thought. Do not let this golden opportunity slip away. Yet Gu Xiaoxiao remained unhurried, soon leaning toward Jiang Fifin to whisper softly in his ear. Her voice was low but articulated her insights about the contract's terms with striking clarity. One must concede, Gu Xiaoxiao's commercial acumen was astoundingly sharp, even after years of navigating the business world. Jiang Fifin had never before encountered someone who so vividly captured his attention. She embodied the ideal of a woman who possessed both wisdom and beauty. As Jiang Fifin listened intently to her well-reasoned analysis, his eyes sparkled with admiration, nearly overflowing with appreciation. Thus, Gu Xiaoxiao spoke while Jiang Fifin listened, their mutual understanding and rapport suggesting that they were the best of partners, despite having only known each other for a day. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. With Jiang Fifin's affirmation, Gu Xiaoxiao lifted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed Powell. Mr. Powell, I regret to inform you that we cannot sign this contract. Oh? Powell looked at Gu Xiaoxiao with astonishment, unable to fathom how he had received such a response. After traveling all the way to Australia and negotiating for days in this hotel, was it not to sign the fragrance agency contract? Now that he presented the contract, why could she not sign? With keen interest, Powell inquired, May I know the reason, my beautiful miss? Gu Xiaoxiao smiled and replied, Because we believe a 50-50 split is advantageous for us. Our team proposes a 70-30 split. Mr. Powell receives 70, and we receive 30. Powell's intrigue deepened. He had encountered many profit-driven businessmen who would only complain about earning too little, never about earning too much, and certainly would not voluntarily concede profits. Yet this girl before him was offering him 2 additional points. This was unprecedented in Powell's extensive career. Powell chuckled, I am eager to hear more. Mr. Powell, as the supplier, you naturally have more responsibilities than we do as the sales channel. As the saying goes, the more labor, the greater the reward. Therefore, your share should rightfully be more than ours. Gu Xiaoxiao maintained her unwavering demeanor. Mr. Powell, we Chinese have always operated on the principle of integrity, never resorting to deceit. We seek a sustainable and stable partnership, not merely a role as an agent. What a splendid notion of a lasting strategic partnership. I am fond of that. Based on your proposition, I shall amend the contract to reflect an exclusive agency agreement with a perpetual termed AS for the profit distribution. I, Powell, shall honor your request but will not allow you to suffer losses. If a woman can possess such magnanimity, I, Powell, am not to be outdone. Let us forego the 70-30 split and agree upon a 60-40 division, 60 for me and 40 for you. As Powell concluded, Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Fifan exchanged glances. They had indeed bet correctly. Although they conceded 1 point of profit, they attained an exclusive agency contract, one that was permanent. In essence, they secured the rights to represent the world-renowned ACC brand of fragrances indefinitely. Their gains far outweighed the 1 point they relinquished. This exemplified the strategy of casting a long line to catch big fish. It seemed as though Zhang Fifan's side had made a concession. Yet in reality, they had merely sacrificed the child to ensnare the wolf. Zhang Fifan found himself increasingly impressed by this remarkable young woman. Her insights surpassed those of most. After Powell finalized the agreement, he instructed his secretary to revise the contract. Once amended, Powell and Zhang Fifan formally signed the agreement, while Gu Xiaoxiao, needing to hurry to the airport, quietly exited through the back door of the conference room. By the time Zhang Fifan realized what had transpired, Gu Xiaoxiao was already gone. However, he unexpectedly discovered a necklace she had left behind, engraved with the character for Xiao. Zhang Fifan gazed at the necklace. Smiling wryly, he hoped that upon returning home, he would soon encounter her again. Yet, he quickly self-deprecated, thinking how unlikely it was to meet again amidst the vast sea of people. Chapter 4. The collapse of the mansion after an arduous 18-hour flight. Gu Xiaoxiao and her mother, Ding Xiang, finally arrived at Shunqing Airport at 4 in the afternoon. Jiyu Xiaoxiao stood in the airport hall, her heart a tumult of emotions. 3 years prior, she and her mother had moved to Australia to live with her grandfather, enjoying a life of happiness and ease. Had it not been for her father's misfortune, they likely would not have returned. An hour later at the Gu family residence, her uncle Gu De said, "Sister-in-law, do not blame me for fleeing in times of crisis. Brother has landed himself in serious trouble. He is suspected of falsifying data for a publicly listed company, insider trading, stock market manipulation, and even murder. Regardless of which aspect, the blow to our Gu family and the Gu group is indeed a fatal one. In order to safeguard the Gu family, I had no choice but to publicly declare the severance of all ties with my elder brother. Henceforth, all matters concerning him shall have no relation to us." Upon concluding his statement, the man produced a land deed and a property deed, placing them before Ding Xiang as he continued. "Sister-in-law, this document pertains to a 100-acre orchard in the countryside, while this one represents the ownership of a 3-story villa. These 2 properties are the only assets not registered under the Gu family name and can be bequeathed to you and Xiaoxiao. All other assets are under the Gu family's ownership and cannot be divided amongst you two. As for the Gu group, due to the multitude of crimes associated with my elder brother, which also entail legal ramifications, we have voluntarily relinquished any claims to it. From now on, the Gu group shall have no connection to us." Upon finishing, Gu Daji, Xiaoxiao's uncle, cast a furtive glance at Ding Xiang and the elder brother, believing that the consequences of his actions should be borne solely by him, and they should no longer be a burden to them. Immediately after his declaration, his wife, Qian, interjected, "Indeed, sister-in-law, uncle has already caused us enough harm and entangled us in his troubles. We could have simply done nothing and enjoyed a generous monthly dividend, but now the Gu group is in shambles. Its market value has evaporated overnight, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell, an unwieldy one at that, which we cannot even sell. We have lost everything. There are no dividends left, not even scraps. The losses we have incurred are substantial. Sister-in-law, we could have completely ignored you and Xiaoxiao, had it not been for your husband and father, who has brought us such misfortune, leaving us in disarray. Nevertheless, despite the circumstances, we are still providing you with a share of the inheritance. We have shown enough compassion towards you both." The implication in Qin's words was clear. Receiving the orchard and a villa was already a great favor to them, and they should not be ungrateful or covet other assets. "Indeed, sister-in-law," she continued, "the 3-story villa we are offering is quite spacious. The old master invested a substantial amount in its construction. You and Xiaoxiao should go live in the countryside henceforth. The city is not a place for you." Yu Daji suddenly recalled something and quickly added, "I almost forgot to mention, sister-in-law, that the orchard is said to have had a bountiful harvest this year. However, it is unfortunate that the fruit is currently unsold, and the prices are quite low. It remains uncertain whether it will even cover half a year's living expenses for you and Xiaoxiao." Upon hearing this, Chon let out a derisive huff and mockingly retorted. Times have changed. Your uncle is now a prisoner. Do you think you can continue living in the same luxury as before? If you can manage with salted fish and cabbage for your 3 meals, that would be quite fortunate. Do not expect to feast on lavish delicacies daily. Live within your means, and do not attempt to keep up appearances. Do not cling to the illusion that you are still the wealthy lady of yore, nor should you fantasize about being that esteemed young lady. It is prudent to possess a sense of self-awareness. Do not covet what does not belong to you. With a mocking roll of her eyes, Chun continued, Sister-in-law, I have instructed the servants to gather your personal belongings from the Gu family. While it is still light outside, you and Xiao Xiao should hastily depart back to the countryside, in such a desolate place. If you delay, you may find no transport available. The Gu family has no tradition of accommodating outsiders. It is best for you and Xiao Xiao to leave promptly. From now on, you will lead your lives, and we shall lead ours. Let us not interfere with one another. The Gu family and you are now completely severed from any connection. You must refrain from considering yourselves as part of the Gu family any longer. We have been more than fair to you. So do not be ungrateful and do not drag us down further. Listening to her uncle's urgent desire to disassociate from them, as well as the disdainful remarks from her aunt, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She had once believed she would forever remain the carefree young lady of the Gu family, sheltered from life's adversities under the family's grand roof. However, with her father's downfall, that very roof had come crashing down around her. Xiao Xiao realized she could no longer be the sheltered flower in a greenhouse. She was now compelled to support her fractured family, to seek justice for her father, and to ensure their reunion. She was determined to restore the Gu group to its former glory, or perhaps even elevate it beyond what it was under her father's stewardship. Xiao Xiao glanced at her mother, Ding Xiang, who was sitting with her head bowed, tears trickling down her cheeks. Throughout her life, Ding Xiang had been either overly protected by her grandfather or her father, never having faced the trials of life. Now, with her grandfather aging and her father imprisoned, the responsibility of safeguarding her mother had naturally fallen to Xiao Xiao. It was time for her to shield her mother from the storms of life. Just earlier, her aunt had ridiculed her mother, suggesting she give up the dream of being a wealthy lady. Xiao Xiao was determined to prove her wrong and ensure her mother could live a life of abundance once more. Crouching in front of her mother, Xiao Xiao gently wiped away her tears while holding her hand, softly asking, Mom, do you believe in me? With red-rimmed eyes filled with tears, Ding Xiang choked out, You silly child, you are my daughter. If I do not believe in you, whom shall I believe? Xiao Xiao nodded, Mom, since you believe in me, entrust Dad's matters and the Gu group to me. Ding Xiang gazed at her daughter for a moment, suddenly realizing the calm demeanor and poise Xiao Xiao bore were strikingly reminiscent of her father's. After all, Xiao Xiao had always been by her father's side, absorbing his style and approach to life. Feeling a sense of pride, Ding Xiang smiled gently, Very well, I shall leave your father's affairs and the Gu group in your capable hands. Xiao Xiao beamed, then stood up to address her Uncle Gu Daji and Aunt Shun. Uncle, Aunt, I hope you will remember the words you have spoken to my mother and me today. It was you who voluntarily relinquished your ties to the Gu group, and regardless of whether it profits or incurs losses in the future, it shall have no bearing on you. Having long regarded the Gu group as a hot potato, the couple exchanged knowing glances before enthusiastically nodding in agreement. Yes, 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 we have willingly abandoned the Gu group. It is no longer our concern. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao continued, Words alone are insufficient. I require a lawyer to witness this, and I need them to draft a declaration of voluntary relinquishment of the Gu group and a transfer of shares. The couple, having lost all hope in the empty shell that was the Gu group, were eager to sever ties and protect themselves, so they quickly engaged a reputable lawyer in the city to formalize the proceedings. Simultaneously, Gu Daji and his wife signed the voluntary relinquishment documents. With the lines drawn firmly between them, Xiao Xiao felt a weight lift from her shoulders as she and her mother prepared to leave the Gu family estate. Before getting into the car, Xiao Xiao cast one last glance at the imposing Gu residence, silently vowing she would return, and this time, as the mistress of the house. Chapter 5. Reunion. The adage that good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire proved true. As within mere hours, the news of Xiao Xiao and her mother being expelled from the Gu estate reverberated throughout Shunsheng. The scornful, derisive remarks traveled even to the most remote corners of the countryside. Xiao Xiao chose to disregard the gossip. Let them say what they wished, For their words were theirs to wield. One day, she would wield her power to strike back, and they would see whether they dared to speak ill of her again. She believed that day would not linger in the shadows for long. The slander she endured today would only serve as a prelude to the accolades she would receive in the future. Sitting before her computer in her study, Xiao Xiao diligently typed away, aiming to clarify each matter at hand, prioritizing her tasks and outlining her thoughts. This would provide her with a sense of direction, preventing her from becoming flustered and ensuring her plans were logical and coherent. Just as she finished organizing her thoughts and prepared to share her plans with her mother, Ding Xiang entered the room. Holding an exquisite brocade box, taking a seat across from Xiao Xiao, she said, "Xiao Xiao, take this. Though it may not be a fortune, it should suffice for a year or so." After Ling Xiang finished speaking, she placed the ornate box in front of Gu Xiao Xiao. Inside the box lay a check for 10 million, alongside the jewelry that Ling Xiang typically wore. Gu Xiao Xiao smiled faintly, shook her head, and gently pushed the box back toward Ling Xiang. "Mother, we haven't reached a point of desperation where we must resort to your personal funds or sell your cherished jewelry. Please take this box back for now. If I truly find myself in need later, I shall ask you for it." Ling Xiang sighed heavily. "You now bear the responsibility of sustaining such a large household. There are over 20 workers in the orchard awaiting their wages, and nearly 500 employees at Gu's Group who also need to be paid. Not to mention our daily meals. How can any of this be managed without money? You cannot afford to be short on funds." Gu Xiao Xiao grasped Ling Xiang's hand and replied, "Mother, please do not worry, I still have some savings. Over the years, I have saved the living expenses provided by father and the pocket money given by grandfather. It is enough to cover our expenses for a couple of months. Moreover, during these months supported by my modest funds, we shall not simply sit idly by. Mother, we still have that vast orchard, which can provide us with a steady stream of income if managed wisely. But your second uncle mentioned that this year's fruit market is poor, with unsold produce fetching low prices," Ling Xiang countered. "Furthermore, fruit has a short shelf life. We fear that before we can sell it, it may already spoil." Ling Xiang sighed almost imperceptibly. If the orchard were truly profitable, her uncle Gu De and his wife Chun would never have considered sharing it with them. It was precisely because the orchard was unprofitable and undesirable that it had been allocated to the two of them. Gu Xiao Xiao chuckled. "I was just about to discuss my thoughts and plans regarding our 10,000 acres of orchard with you when you arrived. Mother, rather than selling the fruit, we should focus on creating value-added products from it." "Value-added products from the fruit?" Ling Xiang inquired, intrigued. "Exactly. Take pears, for example. We can produce pear syrup to sell. This not only mitigates the risk of spoilage due to unsold stock, but also allows us to command a significantly higher price than selling the pears themselves. The price of pear syrup is undoubtedly much higher than that of fresh pears." Seeing her daughter so full of ideas brought Ling Xiang great comfort. "It is wonderful that you have a plan. Pursue your vision. Whatever you wish to undertake, know that your mother supports you. If funds are insufficient, simply let me know. If all else fails, I shall shamelessly approach your grandfather for assistance. Our family in Australia is quite well-to-do. They would never let us go hungry." Gu Xiao Xiao understood that her mother intended to convey that her grandfather would be their greatest support. Yet, Gu Xiao Xiao wished to rely on her own abilities to demonstrate to everyone that she, Gu Xiao Xiao, could uphold the family. Her lips curled into a charming smile as she assured, "Mother, rest assured, I will not disappoint you or father. He will return soon, and when he does, he shall witness a thriving Gu Group and our vibrant family of 4. Gu Xiao Xiao had already devised her comprehensive plan. Once the necessary funds were secured, she would roll up her sleeves and get to work. At present, she was merely waiting for the financing from Jiang Group. The Jiang Group was the most prominent investment enterprise in Shanxing and indeed across the nation, a paragon in the investment and capital circles. Any project deemed worthy by Jiang Group would receive substantial financial backing, along with a professional team to support its operation, ensuring profitability. Early the next morning, Gu Xiaoxiao arrived at Jiang Group with her project proposal, eager to meet the company's president. However, gaining access to the president proved to be a formidable challenge. After much negotiation, she managed to slip a limited edition Gucci matte lipstick to the receptionist, who reluctantly agreed to call the head of the investment department, allowing Gu Xiaoxiao to wait in the reception area. To her dismay, after waiting an entire morning, Gu Xiaoxiao had yet to catch a glimpse of the investment director. As lunch approached, her patience waned. Rather than remain idle, she decided to take a proactive approach, positioning herself at the entrance and inquiring about the identity of the investment director with each person exiting. Thus, Gu Xiaoxiao stood at the entrance of Jiang Group, her proposal clutched tightly in hand, with only 5 minutes remaining before the end of the workday. She focused intently on the employee exit, questioning each person as they emerged. Just 1 minute before closing, she finally spotted someone exiting the employee corridor. Due to the backlighting, she could not immediately discern the individual's features but recognized the voice. "Is it you? I can't believe it's really you." As the individual approached, Gu Xiaoxiao clearly saw his face and instantly recognized him. It was Zhang Fifan from Jiang Group. It dawned on her that he had returned to the country as well. Suddenly, she felt that her luck for the day was not so dismal after all. She had finally encountered someone familiar, and moreover, someone from Jiang Group. Zhang Fifan quickly led Gu Xiaoxiao to the reception area, where she candidly articulated her intentions. She explained that she was the overseer of a vast orchard in the countryside, anticipating a bountiful harvest, and sought financing from Jiang Group for a fruit processing project. "I have a project proposal for fruit processing. If possible, I would like to present it directly to your president for consideration." Zhang Fifan glanced at the project proposal in Gu Xiaoxiao's hands and smiled. "I can help you submit this." Gu Xiaoxiao was relieved. He was undoubtedly more reliable than the receptionist. After all, she had assisted him previously, and now he was returning the favor, putting them on equal footing. Before long, Zhang Fifan exited with Gu Xiaoxiao's project proposal, returning shortly thereafter. "All done. It has been submitted to the president's office, and you should receive news in a day or two. Thank you so much. You've been a tremendous help. Let me treat you to lunch," Gu Xiaoxiao said, beaming. "Sure, next time, I'll treat you," Zhang Fifan replied. Gu Xiaoxiao did not catch the underlying tone in Zhang Fifan's words, maintaining a polite smile as they exited the reception area together. She noticed how the previously indifferent receptionist instantly transformed her demeanor into one of warmth and respect upon seeing Zhang Fifan. Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at the impeccably dressed man beside her. He must hold a significant position within Jiang Group to elicit such a dramatic change in the receptionist's attitude. After all, it was unlikely that an ordinary employee would facilitate the submission of a project proposal to the president's office, regardless of intent. They would lack the authority to do so. Go enjoy a convenient meal. Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Fifan chose a nearby Western restaurant. Gu Xiaoxiao was indeed hungry, and with her project proposal submitted, her spirits were considerably lifted, making the food all the more delicious. However, Zhang Fifan's thoughts were entirely consumed by Gu Xiaoxiao. From the moment Gu Xiaoxiao began devouring her meal, Zhang Fifan's gaze remained fixed upon her. He could hardly believe that the person he had been yearning for over the past few days had unexpectedly appeared before him, reminiscent of that day in the luxurious Holman International Hotel in Australia when she had similarly caught him off guard. Striking a chord deep within his heart, it was only upon encountering her that Zhang Fifan began to believe in the existence of fate. The world was vast, yet they had crossed paths in a foreign land. Merely days after returning home, he had once again stumbled upon her. What else could this be but destiny? For the first time, Zhang Fifan felt that fate was a truly wondrous phenomenon. Chapter 6. Heart. Racing wildly. Gu Xiaoxiao looked up and found Zhang Fifan gazing intently at her. His eyes were filled with an intensity that was both fervent and unabashed, piercing through to her very core. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly lowered her head, fearful of revealing the tumultuous fluttering of her heart, akin to a startled deer. While she was at a loss for words, she suddenly heard the gentle voice of the man opposite her. "The ACC perfume has already launched in Athens. If you have no other plans after lunch, would you like me to show you around?" Athens is a prestigious department store in first- and second-tier cities operated by the Jiang Group, recognized as a landmark building both domestically and internationally. Has the expansion occurred so swiftly? What has been the public's response? Are the sales satisfactory? Gu Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze towards Zhang Fifan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She truly did not anticipate that, just mere days after her return, the ACC perfume would already be launched in the Jiang Group's department store. Indeed, the collaboration of strong entities showcases formidable strength and efficiency that surpasses others. Zhang Fifan took a delicate sip of red wine before looking at her. "Why not see for yourself?" His tone, though casual, carried an undercurrent of anticipation. Gu Xiaoxiao blinked her large, dark eyes, momentarily taken aback, yet she responded gracefully without any pretense. All right, it was indeed time for her to explore, to glean insights from successful enterprises and see if she could extract some essence to apply to her vast fruit orchard and the ailing Gu group. Soon, Jiang Fifan summoned the waiter to settle the bill. Jiu Xiaoxiao's long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a gust of wind from outside tousled a few strands, partially covering the blush on her cheeks. I promised to treat you, yet it seems I have imposed on you instead. Her voice was gentle and melodious, tinged with a hint of playful reproach that tugged at Jiang Fifan's heart. He turned slightly to regard her. Today, Gu Xiaoxiao wore only a light makeup, yet it did not detract from her captivating beauty. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth were truly enchanting. Jiang Fifan smiled slightly. No worries, you can treat me next time. He intentionally insisted on paying, wanting Gu Xiaoxiao to feel indebted to him, thus ensuring future encounters. Wouldn't you agree? Next time. Gu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, tilting her head as she pondered whether there would indeed be a next time. Just as Jiang Fifan, who had been leading the way to the private room, suddenly halted, Gu Xiaoxiao, lost in thought, failed to notice and stumbled forward. Dressed in a knee-length, creamy white dress without an outer garment, she collided against Jiang Fifan's back, their bodies pressing closely together, separated only by the thin fabric they wore. Jiu Xiaoxiao could even feel Jiang Fifan's warmth and the subtle, refreshing scent of masculinity unique to him. This was her first intimate encounter with a man outside of her father and grandfather. Her heart raced wildly, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Quickly retreating a step, Gu Xiaoxiao stammered, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you had stopped. Did I hurt you? Feeling quite embarrassed, she rubbed her forehead. It was a classic case of distraction. Had she been focused solely on walking instead of contemplating whether there would be a next time, such an awkward situation would not have arisen. Jiang Fifan stood still, not turning around or responding immediately. He inhaled deeply. The softness and warmth of her body pressed against him were astonishingly delightful, igniting an uncontrollable heat within him. All his previous aloofness and restraint seemed to vanish in her presence. Finally managing to temper his rising desire, Jiang Fifan turned to her. You didn't hurt me. Just a certain part feels the impact. The Athens department store indeed lived up to its reputation, grand, luxurious, yet elegantly refined. The ACC perfume was prominently positioned in the area with the highest foot traffic. Coupled with its uniquely appealing packaging, the display was striking and eye-catching. Many customers were already gathered around the ACC counter, eagerly purchasing the fragrance. After all the deliberation, Powell had finally found a fitting home for his perfume. Gu Xiaoxiao observed the bustling scene at the ACC counter and couldn't help but express her thoughts. Jiang Fifan looked at her with a hint of surprise. Why not say that the Jiang Group has discovered a promising project with Powell's ACC perfume? Gu Xiaoxiao blinked and almost instinctively replied, because in China, so far, only Jiang's Athens can complement his perfume perfectly in other department stores. While it may be feasible, it wouldn't achieve such an innate synergy. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly added, so, in your opinion, should the Jiang Group seize this wave of fervent purchasing and aggressively promote to boost sales? Jiang Fifan expected a definitive affirmation from Gu Xiaoxiao, yet she gently shook her head, offering an unexpected response. No. If I were the president or CEO of the Jiang Group, not only would I refrain from promotions, but I would also implement limited sales to create a sense of scarcity. Scarcity marketing? Generally, one would capitalize on a flourishing business by intensifying promotions to elevate sales to new heights and reap substantial profits. Yet Gu Xiaoxiao advocated for limited sales and scarcity marketing. Avoiding a massive clearance, Jiang Fifan found her contrarian approach intriguing. As they walked past other counters, Gu Xiaoxiao elaborated. Yes, scarcity marketing can heighten consumer desire and further emphasize the luxurious nature of ACC perfume. If we resort to promotions and discounts, ACC would lose its exclusivity. Once consumers no longer perceive it as special, ACC would lose its competitive edge. Jiang Fifan admired Gu Xiaoxiao's keen business acumen. Her insights surpassed those of many seasoned professionals. Suddenly, Jiang Fifan chuckled softly, half-jokingly remarking, it seems that even the manager of a fruit orchard must possess commercial brilliance to succeed. I fear I am not far from unemployment. His quip succeeded in amusing Gu Xiaoxiao, who laughed lightly in return. No worries. When you find yourself unemployed, report to my orchard. I will hire you. Jiang Fifan smiled back, it's a deal. As they passed by the lipstick counter, Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes caught sight of the newly launched Gucci moisturizing lipstick, but she merely glanced before quickly averting her gaze. She had many pressing needs for her finances. Every penny had to be judiciously spent, and such luxuries were beyond her current means. Jiyu Xiaoxiao swiftly turned to another counter. Meanwhile, Zhang Fifan, without a word, instructed the sales assistant to package the Gucci lipstick Gu Xiaoxiao had just admired and discreetly placed it in his pocket. Chapter 7. Did he want to kiss her? When they exited the Athens department store, it was already 5:50 p.m. The last bus to the countryside departed at 6:00 p.m., and she needed to catch it. Otherwise, she would have to take a taxi back. Though taking a taxi was not out of the question, the route to the countryside was rather secluded, making it unsafe for a young woman to travel alone in the evening. Thus, when Zhang Fifan suggested dining together, Gu Xiaoxiao politely declined. Perhaps next time, if the opportunity arises, I will treat you to dinner. I must return now. With a light-hearted tone, she continued, you city dwellers have no idea of the struggles of us country folk. If I linger too long, I'll miss my ride. As she spoke, Gu Xiaoxiao noticed Zhang Fifan's gaze fixed intently upon her once more, causing a fresh blush to creep onto her cheeks. Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, quickly lowering her eyes, unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze, and pretended to casually touch her face to alleviate her own nervousness and embarrassment. Rather than responding to her question, Zhang Fifan inquired, with your proficiency in 7 languages, why are you working in such a rural area? Had Gu Xiaoxiao not mentioned her urgency to return, Zhang Fifan might have thought she was joking when she claimed to be the manager of the orchard. He held no disdain for rural work. Rather, he believed that with her impressive qualifications and language skills, she could easily secure a good job in the city and enjoy a better life. Gu Xiaoxiao simply smiled at him, choosing not to answer. She did not wish to become a lamenting figure, recounting her misfortunes to others. She did not need pity or sympathy. She aimed to change her destiny through her own efforts. So what if she had been sent to the countryside? One day, she would return triumphantly, having forged her own path. At precisely that moment, the bus heading to the countryside had arrived at a station not far from the Athens department store and had commenced boarding passengers. I mustn't delay you any further. The bus is here, and I need to board, she exclaimed. Thank you for today. I shall treat you to a meal next time we meet. Farewell. As Gu Xiaoxiao spoke, she waved goodbye to Zhang Fifan and hurried to the bus station, swiftly boarding the vehicle. By the time Zhang Fifan realized he had yet to gift her the lipstick he had purchased. The bus had already begun to pull away. As it was the last bus of the night, it was quite crowded, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao without a seat. She found a spot standing next to the window. Just as she steadied herself and was about to call her mother, Ding Xiang, with her earphones in, she suddenly spotted Zhang Fifan pursuing the moving bus, knocking on the window beside her. His lips were forming words, but the sealed window rendered her unable to hear him. Jiyu Xiaoxiao was at a loss as to why he was chasing after her and worried about the potential danger of his actions. As the vehicle was already in motion, a collision could prove disastrous. In a moment of desperation, she called out to the driver, "Excuse me, could you please stop the bus? I have a friend." Although the driver was reluctant, he promptly brought the bus to a halt. As soon as the door swung open, Zhang Fifan nimbly boarded. The driver glanced at Zhang Fifan and remarked, "Young man, dressed so smartly, are you here for a blind date? But do keep track of time. If you miss this last bus, you want to have another ride back to the countryside tonight." The driver continued his monologue, and Gu Xiaoxiao, eager to spare Zhang Fifan any embarrassment, waved her hand, saying, "I'm right here." Finally, Zhang Fifan maneuvered through the throng of passengers and approached Gu Xiaoxiao. The bus was too crowded, and the space beside her was already occupied, so Zhang Fifan was left standing behind her. Gu Xiaoxiao turned to ask him why he had chased after her and what he had said through the window, but at that moment, the bus suddenly braked sharply, causing her to lose her balance. Zhang Fifan reacted swiftly, gripping the overhead railing with one hand while wrapping the other around Gu Xiaoxiao, pulling her into his embrace. The cabin filled with murmurs of discontent, but Zhang Fifan was oblivious to them. At that moment, with her soft form nestled against him, his thoughts were solely consumed by the girl in his arms, who had the power to melt his heart. She felt so soft, her figure delicate and slender, almost too delicate to grasp. Due to their proximity, Zhang Fifan could even detect the sweet, enchanting fragrance that was uniquely hers, enveloping his senses. The bus soon resumed its steady course, yet Gu Xiaoxiao noticed that Zhang Fifan's hand remained firmly on her waist, showing no intention of releasing her. Her face flushed instantly, and even through the fabric, She could feel the heat radiating from where he held her, as if the air around them had thickened. However, Gu Xiaoxiao dared not lift her gaze, acutely aware of the intense warmth of his stare upon her. Realizing he was gazing down at her from mere inches away, his handsome visage almost too close for comfort. His masculine aura overwhelming her senses. Her heart raced uncontrollably, beating with a fervor she had never experienced before. A thought crossed her mind. Was Jiang Fifan about to kiss her? She felt she might not be able to withstand the tension much longer. Just as Gu Xiaoxiao was spiraling into a frenzy, Jiang Fifan leaned closer, whispering in a voice only they could hear. It's too big. Jiu Xiaoxiao was utterly bewildered. Too big? What do you mean? In the next moment, a smirk played on Jiang Fifan's lips as he lowered his voice to a husky murmur. The neckline of your dress is too big. I saw it just now. The cool, masculine scent of Jiang Fifan lingered in her ear, and her ears instantly flushed a vibrant pink. Jiu Xiaoxiao's face burned even hotter, her breath becoming erratic as she stammered. What did you see? You had your neckline open. What do you think I could see? Gu Xiaoxiao felt her mind go blank, all thoughts evaporating, leaving her unable to hear the surrounding noise, only the sound of her own heart pounding and the intoxicating scent of him filling her senses. Even more unnerving was the fact that Jiang Fifan's gaze seemed to linger on her chest, that teasing smile playing on his lips. I am quite pleased with what I saw earlier in the restaurant's private room. Jiang Fifan had already felt a certain softness from Gu Xiaoxiao, but he hadn't anticipated it to be so impressively substantial. By his estimation, it must have been around an 80c, a size that could be considered quite enviable in the country. Jiang Fifan's atoms apple bobbed slightly. As the bus reached the terminal, passengers disembarked one by one, yet Gu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Fifan remained blissfully unaware, still maintaining their intimate embrace. It wasn't until the driver called out, "Time to get off. If you want to keep hugging, do it at home. I need to finish my shift," that Gu Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, pushing Jiang Fifan away and hastily exiting the bus. Outside, darkness enveloped the area, illuminated only by a few dim streetlights. Jiu Xiaoxiao was unsure how long she had run before glancing back to see Jiang Fifan trailing behind her, her cheeks flushing anew. As she ran, Gu Xiaoxiao eventually found herself out of breath, standing by the roadside, gasping for air. Jiang Fifan soon caught up, equally breathless. Their eyes met, sparkling with shared amusement. Just as their breathing steadied, raindrops began to fall, pelting them like tiny beads. Jiang Fifan quickly shed his suit jacket, using it as a makeshift umbrella and rushing over to Gu Xiaoxiao, indicating for her to stand beneath it. She smiled at him, her lips curving gracefully as she deftly slipped under the fabric. To shield Gu Xiaoxiao from the rain, Jiang Fifan continuously adjusted the temporary canopy to ensure she remained dry. A gentle breeze accompanied the rain, sending a chill through her, yet her heart felt warm and comforted. Jiang Fifan kept the jacket fully over her head, guiding her to a quaint stone house. Though he was soaked to the skin, Gu Xiaoxiao remained completely dry. "Come in, you're completely drenched," she urged, pushing Jiang Fifan towards the bathroom. "Go take a hot shower or soak in a warm bath. You mustn't catch cold. I'll run home and fetch you a set of men's clothes. It won't take long. Just wait for me a moment." Seeing her tender concern and attentive nature, Jiang Fifan's spirits lifted, a smile spreading across his face. But his expression soured when he heard her mention retrieving men's clothing. He furrowed his brow, his voice laced with displeasure. "Men's clothes? Whose are they?" Jiang Fifan vowed that if Gu Xiaoxiao dared to say they belonged to her boyfriend or husband, he would storm out in a huff. After all, it had taken him 28 years to find a girl he liked. If she were already taken, he would be left with unrequited affections. With a scowl, he scrutinized Gu Xiaoxiao. She blinked back at him, perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor, but she remained sincere, explaining, "It's my father's clothes. The only men's clothing in my home is my father's. I have no brothers, no siblings. If you want something from another man, I truly can't find it for you." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Fifan's heart soared. Her father's clothes, not those of a boyfriend or husband. Did this mean she was still single? Could he pursue her openly? With renewed hope, Jiang Fifan's gloomy disposition lifted, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Not a problem, not a problem. Your father's clothes will do just fine. I quite like them," he replied eagerly. Jiu Xiaoxiao found Jiang Fifan's rapid shifts in mood bewildering. "Also, that is my father's, you know? Why do you speak of it as if it were your own?" Gu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and shot a glance at Zhang Fifan before vanishing around the corner between the bathroom and the foyer. However, she soon poked her head back out, only to find Zhang Fifan still standing in place. With a playful blink, she declared, "I shall return shortly." This stone house was a solitary structure nestled within a vast orchard, comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room, along with an open-air balcony that offered views of the surrounding fruit trees. The house, steeped in history, was said to have been preserved since the time of her great-grandfather. While the antique nature of the dwelling was apparent, its interior decor and furnishings had been meticulously renovated in an elegant European style. When not engaged in other pursuits, Gu Xiaoxiao would often retreat to this stone house to develop her project, a collaboration with the Jiang family centered on the production of pear syrup. A mere 2-minute walk from the 3-story villa where she and Ding Xiang resided, it was not long before Gu Xiaoxiao returned with a set of her father's clothes for Zhang Fifan. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, she called out to Zhang Fifan, "I've brought back the clothes. They're on the chair by the door." After Zhang Fifan acknowledged her with a simple okay, Gu Xiaoxiao turned towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Gu Xiaoxiao prepared a bowl of ginger soup for Zhang Fifan, knowing that after being caught in the rain, he would benefit from its warming properties to stave off a cold. The refrigerator still held the marinated beef she had prepared the previous night, and she decided to make a small roasted beef dish. She sliced the beef into thin pieces, arranged them neatly on the grill, brushed them with her special sauce and sesame oil, and set the heat low, allowing the beef to roast slowly. While the beef cooked, she washed some rice, placed it in the pot, and pressed the cooking button. Before heading to the nearby creek in the orchard to catch a small net of river shrimp, the wild river shrimp were lively and fresh, and Gu Xiaoxiao quickly prepared a dish of poached shrimp to preserve their delicate flavor. As the beef sizzled on the grill, Gu Xiaoxiao deftly turned it with chopsticks, adding more sauce and sesame oil to enhance the flavor. Feeling something was lacking, she ventured out to the garden to pick a head of broccoli and 2 tomatoes. By the time she returned from the garden, the beef was nearly done. She sprinkled some cumin powder over the beef, letting it rest on the grill for a few more minutes. Next, she quickly blanched the broccoli and prepared a tomato and egg drop soup. The kitchen was open, and as Zhang Fifan emerged from the bathroom, drawn by the enticing aroma, he soon spotted Gu Xiaoxiao bustling about. Her long hair, now gathered into a ponytail, gave her a youthful vibrancy akin to a high school girl. Yet she also exuded the charm of a newlywed wife tending to her husband in the kitchen. Zhang Fifan comfortably settled onto the living room sofa, his spirits lifted. Gu Xiaoxiao remained blissfully unaware that she had become a captivating sight for him. By the time she finished preparing the 3 dishes and a soup, the rice was also ready. Lifting her gaze, she found Zhang Fifan sitting on the sofa. "I was just about to check if you were out. And here you are. I've made dinner. There isn't much to offer in the countryside, just a few home-style dishes," she said, serving the meal. Zhang Fifan, perceptive as ever, promptly helped set the table and pulled out a chair. Gu Xiaoxiao presented the bowl of ginger soup to him, but upon seeing the vibrant tomato and egg drop soup before him, he couldn't help but inquire, "Why does my bowl look different from the one in the pot?" Gu Xiaoxiao chuckled and replied, "That's ginger soup. You were caught in the rain, and this will help ward off the chill. The tomato and egg drop soup doesn't have the same effects." It turned out the ginger soup had been prepared specifically for him. Zhang Fifan couldn't suppress a smile, and as he savored the ginger soup, a thought struck him. The tomato and egg drop soup presented an excellent opportunity for a meal invitation. "I would also like to try this authentic home-style tomato and egg drop soup. Perhaps you could invite me for it next time?" he suggested casually. However, Zhang Fifan was not one to be satisfied with just a bowl of ginger soup. He yearned for the future moments when she would willingly prepare meals for him. Yet he understood that some matters, particularly courting a woman, could not be rushed. Thus, he resolved to arrange for the next bowl of tomato and egg drop soup, believing that with each encounter, they would grow closer. Gu Xiaoxiao assumed Zhang Fifan was merely being polite and did not take it seriously, responding with a light laugh. "All right," Zhang Fifan subtly smiled. Knowing he had successfully cast his line, he had not anticipated that Gu Xiaoxiao's culinary skills would be so remarkable. The grilled beef was perfectly cooked, the sauce thoroughly infused, complemented by the unique aroma of cumin, making it the best grilled beef he had ever tasted. The poached shrimp, though small, were incredibly fresh, tender, and delightful to eat whole. Even the blanched broccoli and rice were exceptionally delicious. There were no extravagant delicacies, yet Zhang Fifan felt he had tasted the essence of love and the warmth of home. It was the most satisfying meal he had ever enjoyed. Chapter 9. He wants to kiss you. Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't particularly fond of beef. Rather, she had spent the past few days experimenting with a special sauce she had created. Curious to see how it would fare with grilled beef, she was pleasantly surprised by the delicious outcome. Perhaps her special sauce would soon find its place in the culinary world. After finishing the last piece of grilled beef, Gu Xiaoxiao playfully licked her pink tongue, an innocent gesture that left Zhang Fifin's throat suddenly dry, igniting a longing within him. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly remembered the pear syrup she had crafted in the stone house over the past few days and presented it to Zhang Fifin. This is pear syrup, specially made with honeysuckle to clear heat and reduce fire. Please take it home and dilute it with water. It's very beneficial for your health. Zhang Fifin regarded Gu Xiaoxiao with a knowing look. Indeed, he felt a heat within him since meeting her. Yet, he understood that this particular fire could not simply be quelled by honeysuckle. It was a uniquely masculine desire that only she could soothe. After finishing their meal, Zhang Fifin took the initiative to bid farewell to Gu Xiaoxiao. Though he did not wish to leave, as staying would have been ideal, he refrained from appearing overly eager on their first encounter. Adopting a strategy akin to boiling a frog slowly, he aimed to convey that he was no cad while also respecting her boundaries, a perfect two birds with one stone. Gu Xiaoxiao was about to ask Zhang Fifin if he needed assistance calling a ride back to the city when she saw him drinking a cup of warm water from the table, water she had previously sipped. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she gently bit her lip. Zhang Fifin, seemingly oblivious to the significance of his actions, continued sipping before looking up at her. The moment their eyes met, Gu Xiaoxiao felt heat rush to her ears. Rendering her speechless, she opened her lips slightly, awkwardly shaking her head, and nothing. Was she really going to tell him that he was drinking water she had just consumed, implying they were indirectly kissing? The thought alone made her cheeks flush. Meanwhile, Zhang Fifin continued drinking, his expression unchanged, save for a glint of triumph in his eyes. He intended to create that indirect kiss with her. He hoped that soon, he would have the chance to taste her sweetness directly. Transitioning from an indirect kiss to a passionate embrace, Gu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, lowering her head to sip her tomato and egg drop soup, striving to calm her restless heart. Zhang Fifin had discreetly instructed his assistant, Ren Fangle, to drive a low-key car to the countryside to pick him up. The vehicle parked not far from the stone house, and beneath the soft glow of the streetlights, the understated luxury of the car stood out. Even in such a rural setting, Gu Xiaoxiao blinked in surprise and asked, "Which ride-hailing app did you use to summon a Land Rover?" Zhang Fifin smiled charmingly. "Next time you need to travel, just let me know, and I'll arrange a ride for you. You can choose from Land Rover, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, or Porsche." Gu Xiaoxiao responded. Has competition in the domestic transportation industry reached such a fierce level? Were all the passengers provided with luxurious cars? Originally, Gu Xiaoxiao intended to drop Zhang Fifin off and then return home herself. However, Zhang Fifin insisted on first escorting her home. Unable to refuse his kind offer, Gu Xiaoxiao gently smiled and replied, "All right then, my home is actually just a 2 or 3 minute journey from here." The moonlight was splendid that evening, and the rural paths were particularly tranquil at night. The surrounding air was exceptionally fresh. Even without any particular activity, merely strolling along felt immensely pleasurable. As they walked side by side, Zhang Fifin and Gu Xiaoxiao fell into a comfortable silence, devoid of any awkwardness. Instead, feeling remarkably relaxed in each other's company, Zhang Fifin cherished this soothing moment with Gu Xiaoxiao, unconsciously slowing his pace, wishing they could continue walking like this indefinitely, with no end in sight. Upon reaching the entrance of a quaint 3-story villa with a private courtyard, Gu Xiaoxiao paused and smiled at Zhang Fifin, saying, "I've arrived. Thank you for bringing me back." Zhang Fifin smiled back, "You're welcome." Gu Xiaoxiao waved her hand slightly, "Goodbye. I'm going in now. You should head back." After saying this, she opened the villa's door and stepped inside. Just as she turned to close the door, she noticed Zhang Fifin still lingering outside. With a playful squint, she said, "You should get in the car. The driver is waiting for you." Zhang Fifin's assistant, Ren Fangle, was a perceptive man. He had never seen his usually aloof boss so leisurely accompany a young lady under the moonlight. He thought to himself that his boss had finally awakened to the enchanting beauty of romance. Thus, he did not dare to disrupt this tender moment, merely trailing the car at a leisurely pace. Maintaining a distance of 50 meters, Gu Xiaoxiao watched Zhang Fifin get into the car, and just as she was about to close the villa door and enter, Jiang Fifan suddenly rolled down the window and waved at her. With a hint of surprise in her dark, glistening eyes, Gu Xiaoxiao asked, "Is there something you need?" Jiang Fifan smiled slightly and nodded. "May I have your phone number?" Gu Xiaoxiao, illuminated by the dim streetlight, blinked at the man seated in the back of the car, clearly taken aback by his request for her number, as she did not anticipate any future interactions with him. Initially, she intended to decline, but recalling how he had braved the rain to escort her home earlier, she relented. "My phone number is... I tend to forget, so let me write it on my palm." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Fifan interrupted her. Gu Xiaoxiao looked momentarily stunned, her bright eyes fixed on the hand he had extended towards her. Was it really possible to remember it by writing on her palm? After a brief moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and stepped closer, extending her index finger to write her number in the warmth of Jiang Fifan's palm. Just as she was about to withdraw her finger, Jiang Fifan gently grasped it. Gu Xiaoxiao's face flushed, momentarily frozen, gazing at Jiang Fifan with a mix of surprise and shyness, yet devoid of any resistance. Jiang Fifan was captivated by the expression in her eyes. Her lack of reluctance to his touch suggested that perhaps she harbored feelings for him as well. "I have a gift for you," he said, retrieving a beautifully wrapped Gucci lipstick from his pocket and placing it in Gu Xiaoxiao's hand. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Gu Xiaoxiao seemed poised to speak, but Jiang Fifan swiftly continued, "The finest lipstick. For the finest you." Gu Xiaoxiao completely lost track of how she made her way back to the villa, her heart still racing long after she had returned. The words "the finest lipstick, for the finest you" echoed in her mind, causing her to toss and turn in bed, unable to sleep. Resolutely, she got up to search online. What does it mean when a boy gives a girl lipstick? Reading that it signifies a desire to kiss, her entire face burned with embarrassment. Chapter 10. The president is infatuated. In the office of Jiang's corporation, Jiang Fifan had just returned from a meeting when his assistant, Ren Fengel, entered with a stack of documents. "President Jiang, the investigation you requested has yielded results. The manager of the 10,000 acres of orchard we visited last night is a man in his 50s, living there with his wife and their 20-year-old daughter. Additionally, there are about 20 to 30 other farmers working in the orchard." Jiang Fifan furrowed his brow as he examined the photographs in the documents, none of which resembled Gu Xiaoxiao. "All right, you may leave," he said, rubbing his temples. Regardless of whether Gu Xiaoxiao was the manager of the orchard, Jiang Fifan was certain she frequently spent time in that stone house. The several bottles of pear syrup, infused with honeysuckle to alleviate heat, were undoubtedly concocted by her in that very place. As Ren Fengel turned to leave, Jiang Fifan called him back. "Wait, go to the place where I was picked up yesterday and apply for the position of orchard assistant. I noticed a recruitment notice for the assistant position outside that stone house last night." Ren Fengel nearly froze in disbelief. Was he being sent to the countryside to work as an assistant? President Jiang, you want me to go to the orchard as an assistant?" he asked, bewildered. Jiang Fifan shot him a sidelong glance, delivering a poignant remark. "Is there a problem? If I don't have you nearby, how can I assist her when she needs help?" He pondered that if he did not create opportunities for himself to be the gallant hero, how could he capture her heart? Recalling the romantic scene from the previous night, Ren Fengel realized Jiang Fifan was indeed smitten. However, he was puzzled as to why it had to be him. President Jiang, why me?" he inquired, pointing at himself. With thousands of employees at Jiang's corporation, why was he the chosen one? Jiang Fifan smirked, "Because I trust you the most." Hearing this, Ren Fengel beamed with delight, his spirits soaring. He was clearly the favored aide of his boss. However, his joy was short-lived as he soon heard the latter part of Jiang Fifan's statement. "Because you have no interest in women, I need not worry about a rival." Ren Fengel's elation plummeted instantly, his expression morose as he looked at Jiang Fifan, thinking, "President Jiang, couldn't you phrase that more delicately? Why must you be so blunt?" Noticing Ren Fengel's hesitation, Jiang Fifan urged, "Aren't you going to hurry? If my future wife gets snatched away, where will you find me another?" Terrified by this prospect, Ren Fengel dashed out of the office. If Jiang Fifan's future wife were to be taken away, it would not merely mean a demotion to an assistant in the countryside, but rather a posting to the company's branch in Africa for several years. As he fled the office, Ren Fengel pondered, a wife? They hadn't even begun courting yet. How could President Jiang be so confident he would win her heart? What if he failed? He fervently hoped not. He didn't want to be sent to Africa. seemed he would have to make every effort to play the role of matchmaker, ensuring his boss found his destined partner. Who knows? He might even assist Zhang Fifan in winning the heart of his beloved. However, as fate would have it, when Ren Fengel arrived at Gu Xiaoxiao's stone house in the countryside, she was nowhere to be found. After some inquiries, he learned that Gu Xiaoxiao had gone to the city after lunch, reportedly heading to Gu's corporation. Ren Fengel promptly called to relay this news to Zhang Fifan. Gu's corporation, the one on the verge of bankruptcy? Zhang Fifan had just returned from abroad and was not well acquainted with the local situation, but he knew that there was only one Gu's corporation in the city, and its stock had plummeted several times, teetering on the edge of collapse. Indeed, this was the company embroiled in scandal due to its chairman's alleged data fraud, insider trading, market manipulation, and even murder, all while under the scrutiny of the prosecution, rendering him unable to emerge from custody. In the absence of a leader and amidst a plethora of negative news, the stock prices of the publicly listed company plummeted repeatedly. Zhang Fifan furrowed his brows and made a swift decision. Investigate what actions Gu's group will undertake this afternoon. Inform me immediately upon discovery. Within 2 minutes, Ren Fengler returned Zhang Fifan's call. Mr. Zhang, Gu's group is holding a shareholders meeting at 2 p.m. A shareholders meeting? At such a tumultuous time, it was conceivable how agitated and potentially volatile the shareholders, whose investments had evaporated overnight, would be. The chaos that could ensue was all too predictable. For Gu Xiaoxiao, a young woman, to appear amidst such turmoil posed a significant danger. The mere thought filled Zhang Fifan with dread. Without hesitation, he ended the call and hastened to Gu's group. Gu Xiaoxiao organized this shareholders meeting solely to provide an account to those who had once supported Gu's group, a gesture of commitment on behalf of her father. However, before she could even step foot into the grand conference room of Gu's group, the crowd of shareholders surged forth, exclaiming with excitement, "Let us go! I heard the daughter of Gu's group is coming. We must confront her. Her father is in prison. She must repay her father's debts. Indeed, the daughter must repay the father's debts. If she is somewhat attractive, I wouldn't mind her compensating in kind. Ha ha ha, I've heard she is just a 20-year-old girl. She must be quite tendered. I wonder if she is robust enough? Yulot, if she turns out to be a beauty, I doubt you'll still have the appetite." Gu Xiaoxiao could only furrow her brow in response, and in the next moment, she found herself swept away by the surging crowd. The force of the throng was overwhelming, rendering her steps beyond her control as she was jostled about. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and she felt a dull pain, reflexively covering her forehead. It turned out she had collided with the camera of a media reporter who, like her, was trying to enter but was caught up in the tide of those exiting. The pain was so intense that Gu Xiaoxiao was propelled further into the crowd, feeling utterly disoriented, as if she were a headless fly with no sense of direction. At that moment, a large hand clasped her shoulders, and another hand shielded her head, enveloping her in a protective embrace, gradually guiding her out of the chaos. Covering her forehead, Gu Xiaoxiao peered through her fingers to discern who her rescuer was. But all she could see was a blur of darkness, unable to make out any details. It wasn't until she was led out of the tumultuous venue that she finally recognized the person assisting her. Gu Xiaoxiao never expected to encounter him again in such a disheveled state, nor did she anticipate his presence at the shareholders' meeting. She thought Zhang Fifan would question her about her presence there. Yet he remained silent. Her forehead throbbed with heat. Even without a mirror, Gu Xiaoxiao knew it was swollen. Her eyes were red-rimmed, glistening with unshed tears, a visage of barely contained emotion. She parted her lips to speak to Zhang Fifan, yet found herself at a loss for words. Just as she was about to turn away, Zhang Fifan grasped her wrist, slightly lowering his head, his deep, husky voice resonating in her ear. "Next time such a situation arises, inform me in advance. I shall be your guardian." Gu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, and before she could gather her thoughts, Zhang Fifan leaned closer, gently blowing on the swollen area of her forehead to alleviate her pain. Taking a sharp breath, Gu Xiaoxiao winced. Memories of her mother blowing on her childhood injuries flooded back, assuring her that the pain would subside, but it felt ineffective now. "Let me see your forehead." "Let us assess the injury," Zhang Fifan said, moving closer to examine her wound with utmost seriousness. Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to withstand the intensity of Zhang Fifan's heated stare. The pain in her forehead became increasingly pronounced, and she bit her lip, stifling any further cries of discomfort. In the next instant, Jiang Fifan took her right hand, offering no time for her to react, and led her into a nearby hospital. From a young age, Gu Xiaoxiao had harbored a deep-seated fear of hospitals, having been frail and frequently needing medical attention. The thought of the impending treatment caused her heart to race with trepidation. Lost in her thoughts for just a moment, she found herself ushered into a doctor's office. The door was ajar, and upon seeing Jiang Fifan enter, a nurse promptly opened it wider, standing at the threshold. "Sir? Director Ouyang is in a meeting and will be back shortly. I am not here to see Director Ouyang," Jiang Fifan replied, glancing at the nurse. At that moment, the nurse felt a sudden spark of recognition, exclaiming, "He is so handsome. Is he a celebrity? Please close the door," Jiang Fifan instructed. The nurse quickly complied, closing the door, and as she did, she couldn't help but gasp in realization. Who said that only beauty could be a disaster? Clearly, handsome men could be just as troublesome. In Ouyang Longlong's office, Gu Xiaoxiao blinked as she surveyed the room before finally directing her gaze back to Jiang Fifan, repeating the nurse's words verbatim. "Director Ouyang is in a meeting and will be back shortly." Jiang Fifan nodded, succinctly responding, "I understand." Knowing the doctor was absent, Gu Xiaoxiao wondered why they should linger, suggesting, "Then let us leave." Yet before she could turn away, Jiang Fifan once again grasped her hand. He seated her at the desk and pulled up a chair for himself. He swiftly opened a medical kit from the table, retrieving antiseptic and cotton swabs, gently cleaning her forehead and applying ointment to reduce swelling and pain. His movements were tender, as if he feared causing her discomfort. For reasons she could not fathom, despite her face being flushed almost to the point of embarrassment, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself inexplicably asking, "Do you treat every girl this well?" Jiang Fifan paused momentarily, but only for an instant. His gaze shifted from her forehead to her blushing face, sweeping over her lips that he had long desired, before leaning closer to her ear, his voice low and husky. "You are the first. If you wish, you can be the last," as Jiang Fifan spoke. His breath almost grazed her earlobe, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao utterly stunned, her mind blank for what felt like an eternity. When Jiang Fifan's gaze locked onto her once more, she was still ensnared in her dazed state. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Ouyang Langlang's teasing voice rang out. "Is it inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be alone together?" Gu Xiaoxiao was jolted back to reality by his words, her cheeks flushing even deeper, reaching all the way to her ears. "I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave. Thank you for tending to my injury," she hurriedly said, avoiding Jiang Fifan's gaze as she fled the office. Watching Gu Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, Ouyang Langlang reclined lazily in his chair, smirking as he teased his childhood friend. "I thought your disinterest in women meant you were inclined towards the same sex. Who knew it was merely a matter of high standards, not settling for anything less than a celestial beauty?" Chapter 12. Noteworthy observations. Gu Xiaoxiao made no other stops and quickly returned to Gu's group. Today, she was determined to provide an account to all the employees and shareholders who had previously supported the company. Despite the chaos, Gu Xiaoxiao understood that she could not falter. She must shoulder the responsibility for her father. In the vast conference room of Gu's group, filled to capacity, over 90% of the shareholders attended today's meeting. Following the earlier turmoil, these shareholders assumed that the daughter of Gu had been frightened into hiding. Unanticipated by anyone, she not only refrained from retreating like a timid turtle, but also sat upright in the chair of authority, awaiting their arrival. Jiu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes to the assembly, her words succinct and devoid of any unnecessary preamble. She spoke directly and forthrightly. "First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of my father and the Gu Group to all present for your trust and support in our company. For holding our shares, the Gu Group is currently facing difficulties, yet we will not resort to moral coercion to compel you to retain your stocks. Furthermore, we will not allow those who have once placed their faith in and supported the Gu Group to suffer total losses. Should you wish to divest yourselves of your shares, I shall repurchase them at a premium of 30% above your original investment. As long as you are willing, I will buy back as many shares as you possess." The shareholders present exchanged glances, for it was widely acknowledged that the Gu Group's stock had plummeted to the limit at the opening bell, with prices in a freefall in such a scenario. Selling off their shares to mitigate losses proved to be an arduous task, as no one desired to assume the role of the unfortunate buyer. Yet, if they chose to hold on, they risked not only losing everything but potentially incurring substantial losses. What they did not foresee, however, was that the Gu Group, despite its own precarious situation, was willing to act as the buyer and safeguard their investments, offering a 30% premium on their capital. Such an unprecedented gesture in the stock market was truly remarkable. The GU Group could be deemed exceptionally conscientious today. While the GU Group finds itself in dire straits, it remains ever mindful of the goodwill extended by its supporters, vowing not to disregard their welfare and ensuring that they do not suffer losses. In this manner, they might part ways amicably, with the hope that when the GU Group rises again, their support will endure. Having delivered her remarks, Gu Xiaoxiao stood and added, "You need not rush to make a decision. Within 3 days, those wishing to sell their shares may simply bring their stock certificates to the finance department of the GU Group to complete the necessary procedures." As Gu Xiaoxiao departed, the vast assembly hall erupted into a cacophony of emotions. Some laughed joyously, some wept with excitement, while others furrowed their brows, contemplating whether to sell or retain their shares in the GU Group. Regardless of how many shareholders ultimately chose to divest, for the GU Group, it was a victory, not in monetary terms, but in the goodwill garnered, particularly amidst the numerous negative headlines surrounding the current president of the GU Group. Gu Xiaoxiao's actions today were nothing short of masterful, securing a wave of positive sentiment. Wang Lao, the longtime aide to Gu Min, Gu Xiaoxiao's father, had lost all hope for the GU Group, yet after today's shareholder meeting, he could foresee that the stock would not hit the limit down when the market opened tomorrow. As long as the stock did not fall further, it would inspire hope in investors, leading to a gradual recovery. To his astonishment, at a time when the GU Group faced numerous crises, their young heiress stepped up to shoulder the responsibility, and thus far, her performance had been commendable. Wang Uncle, have all the company employees assembled. Upon leaving the Grand Assembly Hall, Gu Xiaoxiao hurried to the employee cafeteria, the only place capable of accommodating the entire workforce. Wang Lao, keeping pace beside her, replied, "Miss, everyone is gathered and awaiting your arrival." Gu Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding. The employees assembled in the cafeteria could surmise the reason for their gathering. After all, the GU Group was barely hanging on. And even if it were to collapse, it was imperative to first address the welfare of its employees. They were eager to learn what course of action the young heiress would propose. "Miss Gu has arrived," someone quietly announced from the crowd. "Miss, given the company's current predicament, will it be shutting down or laying off employees? What is the best compensation plan you can offer us?" As Gu Xiaoxiao entered the cafeteria, a flurry of inquiries emerged from the employees. "Everyone, I have called you here today to address your concerns," Gu Xiaoxiao said, surveying the room with a calm demeanor. "First and foremost, I want to clarify that the GU Group will not be closing its doors. I have identified a project that will allow us to resume operations in the near future. Of course, every project carries the risk of failure. Therefore, I must also state that if you do not wish to weather the storm with the GU Group, we will terminate your employment. For those who voluntarily choose to sever ties with the company, we can offer the highest compensation standard of N3. Conversely, for those who decide to remain and share in our fortunes and misfortunes, we will grant a 10% salary increase. Should the project prove profitable, I will also allocate 10% of the profits as bonuses for everyone. The principle of the GU Group has always been to achieve mutual benefit with our employees. Our relationship is not merely one of employer and employee. It is one of cooperation. Thus, we will respect the decisions of all of you. However, whether you choose to seek better opportunities outside or stay to create greater value for the company, I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of the company and my father for your contributions over the years. There is no need to rush your decisions. Within 3 days, those wishing to leave may go to the HR department to handle the necessary formalities, while those who choose to stay will receive new work arrangements." Having said her piece, Gu Xiaoxiao departed swiftly. She had articulated everything necessary. Even if she lingered, it would not alter the outcome. As Wang Lao escorted her to the car, he could not restrain his curiosity. "Miss, the company is on the brink of financial ruin, yet you are so generous with the N3 compensation for departing employees and a 10% raise for those who stay?" Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Wang Lao earnestly and replied, "Wang Uncle, it is precisely because the company is in such dire straits that I am so generous towards our employees." Wang Lao tilted his head, momentarily baffled. As she entered the vehicle, Gu Xiaoxiao continued, "Wang Uncle, we must never stifle the spirit of our people. Offering N3 compensation to departing employees is my way of ensuring that those who remain understand that the GU Group treats all employees, even those leaving, with dignity and respect, providing adequate compensation. This demonstrates that the GU Group is a company with warmth. Such gestures will foster a greater sense of belonging among our remaining employees. By increasing salaries by 10%, we aim to invigorate them, empowering them to leverage their talents and create more value for our GU group. Even if ultimately everyone chooses to leave, I can afford the promised compensation. Conversely, if everyone decides to stay, I can sustain their livelihoods too. So, Wang uncle, rest assured, I have everything under control. With that, Wang Lao watched as Gu Xiaoxiao's vehicle receded into the distance, his admiration for the young heiress growing. It seemed that the GU group had a glimmer of hope. Chapter 13. Dare to lay a hand on her? By the time Gu Xiaoxiao returned to the three-story villa in the countryside, it was already 6 in the evening. Her mother, Ding Xiang, had prepared an evening gown for her in the hall. Xiaoxiao, my dear, I have been eagerly awaiting your return. Quickly, try on this gown. We need to head to the birthday party of the granddaughter of San Biaopu in the city soon. The car is arranged, and the driver will arrive in about 30 minutes. San Biaopu? Who is that? I had no idea I had a San Biaopu, Gu Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Mom, when did I acquire a San Biaopu? I have never met her, nor her granddaughter, so I shall not attend this birthday party. How can you not recognize your relatives? It would be quite awkward to attend if you know nothing about them. Ding Xiang replied earnestly, grasping her hand. Xiaoxiao, given our current circumstances, their invitation to the birthday party is a sign of goodwill towards us. If we decline, it may be perceived as a lack of gratitude. Besides, you do not have many friends in Shansheng. Seizing this opportunity to meet new people is not a bad idea. Jiu Xiaoxiao pouted, realizing that she could not escape the birthday party of the so-called third cousin's granddaughter. She donned the pure white organza pleated skirt her mother had prepared for her. White is a color that most people find difficult to carry off, yet to her surprise, it looked exceptionally exquisite on Gu Xiaoxiao. Her fair complexion was akin to snow, perfectly complementing the ethereal elegance of the pure white organza skirt, making her appear like a fairy untouched by the mundane world. Ding Xiang, growing increasingly satisfied with her daughter, felt a deeper pang of guilt within her heart. My daughter is so strikingly beautiful. If not for the family's unfortunate circumstances, what kind of suitor could she not attract? Now, if people were to discover that we are the mother and daughter driven to the countryside by the Gu family, they would likely shun us, let alone consider becoming in-laws with a family like ours. With a long sigh, Ding Xiang lamented, "It is this family that has brought you such misfortune." Immediately, Gu Xiaoxiao comfortingly leaned against Ding Xiang's shoulder. Mom, I have never felt burdened by our family in any way. Besides, if a man judges whether to marry me based on my family's background, then even if he were to come to me, I would refuse him without hesitation. The family of that so-called third cousin was located in the most luxurious villa district of the city. By the time Gu Xiaoxiao arrived, the entrance was bustling with an array of luxury cars, indicating the grandeur of this birthday celebration was anything but ordinary. However, the extent of the extravagance bore little significance to her. She was there merely to appease her mother. After presenting her invitation, she was guided by a maid into the grand hall of the party, which was already filled with elegantly dressed guests, exuding an air of ostentation. Whether genuine or mere pretense, she could not discern. As Gu Xiaoxiao scanned the hall, she struggled to identify the so-called third cousin and her granddaughter. Just as she sought a discreet corner to sit, the lively chatter of the crowd abruptly fell silent. A girl in a pink, frilled princess dress, adorned with a sparkling crown, was being ushered in like a queen surrounded by her attendants. If she was not mistaken, this must be the guest of honor, the granddaughter of the third cousin. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao overheard a few girls whispering nearby. Feng Yingying looks stunning today. It seems she put in considerable effort for her birthday party. Another girl chimed in. I heard that the most prominent figure in the city, the capital mogul Zhang Fifan, will also be attending. Of course, Feng Yingying would seize this opportunity to charm him. In the city, who didn't he know that Feng Yingying was nearly desperate to marry Zhang Fifan? But it depends on whether Zhang Fifan is interested in her advances, another girl interjected. Suddenly, a haughty voice sliced through the air. Grandma, she is the daughter of that labor reform convict the Gu family sent to the countryside. Isn't she? The statement hung in the air, rendering the hall silent and the atmosphere palpably awkward. Following the direction of her pointed finger, all eyes turned to Gu Xiaoxiao. In an instant, Gu Xiaoxiao shot a glare at Feng Yingying. Who are you calling a labor reform convict? Clean up your speech, and don't invite calamity upon yourself with your reckless words. Feng Yingying, momentarily taken aback, Clearly hadn't he anticipated that the daughter of a labor reform convict would dare to retort so boldly. Yet, she quickly recovered, wearing a mocking smile. "Why are you so offended? I didn't say anything untrue. Everyone in the city knows your father is in prison, and everyone knows you and your mother were sent to that desolate place by the Gu family. What? Do you want to silence the truth?" Feng Yingying's eyes sparkled with provocation. "I will say it as I please. What will you do about it?" Gu Xiaoxiao let out a cold laugh and, clutching her handbag, strode toward the entrance. As the crowd expected her to leave in humiliation, she halted beside Feng Yingying. With a fierce gaze fixed on her, Gu Xiaoxiao delivered a resounding slap, sending Feng Yingying's face to the side. The force of the blow caught her off guard, causing her to stumble in her high heels, nearly losing her balance had it not been for someone behind her catching her. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. While Feng Yingying, accustomed to being pampered, had never experienced such disgrace. Her eyes burned with fury as she glared at Gu Xiaoxiao. "Who do you think you are? The daughter of a labor reform convict dares to strike me? If I don't tear you apart today, I will not be called Feng Yingying." Just then, a commanding male voice resonated through the hall. "Try touching her and see what happens." Feng Yingying froze at the intimidating tone. Her hands suspended midair, too frightened to descend upon Gu Xiaoxiao. The crowd turned to see Jiang Fifan, the most coveted man in the city, whose presence ignited whispers among the guests upon seeing him. Feng Yingying's eyes sparkled with delight. Completely disregarding her earlier confrontation with Gu Xiaoxiao, she rushed to Jiang Fifan, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Fifan, thank you for coming to my birthday party. I can't believe you remembered my special day amidst your busy schedule. It makes me so incredibly happy." Feng Yingying's triumphant gaze swept across the envious women around her, raising her voice several decibels. "I always knew Fifan has a place for me in his heart. You are so kind to me," Fifan, as she leaned against him. They appeared like a couple in love. But to her surprise, Jiang Fifan's intense gaze was fixated on Gu Xiaoxiao, the daughter of the labor reform convict. Feng Yingying, assuming Jiang Fifan was ready to defend her, felt a surge of pride. She pouted, pointing at Gu Xiaoxiao as if wronged. "Fifan, that woman just slapped me." She then turned to her grandmother, the so-called third cousin, complaining, "Grandma, why did you even invite the daughter of a labor reform convict to my birthday party? Not only does it lower the prestige of my celebration, but I also had to endure this slap from her for no reason." Before Feng Yingying could finish her complaint, Gu Xiaoxiao, with fiery eyes, glared at her. "Say daughter of a labor reform convict one more time, and see what happens." Gu Xiaoxiao's words carried a weight that rivaled Jiang Fifan's earlier threat. Fueled by the backing of Jiang Fifan, Feng Yingying grew bolder, disdainfully rolling her eyes at Gu Xiaoxiao. "Your father is a labor reform convict. You are the daughter of one. Everyone knows your father's crimes. If it weren't for that, how could the Gu family have banished you and your mother to that forsaken place and cut ties with you?" Expressionless, Gu Xiaoxiao advanced step by step toward Feng Yingying. Despite the slap she had just delivered, Feng Yingying felt a flicker of fear at Gu Xiaoxiao's menacing approach. But with Jiang Fifan nearby, she hid slightly behind him. Gu Xiaoxiao towered over Feng Yingying, an imposing figure. Thinking she was safe behind Jiang Fifan, she was unprepared when Gu Xiaoxiao grasped her collar and yanked her forward. Feng Yingying panicked, screaming, "You labor reform convict's daughter. What do you intend to do? Let me go! Help! The daughter of a labor reform convict is going to kill me." The elderly third cousin, observing her granddaughter's predicament, trembled as she spoke. "You wretched girl. I invited you to my granddaughter's birthday party, hoping to help you network and accumulate resources, allowing you to escape that rural hellhole. Had I known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I would have allowed you and your mother to live in the countryside for a lifetime, enduring a life of poverty and humility." Others, witnessing this scene, were eager to assist Feng Yingying. Gu Xiaoxiao cast a sharp glance at those restless individuals, asserting, "This matter is between her and me. Should anyone dare to intervene, I shall not hold back." Despite Gu Xiaoxiao's seemingly delicate and fragile appearance, her current aura overshadowed all present, causing those initially intent on aiding Feng Yingying to hesitate in their intentions. Feng Yingying, filled with indignation, retorted, "Do you think I fear you? I warn you, this is my home. Without my permission, do you believe you can leave?" She commanded, "Release me at once." Gu Xiaoxiao, her expression solemn, demanded, "Apologize. Apologize to my father." Feng Yingying erupted in laughter, declaring, You must be dreaming. No sooner had her words fallen than Gu Xiaoxiao raised her hand, delivering a powerful slap across Feng Yingying's face. Feng Yingying, clutching her stinging cheek, glared at Gu Xiaoxiao and shouted, "Secure, secure, where are you? Can't you see this madwoman is attacking me? Hurry and teach her a lesson, then throw her out." Moments later, 3 or 4 burly men rushed in, glaring at Gu Xiaoxiao. Feng Yingying, nearly beside herself with frustration, stamped her foot and scolded them. "Are you all made of wood? Must I kick you into action? Get moving," as the hulking figures prepared to charge at Gu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Fifan, quick-witted and agile, shielded her by pulling her behind him, casting a fierce glance at the men. His cold, menacing gaze soon fell upon Feng Yingying. "Did you not hear what I just said? Or did you simply disregard it?" Feng Yingying, intimidated by Jiang Fifan's gaze, stammered, "What did you say, Fifan? I didn't catch it." Jiang Fifan chuckled darkly, replying, "I wouldn't mind repeating myself. Listen closely. Dare you lay a finger on her?" Feng Yingying was utterly bewildered. "Who is she?" Jiang Fifan, holding Gu Xiaoxiao's hand, stepped forward, proclaiming, "She is mine. If anyone dares to touch her, they will have to contend with me." Feng Yingying stared in disbelief at Jiang Fifan, stuttering, She is yours?" Jiang Fifan scoffed. "What, do you have an objection? I forgot to mention, I came not for you, but for her." He continued, "Remember to apologize. I will grant you 2 days to publicly apologize to her and her father on the largest media platform in the country." "Impossible. I will never apologize to her." Feng Yingying's emotions spiraled out of control. Jiang Fifan, dismissive of her outburst, turned to the elderly matriarch in the wheelchair, stating, "If your family cannot teach your daughter how to behave, I am more than willing to instruct her myself." With that, Jiang Fifan firmly grasped Gu Xiaoxiao's hand and, under the gaze of all present, exited the scene of Feng Yingying's birthday celebration. Chapter 15. Closely aligned before long. Jiang Fifan and Gu Xiaoxiao found themselves walking along the road, their hands still intertwined since the moment Jiang Fifan had taken hold of hers at Feng Yingying's celebration. They politely declined several passing taxis offering them rides. However, after walking a short distance, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly halted. Sensing her stop, Jiang Fifan quickly followed suit. As he turned to look at her, Gu Xiaoxiao's pure, untainted gaze locked onto his, questioning, "You don't even ask who I am before challenging others. Are you not afraid of dragging you down with me?" Jiang Fifan smiled brightly, his voice warm and resolute. "I do not know who you are, but I do know that I have fallen for you. If I am unafraid of loving you, why would I fear the consequences you might bring?" With that, Jiang Fifan maintained his earnest gaze on Gu Xiaoxiao, asserting, "I love you, not your identity, regardless of who you are." "Love is love." A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes, momentarily leaving her speechless. She had not anticipated Jiang Fifan's sudden confession. Just as she parted her lips to respond, Jiang Fifan unexpectedly crouched before her. Taken aback, Gu Xiaoxiao inquired, "What are you doing?" Jiang Fifan turned to her with a smile. "You've walked quite a distance in those high heels. Do your feet not hurt? Allow me to carry you." Gu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. "But it's too far, and I am rather heavy." "Not at all, and no matter your weight, I find it endearing. Besides, men prefer women with a bit of weight. It feels better." "What do you mean by better? Where is your mind wandering?" Gu Xiaoxiao playfully shot him a glare. Jiang Fifan, with a tender smile, lifted her effortlessly onto his back. "Hey, you can't do this." Gu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, unsure where to place her hands. "If you wish to avoid falling, just hold on to me. Wrap your arms around my neck." Jiang Fifan teased with a grin. Blushing deeply, Gu Xiaoxiao complied. Wrapping her arms around his neck, her body pressed against his back. Closely aligned. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them. Yet Jiang Fifan could distinctly feel Gu Xiaoxiao's sweet breath brushing against his ear, sending a delightful shiver coursing through him. The softness of her figure pressed against his back, though separated by a thin layer of fabric, felt exquisitely enticing. As he slightly adjusted her position, the gentle movement of her softness against his rigid back sent an electrifying sensation throughout his body. Gu Xiaoxiao wore a lightweight organza dress that brushed against his skin, and in a moment of distraction, Jiang Fifan's hand slipped beneath the hem. Chapter 16. A heart-pounding temptation. Gu Xiaoxiao trembled slightly, immediately holding her breath, afraid to make a sound. Yet, her heart raced uncontrollably. Jiang Fifan was not faring much better. The sensation of her skin beneath his fingers was more exquisite than he had imagined. The touch of her skin was astonishingly smooth and delicate, a tightness that surpassed all expectations. From the moment he met Gu Xiaoxiao, he had sensed a mysterious allure emanating from her. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this captivating charm extended to every inch of her skin, compelling his entire being to crave her. The heat radiating from her made Jiang Fifan feel as though he might explode, an insatiable itch that he could no longer endure. It was truly a perilous situation. Her presence held a tantalizing allure that was undeniably fatal. Like a poppy flower, even a mere taste could lead to an irresistible addiction. Was this what they meant by a flammable spark igniting a blaze? He found himself easily provoked by her, yet he wondered if she felt the same heat. A smirk tugged at the corners of Jiang Fifan's mouth as he wrestled with these thoughts. There are numerous women who frequently shower him with affection, yet he regards them with utter disdain. Not only does he lack any reaction, but he cannot even be bothered to cast them a glance. However, when it comes to her, he harbors a profound yearning, one that transcends mere desire. He possesses an intense craving for her. Each day, he longs to see her, to engage with her, to elevate their relationship to an intimate level akin to that of other couples. He wants her, desperately. He yearns not only for her presence, but also for her heart. To this very moment, Jiang Fifan is struggling to suppress the fervor surging within him, a heat that demands release. And it is almost unbearable. Every cell in his body clamors for her. If she were his girlfriend, he would not have to endure such hardship. He would have cherished her wholeheartedly, indulging her every desire. However, the crux of the matter is that she is not yet his girlfriend, which renders his heart in turmoil. His longing for her is beyond ordinary. It is a hunger that cannot be satiated. Jiang Fifan's forehead glistens with beads of sweat, yet he is no gentleman who would withdraw his hand only to rest it delicately upon her ethereal dress. Simultaneously, he is not a lecherous man, refraining from any further indiscretions. Although he is acutely aware of the depth of his yearning, he resolves to pursue her fervently, dreaming of savoring every inch of her once she is his. His hands rest against Gu Xiaoxiao's delicate skin, warm to the touch, while the fabric of her dress feels cool against his palm. Gu Xiaoxiao, usually filled with myriad thoughts, finds her mind blank at this moment. Perhaps it was from the instant he swept her into his arms. Or perhaps it was when she pressed against his strong back, or when his hand caressed her soft skin. All she knows is that she has lost the ability to think, desiring only to remain in this intimate connection, relishing the warmth, strength, and exhilaration he imparts. Feng Yingying's villa is quite distant from Gu Xiaoxiao's modest three-story house in the countryside. Yet Jiang Fifan carries her all the way back, despite his deliberate attempts to slow his pace. They ultimately arrive at the same stone house as before. Outside the door, Jiang Fifan finally sets Gu Xiaoxiao down. The moment their bodies part, she feels an unexpected emptiness in her heart. Upon raising her gaze, she catches sight of the large beads of sweat on Jiang Fifan's forehead. After carrying her such a long distance, one can only imagine how exhausting it must have been. Gu Xiaoxiao hastily retrieves a tissue from her bag, eager to wipe his sweat, only to realize that her legs have gone numb from the prolonged ride. Unsteady, she stumbles into Jiang Fifan's embrace. He instinctively wraps his arms around her, affectionately tousling her hair. Though his tone is teasing, carrying you back was indeed quite tiring. If you wish to express your gratitude, rather than merely offering affection, why not pledge yourself to me? That would surely win my heart even more. Gu Xiaoxiao, taken aback, attempts to push him away, but he gently presses her forehead against his chest, saying, "Don't move. Let me hold you. If I hold you, I won't feel tired." Complying, Gu Xiaoxiao remains still, allowing him to embrace her. They share a sweet moment, akin to that of a couple, wrapped in each other's warmth. The moonlight is hazy tonight, rendering everything around them indistinct, yet Gu Xiaoxiao is acutely aware of her genuine closeness to him. The world is silent, save for the sound of their breaths and heartbeats. After half a minute, Gu Xiaoxiao breaks the tranquility. "I should head back. If I don't, my mother will worry." Jiang Fifan remains silent. Taking a deep breath, she refrains from speaking further and turns to leave. However, before she can step away, her wrist is grasped firmly. Jiang Fifan's fingers, slightly calloused, graze her smooth wrist, sending a shiver through her as if she had been scalded. She struggles, but cannot break free. Her face flushes crimson, and she averts her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Jiang Fifan chuckles softly, tightening his grip on her wrist, pulling her against the door of the stone house. Gu Xiaoxiao's heart races. Her lowered gaze snaps back up, wide-eyed as she stares at Jiang Fifan. What are you doing? Just as her words leave her lips, she sees his handsome face drawing near. Their faces are mere centimeters apart. A slight movement from either could result in a kiss. Gu Xiaoxiao's heart pounds, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, a mix of shyness and confusion overwhelming her. Jiang Fifan's intense gaze locks onto her, a smirk growing in his eyes as he grips her hand a little tighter, inching closer to her lips. Yet just before their mouths could meet, he gently turns his head, planting a tender kiss on her cheek. Maintaining his position, his voice low and husky, he murmurs, "When I carried you, I heard your heartbeat. Does that mean you feel even the slightest bit for me?" Upon hearing Jiang Fifan's words, Gu Xiaoxiao's face turns beet red. In a burst of unexpected strength, she pushes him away, slipping from his grasp like a fish escaping a net. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Fifan smiles with a sense of indulgence. Once home, Gu Xiaoxiao, unsurprisingly, finds herself unable to sleep. Reflecting inwardly, she acknowledges that it is difficult not to be moved by a man like Jiang Fifan. Radiant, handsome, and considerate, Gu Xiaoxiao is no exception, yet her feelings are merely a flicker of affection. She is not the type to fall for a man solely based on looks or sweet words. She has always approached love with cautious discernment. If the person is not genuinely worthy of her lifelong commitment, she would rather remain alone. However, the heated moments earlier, Jiang Fifan carrying her and nearly kissing her, were witnessed by Renfengla, who had come to pick up Jiang Fifan. Renfengla, who has been by Jiang Fifan's side for 7 or 8 years, was astonished to discover this flirtatious side of his typically aloof boss. "My goodness," he thought. "The usually cold and restrained Jiang Fifan has such remarkable charm when it comes to wooing women. Even I, a grown man, felt my heart race." It was evident that the young lady likely found it hard to resist such advances. Surely, the one who could capture Jiang Fifan's attention must be his cherished darling. While Renfengla marveled at his boss's hidden talents in romance, he suddenly heard Jiang Fifan call out to him. "Are you not bringing the car over? Do you not wish to return to the city tonight?" Renfengla hurriedly ran to fetch the car. They drove off. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Fifan spoke first. "Keep an eye on the Feng family in Shengqing. If Feng Yingying does not publicly apologize across major media platforms within 3 days, we will immediately sever financial ties with the Feng group. I want the Feng family and their spoiled daughter to understand the consequences of crossing me." Renfengla replied, "But the Feng family and the Gu family have been friends for generations. How could their long-standing relationship be severed so easily?" Just as he pondered this, he heard Jiang Fifan's resolute voice. "A mere Feng family, a mere Feng Yingying, dares to publicly humiliate the woman I care for? They truly do not know their place. I will teach them a lesson, ensuring they understand who can be offended and who cannot. To dare touch what belongs to me is to invite my wrath." Finally understanding, Renfengla realized that his boss was fiercely protective of his beloved. However, a thought crossed his mind. But wait, he hasn't even won her heart yet. They haven't even shared a kiss, and he's already claiming her as his own? "Boss, your pursuit of love is still a long journey ahead." As Renfengla pondered these thoughts, he heard Jiang Fifan state, "I know she has been busy all day. You didn't have an opportunity to see her. Please wait a moment. Once you escort me back to the city, you shall return to the countryside, find a place to settle down, and wait for her to rise. As soon as she awakens, you must apply for the position of orchard assistant. Tomorrow is your final deadline. If by tomorrow you have not secured the role of orchard assistant, then be prepared to pack your belongings and head to the branch office in Africa." Renfengla. Jiang Fifan did not forget to remind Renfengla. "Remember, you only have the morning tomorrow. Around 3 in the afternoon, she will set off for the city to attend our Jiang Group's investment promotion banquet at the Shunqing International Hotel. Strive to secure the orchard assistant position before she departs, and then drive her to the Shunqing International Hotel." Renfengla. Is he truly the orchard assistant, or merely the orchard driver? The president of his family is exhausting him in hopes of winning the affections of a beautiful woman. Well, let us hope that in the future, the president's wife will remember the tremendous efforts he has invested for them. At precisely 4 o'clock the following afternoon, Renfengla timely escorted Gu Xiaoxiao to the Shunqing International Hotel. Gu Xiaoxiao, who not only possesses a high educational background, but also boasts extensive work experience and is willing to work in a rural setting. even arriving in a luxury car to serve as an assistant in the orchard, thoroughly impressed Ren Fengla. She made an exception and promoted Ren Fengla from orchard assistant to her personal assistant, doubling his salary in the process. Suddenly, Ren Fengla began to understand why the president of his family attracted so many women who willingly threw themselves at him, even the daughters of wealthy families who pursued him without success, while he alone held a particular fondness for this girl from the countryside. Many men who have toiled in the business world for years pale in comparison to her boldness. Unlike her first visit to the Jiang Group, this time Gu Xiaoxiao was personally escorted by the director of the investment department to the banquet hall at the Shunqing International Hotel. The hall was already filled with representatives of various enterprises eager to secure financing from the Jiang Group, including many young scions and heiresses. The purpose of the Jiang Group's investment promotion banquet was to select a few enterprises with strong comprehensive capabilities and profitability for investment. Whether Gu Xiaoxiao's 10,000 acres of orchard would receive financing from the Jiang Group depended on her ability to stand out among numerous enterprises. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly found a seat and quietly sat down. After glancing at the vacant chairman's seat, she lowered her head, attempting to diminish her presence. Ji Xiaoxiao was already quite low-key, yet her striking appearance easily attracted the attention of other men. Soon, a gentleman approached her with a wine glass in hand, initiating a conversation. "Miss, I don't believe we've met before. May I inquire which prominent family in Shunqing you hail from?" Gu Xiaoxiao merely smiled politely, even refraining from raising her eyelids, and replied coolly, "It seems the Jiang Group's investment promotion banquet does not explicitly state that only the daughters of Shunqing may attend, does it?" Her light-hearted remark left the gentleman momentarily speechless. At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "They've arrived." Immediately, the entire banquet hall fell silent. Ji Xiaoxiao instinctively turned to look, only to find herself frozen in place the next second. Chapter 18. Enclosed in his embrace, the man who was surrounded by a throng of admirers as he entered was none other than the one who had knocked on her door the previous night. It turned out he too had come to attend the Jiang Group's investment promotion banquet. Ji Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled something and gently tapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten? It was he who had submitted her fruit processing project proposal to the president of the Jiang Group, thus granting her the opportunity to be present here today. Ji Xiaoxiao became increasingly convinced of her initial assumption. He must hold a significant position within the Jiang Group, possibly even in its mid-level management. When Gu Xiaoxiao glanced towards Zhang Fifan, he happened to look back at her. The two shared a brief, silent exchange of glances for several seconds amidst the lively atmosphere of the banquet hall. Completely unnoticed by anyone else, Ji Xiaoxiao quickly averted her gaze, raised her wine glass, gently swirled it, and took a delicate sip of the wine. The investment promotion banquet proceeded in an orderly fashion. Zhang Fifan did not occupy the chairman's seat but rather sat slightly to its right, leaving the chairman's seat still vacant. The event was hosted by the director of the investment department of the Jiang Group, while Zhang Fifan remained a passive listener throughout. Each attending enterprise was allotted 5 minutes to present their project proposals. After each presentation, the Jiang Group would evaluate and select 5 enterprises from the numerous attendees for investment. There were 68 enterprises present at the banquet, and Gu Xiaoxiao drew the number 48 for her presentation. After the 34th enterprise concluded its presentation, a 30-minute intermission was announced, during which representatives from various enterprises engaged in pleasantries, small talk, and attempts to curry favor with the organizers. Within 2 minutes, Gu Xiaoxiao observed no fewer than 20 representatives approaching Zhang Fifan and the director of the investment department, offering toasting glasses. Gu Xiaoxiao merely smirked slightly at this display of sycophancy, holding disdain for such blatant attempts to ingratiate themselves. To win her over, one must do so with integrity. She would not stoop to such tactics. Gu Xiaoxiao firmly believed that true talent would ultimately shine through. Even if she did not secure financing from the Jiang Group this time, she was confident that other investment firms would recognize the value of her project. The saying goes that good wine fears no deep alley. Gu Xiaoxiao remained confident in herself. However, as someone with a low tolerance for alcohol, after just a few sips of wine, she began to feel a bit lightheaded. After the intermission, it would be the turn of the 35th enterprise to present, and then it would only be 12 more before it was her time to speak. She needed to regain her composure quickly. Thus, Gu Xiaoxiao rose from her seat and exited the banquet hall to wash her face in the restroom to reinvigorate herself. Ji Xiaoxiao splashed a handful of water onto her face, and just as she bent down to turn off the faucet, she noticed someone extending a tissue towards her. Jiyu Xiaoxiao paused momentarily, still not lifting her gaze, merely following the direction of the tissue to see the hand holding it. It was evidently a man's hand. Jiyu Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed slightly. Was this man a pervert who had intentionally followed her into the ladies' restroom, or merely a drunken soul who had mistakenly wandered into the wrong facility? Regardless of the case, Gu Xiaoxiao remained calm and collected in broad daylight. She had no reason to fear him. Maintaining her slightly bent posture, she shook her head, feeling that she was still not sufficiently awake. Gu Xiaoxiao turned on the faucet once more, splashed more water on her face, and slowly stood upright, having no intention of accepting the tissue from the man's hand. Nor did she look up to meet his gaze. As she turned to leave, her wrist was suddenly grasped by this man. Only then did Gu Xiaoxiao furrow her brow and look towards him, stunned to see the man holding her wrist. How could it be him? Wasn't he surrounded by representatives from various enterprises, toasting him just moments ago? Why had he followed her to the ladies' restroom? Could he possibly be so inebriated that he could not distinguish between the men's and women's restrooms? Gu Xiaoxiao thought this and then asked, are you drunk? The follow-up sentence, "You've entered the wrong restroom," felt somewhat difficult to articulate, so she gestured towards the restroom sign with her eyes. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fifan leaned slightly forward, propping himself on the sink, thus encircling her in his arms. His low, husky voice reverberated in the spacious restroom, creating an unusually intimate atmosphere. "I was just pondering whether you were attempting to entice me into a backdoor arrangement by deliberately entering the wrong restroom." Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly forgot to breathe. Her large, expressive eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Feifan. Was he who had entered the wrong restroom? Was it not? She had clearly seen that it was the ladies' restroom before stepping in. How could it possibly be her mistake? Furthermore, was she the type to seek shortcuts? She was a person of capability, after all. However, the next moment, Gu Xiaoxiao realized her error completely. Suddenly, 2 or 3 men walked into the restroom and, upon witnessing Jiang Fifan enveloping her in his embrace, they exchanged glances before teasingly remarking, "Buddy, looks like you're having a wild time with your girlfriend in the restroom. Might I suggest you two head to one of the stalls for better privacy? You wouldn't want your stunning girlfriend exposed to the gaze of other men." Jiang Fifan shot a warning glance at the men, and they quickly understood, responding, "All right, we won't interrupt you and your girlfriend's little escapade. Please continue." With that, the men turned and left, conveniently closing the restroom door behind them. Jiyu Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed bright red. With a resounding thud, her mind went blank, and Gu Xiaoxiao froze entirely. She had forgotten to wipe the water from her face, and droplets slid down, some even trickling into the collar of her attire. Jiang Fifan cast a glance at the slightly damp collar of Gu Xiaoxiao before meeting her gaze and inquired, "Would you prefer to wipe it yourself, or shall I assist you?" Embarrassment washed over Gu Xiaoxiao, prompting her to snatch the tissue from Jiang Fifan's hand and hastily dab at her face. She then crumpled the tissue into a ball and discarded it into the trash can. Throughout this exchange, Gu Xiaoxiao kept her head lowered, too mortified to meet Jiang Fifan's eyes. How humiliating it was to have entered the wrong restroom, only to be mistaken for engaging in amorous activities within. She felt utterly ashamed, as if she had lost all dignity. If only she had refrained from those sips of wine. Chapter 19. A perfect boyfriend after a barely perceptible sigh. Gu Xiaoxiao heard Jiang Fifan's voice again. "Actually, I could arrange a backdoor exit for you." Jiyu Xiaoxiao bowed her head in contemplation, then lifted it to earnestly ask Jiang Fifan, "Do I strike you as someone who would take the easy way out?" She had always prided herself on her capabilities. Jiang Fifan studied her for a few moments, then chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair before continuing, "I meant I could open the back door of the men's restroom for you, so you can slip out without anyone realizing you went in the wrong one, sparing you further embarrassment." Jiyu Xiaoxiao felt the atmosphere, which had been somewhat bearable, suddenly grow tense. The corridor outside the restroom echoed with footsteps and male voices, and she genuinely feared that a man might walk in at any moment. Yet, it was the men's restroom. It was entirely normal for men to enter. She dared not breathe too deeply, worried that the sound of a woman's breath would be heard from within the men's restroom. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao was both frightened and anxious, as if she were truly hiding in the restroom with a man, engaged in some scandalous act. Did she appear so desperate? So eager to engage in a clandestine rendezvous? Soon, Jiang Fifan lowered his gaze and regarded her seriously. "Since you don't require it, Let's forget I mentioned it with that. He withdrew his arm from the sink, stood upright, and turned to leave. Jiu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and grasped Zhang Fifan's arm. He turned back, following the delicate, pale hand that held him, and then met her earnest gaze. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity as she implored, "Please, just open that back door for me." Zhang Fifan merely smirked, the mirth in his eyes reaching the depths of his soul, yet he did not respond with a clear yes or no. Simply watching her intently, Jiu Xiaoxiao blinked, maintaining eye contact for a moment that felt like an eternity. Until eventually, Zhang Fifan took her hand. "Then let us go." "Why must you hold my hand?" Gu Xiaoxiao thought, glancing at him and then at their intertwined hands, her words caught in her throat. Zhang Fifan remarked, "I don't want you to dawdle and hold me back, only to have others misinterpret our presence in the restroom as something more scandalous," Jiu Xiaoxiao retorted. "How did we go from a mere rendezvous to an all-out battle so quickly? Are you a 3-second man?" Zhang Fifan led her to the back door of the men's restroom and opened it slightly. When Gu Xiaoxiao saw a beam of light streaming through the crack, she exhaled softly. Finally, she was able to escape the men's restroom without anyone being the wiser, successfully erasing the stain of her restroom blunder. With heartfelt gratitude, Gu Xiaoxiao thanked him. "Thank you. No need for thanks." Zhang Fifan's lips curved into a smirk, his voice dropping to a low, husky tone, laden with implication. "I clearly present as a perfect boyfriend. Do you not feel even a twinge of attraction towards me?" Gu Xiaoxiao caught her breath, ready to shake her head, but Zhang Fifan interrupted. "I know you are not one to take shortcuts, but could you perhaps grant me a backdoor opportunity to pursue you?" Gu Xiaoxiao, relying on shallow breaths to mask her suddenly racing heart, finally managed to respond with the words he had just spoken to her. "I don't want you to dawdle and hold me back, only to have others misinterpret our presence in the restroom as something more scandalous. Therefore, I shall take my leave. You may do as you wish." Zhang Fifan stood stunned as Gu Xiaoxiao's figure vanished. Having already pushed through the back door, she made a deliberate stop at the women's restroom to touch up her makeup before returning to the banquet hall. Casting a few glances toward the podium, Gu Xiaoxiao noted that 3 or 4 minutes had elapsed since her return from the women's restroom, yet Zhang Fifan had yet to reappear. Distracted, she idly toyed with the stemmed glass of red wine in her hand. Before long, a young man in his 20s approached her with a drink, flashing a charming smile. "I've toasted with all the beauties here, except you. Shall we share a drink and become friends?" Gu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly, pondering how to politely decline when she spotted Zhang Fifan entering, retrieving a glass of wine from a server. As he approached, he declared, "Xiaomo, allow me to toast you." Caught off guard, the young man, known as Imo Xiaohui, felt the humiliation of having his cover blown in front of everyone. Embarrassment washed over him as he raised his glass to Zhang Fifan, gulped it down, and slinked back to his original position. Zhang Fifan cast a cold glance in Imo Xiaohui's direction. To dare flirt with his woman was a grave miscalculation. With Imo Xiaohui as a cautionary tale, others quickly refrained from approaching Gu Xiaoxiao, fully aware of Zhang Fifan's formidable reputation in the business world. Chapter 20. Come on, baby. The Zhang Group's investment banquet continued until 5 p.m. with over 100 attendees filling the hall, rendering the air almost stagnant. After presenting her proposal, Gu Xiaoxiao lifted her skirt and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, fearing she might suffocate within. As she exited, Imo Xiaohui, the man publicly embarrassed by Zhang Fifan, fixated on her retreating figure, vowing to his friends, "The woman Zhang Fifan protects, I shall have my taste of her." His companions, emboldened by his words, chimed in, "Xiaohui, you merely attempted a casual approach, and Zhang already exposed you. If you dare touch his woman, you risk toppling the entire Imo family." With a disdainful snort, Imo Xiaohui's demeanor darkened. "We'll see who emerges victorious." Gu Xiaoxiao leaned against the railing of a small, open terrace, relishing the fresh air when suddenly, a jacket draped over her shoulders. Startled, she turned to face the man before her, her brows furrowing as she yanked the jacket off and shoved it back into his hands. "I don't need this, thank you." This man had just witnessed her humiliation at the banquet. His appearance here felt suspicious, as if he had followed her. What did he intend, with so many places to be? Why choose to crowd her on this small terrace? Surely, it was not simply to offer her a jacket on such a sweltering day. He is either mentally unstable or deliberately acting this way. Regardless of whether his mind is impaired or he is intentionally behaving so, It is prudent to keep a distance from such a man. After Gu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Imo Xiaohui seized her arm with a firm grip. Jiu Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed even tighter as she scolded him sharply. Let go of me. Not only did Imo Xiaohui refuse to release Gu Xiaoxiao, but he also grinned mischievously, speaking in a smooth and insincere tone. With looks like yours, it's no wonder you could melt the ice-cold Jing Fei Fin. Why don't you come with me? Whatever Jing Fei Fin can offer you, I, Imo Xiaohui, can provide double and I will make sure you feel utterly satisfied every day. I can't guarantee much else, but when it comes to skills in bed, I dare say I am unrivaled in Shansheng. Just as Imo Xiaohui was reveling in his self-satisfaction, Gu Xiaoxiao merely rolled her eyes dismissively and remarked lightly, "Oh, so you're just a stallion." Soon after, Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at the hand that gripped her and disdainfully stated, "Let go of me. I find you repulsive." With that, she forcefully broke free from Imo Xiaohui's grasp and strode ahead. Imo Xiaohui was thoroughly enraged. How dare she call him a stallion and find him dirty? When had he ever been humiliated in such a manner? He felt an overwhelming urge to teach her a lesson, believing that only then would his anger subside. Seeing Gu Xiaoxiao had moved about 10 meters away, he attempted to capture her once more. However, she was too quick for him. While he failed to grasp her, he did manage to snag a piece of her dress. Gu Xiaoxiao was wearing a light pink strapless mini dress today. Caught off guard by the sudden tug, her dress loosened, causing her to gasp in shocked in a flurry. She covered her chest with one hand while using the other to pull her dress up to prevent it from slipping further down. Imo Xiaohui, with a gleeful expression, leered at her chest and uttered crude remarks. "Wow, they're quite ample. Can you cover them with just one hand? I doubt even Jing Fei Fin's big hands could encompass them fully. Stop covering them. What is the point? Come give your brother Hui a feel. Let us see if I can grasp it all. My goodness, I can hardly contain myself. Come on, baby." Although Gu Xiaoxiao longed to tear his mouth apart, she understood that the more flustered she became, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. After all, she was a woman, and confronting a man who eyed her so hungrily head-on would be utterly unwise. It was better to endure this moment of indignation. As the saying goes, a good woman does not engage in conflict with men. For now, she would bide her time, preserving her dignity. One day, she would repay him in full. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoxiao clutched her dress tightly and broke into a run. However, Imo Xiaohui was not about to let her escape so easily. As she ran, he pursued her. The banquet hall was quite a distance from the outdoor terrace, and in her current state, it was inappropriate for her to sprint back to the hall. Jiu Xiaoxiao felt like a headless fly, unsure of where to go, and in a moment of distraction, she collided with a man approaching her. When Gu Xiaoxiao looked up and saw that the man was Jing Fei Fin, for some inexplicable reason, tears welled up in her eyes, despite her efforts to remain composed. Jing Fei Fin noticed Gu Xiaoxiao's panic and the tears brimming in her eyes. He glanced at the strapless mini dress she clutched tightly and then at Imo Xiaohui, who was hot on her heels. Suddenly, he comprehended the situation. Without hesitation, Jing Fei Fin removed his suit jacket and draped it over Gu Xiaoxiao's shoulders, then swiftly lifted her in a princess carry, placing her on a long bench in the corridor. He then crouched before her, soothingly saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anyone bully you. Just wait here for me." Jiu Xiaoxiao fought back tears as she nodded gently at Jing Fei Fin. To her, Jing Fei Fin was merely a stranger she had met a few times. Yet, at that moment, his presence gave her an inexplicable sense of security. After calming her, Jing Fei Fin stood up and turned to face Imo Xiaohui, his gaze turning fierce. "Who gave you the audacity to strip her? Is it that old Imo has spoiled you so much that you can't distinguish who can be touched and who cannot? Today, I will teach you how to be a decent person." As Jing Fei Fin strode toward him, Imo Xiaohui, though inwardly panicking, feigned composure. Chapter 21. Indeed, she is the woman Jing Fei Fin has set his sights on. Moreover, Imo Xiaohui was certain that Jing Fei Fin would not dare to take any action against him. Their families had been on good terms for decades, with numerous business dealings entwined in complex relationships that involved mutual interests. Imo Xiaohui did not believe that Jing Fei Fin, a man driven by profit, would risk his standing for a woman. After all, Imo Xiaohui was the sole heir of the Imo family. Harming him would not go unpunished by the entire Imo clan. If Ji Fei Fn were to recognize this delicate balance of interests, he would not dare to act against him. When it came to women, a mere show of force would suffice. He would not resort to genuine violence. However, to Imo Xiaohui's astonishment, Ji Fei Fn reached for a glass frame hanging on the wall and was about to bring it crashing down onto Imo Xiaohui's head. Imo Xiaohui was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated Ji Fei Fn would take such drastic measures, and with such ferocity that a frame of that size would surely cause him severe harm. Just as Ji Fei Fn was about to strike, Gu Xiaoxiao shouted, "No, wait!" While sprinting toward them, clutching her strapless dress, Ji Fei Fn frowned in confusion as he looked at Gu Xiaoxiao. Imo Xiaohui, the scoundrel, had not only attempted to strip her but also to demean her. Striking him with the frame would be a mere act of kindness. Surely, Gu Xiaoxiao would not be foolish enough to show mercy to such a scoundrel. Would she? Even Imo Xiaohui felt a sense of relief, thinking that perhaps the beauty still held some compassion for him in this critical moment, allowing him to evade a catastrophic blow to his head. Both men stared at Gu Xiaoxiao, each with their own thoughts. Soon, Gu Xiaoxiao stood resolutely before Ji Fei Fn, her expression serious as she spoke clearly. "I can handle scum like him on my own. Don't dirty your hands. If anything happens, it's between him and me, and it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, I can confidently claim self-defense. If it comes to a lawsuit, I will have the justification." With that, Gu Xiaoxiao seized the glass frame from Ji Fei Fn's hands, and without a moment's hesitation, swung it toward Imo Xiaohui's head. Her movements were fluid and decisive, almost artful, with a resounding crash. The glass frame shattered, sending shards flying, some embedding in Imo Xiaohui's scalp. Imo Xiaohui stood there, momentarily stunned, his mind reeling. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly delicate girl could be so unexpectedly fierce. Ji Fei Fn was equally taken aback by Gu Xiaoxiao's audacity. Generally, when faced with such situations, girls would either panic or break into tears, yet Gu Xiaoxiao had not shed a single tear. She remained composed and acted decisively against those who sought to harm her. Well done. Indeed, she is the woman Ji Fei Fn has chosen. She is truly extraordinary. Such a woman deserves to stand by his side, weathering life's storms together. Initially, Imo Xiaohui did not feel any pain from the blow, but soon he became acutely aware of the throbbing ache in his head. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his scalp, only to find it damp and sticky with blood. Horrified, he pulled his hand back to see it smeared with crimson, a shocking sight. Then came his anguished wails. "Ah, I'm bleeding! I'm bleeding!" Imo Xiaohui pressed one hand against his head while pointing accusingly at Gu Xiaoxiao. "You wretched woman, just wait. I swear I'll make you pay on my bed, or I'll reverse my name." Upon hearing this, Ji Fei Fn's fury ignited. He stepped forward and seized Imo Xiaohui's hair, which was dripping with blood, demanding, "What did you just say? Dare to repeat that?" Gu Xiaoxiao tugged at Ji Fei Fn's sleeve, saying, "Let's go. There's no need to waste words on such scum." Jiang Fifan cast a fierce glance at Imo Xiaohui and spoke with deliberate clarity. "Imo Xiaohui, listen closely. If you dare to lay a single finger on her again, I will ensure your demise is nothing short of grotesque. I, Jiang Fifan, always follow through on my promises." After uttering these words, Jiang Fifan released Imo Xiaohui and meticulously wiped away the blood that had stained his hands with a tissue. He then lifted Gu Xiaoxiao in a princess carry and departed. Jiang Fifan did not return Gu Xiaoxiao to the banquet hall. Despite the still being underway, Gu Xiaoxiao's concerns mirrored his own. He did not wish for anyone to witness her in such a vulnerable state. One instance of pain was sufficient. He had no desire to pour salt into her still bleeding wounds. "Carry me to the restroom, please. I need to fix my dress," Gu Xiaoxiao said, her gaze averted from Jiang Fifan, her eyes cast down in embarrassment. Jiang Fifan obliged, carrying her to the women's restroom. However, when he attempted to follow her inside, Gu Xiaoxiao firmly rejected his presence, stating, "If I, a girl, were to enter the men's restroom, others might think I'm seeking a clandestine encounter with you. But if you, a boy, were to enter the women's restroom, it would not be seen as an innocent encounter, but rather as an act of indecency. The nature of the situation is entirely different." Jiang Fifan paused for a few seconds, then chuckled softly. Leaning closer to Gu Xiaoxiao, he whispered in her ear, "Just moments ago in the corridor, you insisted on handling things yourself to protect me. Now you are so considerate of me. Are you perhaps beginning to feel a twinge of affection for me? Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly pushed him away, exclaiming, I won't talk to you anymore. I must go in with that. She hurriedly adjusted her strapless dress and darted into the restroom. A charming smile lingered on Jiang Fifin's lips, refusing to fade. While he was uncertain whether she harbored even a hint of affection for him, he could sense her concern, which he regarded as significant progress. Jiang Fifin believed in himself. Soon, clarity would dawn. As the restroom door closed, Gu Xiaoxiao caught sight of her reflection, her face flushed from Jiang Fifin's earlier comment. Chapter 22. An unspeakable beauty inside the restroom, Gu Xiaoxiao adjusted her strapless dress. She had sustained a small cut on her finger while striking Imo Xiaohui with a glass frame. Lacking a band-aid, she pressed a tissue against the wound. Once her emotions settled, Gu Xiaoxiao exited the restroom. Jiang Fifin immediately noticed her injured finger wrapped in tissue. He grasped her hand, his gaze deep and somber. Did you hurt your finger? Is it painful? Gu Xiaoxiao nearly nodded but quickly reconsidered. Would admitting her pain alleviate it? If not, why burden him with her discomfort? She gritted her teeth, deciding to endure. She needed to learn resilience. A gentle smile soon graced her face as she took a deep breath and shook her head lightly. Before she could utter the words, "It's not painful," Jiang Fifin gently enveloped her in his embrace. He then carefully removed the tissue from her injured finger and took it into his mouth, tenderly sucking on the wound. Jiu Xiaoxiao's mind went blank as she stood there, stunned, momentarily lost in the sensation. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Fifin's next words brought her back to the present. From now on, let me handle the fighting. You can cheer me on from the sidelines. Jiu Xiaoxiao's lips parted as she prepared to respond, only to see Jiang Fifin retrieve a handkerchief from his pocket, delicately wrapping it around her injured finger. The sharp pain radiating from her fingertip made her gasp involuntarily. Yet, she refrained from showing her discomfort too overtly, fearing Jiang Fifin would notice. The handkerchief, imbued with his masculine essence, heightened her blush. As he tied the knot, Jiang Fifin gazed at her with fervent intensity, his voice soft and soothing. If it hurts, feel free to bite me. You need not suppress your emotions in my presence. He extended his arm toward her. Perhaps it was his tender care or the emotional weight of his words, but Gu Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back her tears. They brimmed in her eyes as she blinked rapidly, her voice quivering. It hurts. Be gentle, die. In response, Jiang Fifin's lips curled into a fond smile, and his touch grew even lighter. All right, I'll be gentle. I'll do my utmost to avoid hurting you. For reasons unknown, even such a simple statement from Jiang Fifin felt charged with an underlying intimacy to Gu Xiaoxiao. Reminiscent of words a man might whisper to a woman in a more intimate setting. Oh dear, what was she thinking? Why was her mind wandering to such inappropriate thoughts? Her cheeks flushed anew. Mistaking her blush for shyness, Jiang Fifin paid no mind, finishing with a charming little bow on her finger. He then swept Gu Xiaoxiao into another princess carry. Startled by the sudden lift, Gu Xiaoxiao instinctively wrapped her arms around Jiang Fifin's neck. Fearing she might fall, Jiang Fifin reveled in her responsiveness, his gaze burning with intensity. Despite Gu Xiaoxiao's attempts to appear composed, under Jiang Fifin's smoldering gaze, she felt her confidence wane, her eyes dropping shyly. The delightful sensation of carrying Gu Xiaoxiao was etched in Jiang Fifin's memory. Her softness pressed against his firm back, a friction that sent waves of warmth through him. As he adjusted her position, he felt her softness sway gently with his movements, an indescribable sensation that ignited a fervor within him. Yet, this tactile delight paled in comparison to the direct experience of holding her close. The softness of her body now rested directly against his chest, swaying gently with his steps, every movement amplifying his awareness of her presence, stirring his heart with an uncontainable excitement. But the pleasure was not solely tactile. The visual feast she presented was equally intoxicating. Clad in a strapless dress, Gu Xiaoxiao's figure was modestly concealed when standing. Yet, in his arms, her form naturally leaned forward, accentuating her alluring curves. Jiang Fifin dared not gaze directly at the stunning view, feigning indifference as he stole glances. Yet, even those fleeting glimpses were enough to leave him breathless. Her delicate, porcelain-like softness was utterly captivating. What could possibly contribute to such exquisite softness? The thought of touching her was overwhelmingly tempting, igniting a heat that surged through him. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiaoxiao, her heart raced with each moment Jiang Fifin held her, a constant flutter of excitement. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and to hide her blush, she leaned her face into Jiang Fifin's chest. At that moment, Jiang Fifin truly understood the meaning of holding a treasure close. Despite the heat she incited within him, he felt that nothing in the world could compare to her presence. Jiang Fifin endured the relentless heat that engulfed him, step by step carrying the girl he cherished like a treasure into the office of Ouyang Langlang at the hospital. Chapter 23. Sealed with a Kiss. The scene was reminiscent of his previous visit to Ouyang Langlang's office. The same nurse was present, and Ouyang Langlang, as before, was absent from his office. However, this time, upon seeing Jiang Fifin, the nurse proactively opened the large door to Ouyang Langlang's office. Though she regarded Gu Xiaoxiao with a hint of disdain, the nurse murmured under her breath, a mixture of jealousy and envy evident in her tone. Is it really just about chasing a man? Can't she come up with a fresh approach? Relying solely on the same old tricks, isn't she afraid it might wear thin? Her words were unmistakably directed at Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao thought to herself. She thinks I'm using tricks to pursue him? Me? How ridiculous. What pair of eyes does that nurse have to claim I am the one chasing him? As the saying goes, people strive for dignity just as Buddha seeks a flicker of incense. Gu Xiaoxiao resolved to assert her dignity, determined to leave the nurse utterly flabbergasted, to demonstrate who was truly pursuing whom. With a slight bite of her crimson lip, as if steeling herself for a momentous decision, she gently tugged at the sleeve of Jiang Fifin's arm. Jiang Fifin looked at Gu Xiaoxiao and inquired, "What is the matter?" Gu Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, took a deep breath, and glanced at the nurse still watching her and Jiang Fifin. Then, with a blush adorning her cheeks, she raised her head and asked Jiang Fifin, "The words you spoke to me in the restroom today, do they still hold true?" Jiang Fifin's lips curled into a subtle smile. "I spoke so many words to you today. Which one do you mean?" Gu Xiaoxiao felt her face burn with embarrassment. Although she lacked a mirror, she could imagine her cheeks were crimson. Her heart raced wildly. After a moment of calming her nerves, she finally looked up at Jiang Fifin again, who was gazing back at her, his eyes ablaze with meaning, laden with unspoken sentiments. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoxiao almost verbatim repeated the question Jiang Fifin had posed in the men's restroom earlier. "Today? You asked me if you could have a backdoor to pursue me." With wide, innocent eyes, Gu Xiaoxiao asked Jiang Fifin, "Does that statement still hold true?" Jiang Fifin regarded Gu Xiaoxiao intently. She felt a tumult of anxiety and embarrassment. She was uncertain how he would respond. Would it be a resounding yes or a definitive no? The uncertainty gnawed at her. If he replied in the negative, it would not only thwart her chance to reclaim her dignity in front of the nurse, but also cement the idea that she was the one pursuing Jiang Fifin. Employing the most desperate of tactics to catch his attention, Jiang Fifin continued to gaze at her without uttering a word, and Gu Xiaoxiao sensed a wave of frustration wash over her. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have refrained from asking. Why must she be so obstinate, creating such an awkward situation? Was it not better to let the nurse's words drift away like a passing breeze? Gu Xiaoxiao mentally berated herself 100 times over. Just as she was engulfed in her inner turmoil, Jiang Fifin suddenly extended his arm, pulling her into his embrace. His strong arms enveloped her waist, and his voice, though enticing, rang with clarity as every word floated into Gu Xiaoxiao's ears. "Of course, it holds true. If you think my words lack weight, I can seal it with a kiss." Gu Xiaoxiao blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Seal it with a kiss? All he needed to do was affirm the statement. She did not require any such embellishment. Soon after, she heard Jiang Fifin say, "A seal would be nice. Let us do that. It adds a touch of ceremony. Once sealed, you will belong to me." Before Gu Xiaoxiao could respond, Jiang Fifin suddenly leaned down and kissed her, though it was a gentle brush against the corner of her lips. Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the man kissing her. She felt as though she could hardly breathe. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. When Jiang Fifin finally withdrew from her lips, Gu Xiaoxiao gasped for air, feeling as though she might suffocate if the kiss had lasted even a moment longer. Seeing her flustered state, Jiang Fifin chuckled softly. He leaned closer, his warm breath tickling her ear. "Is this your first kiss? You've bestowed upon me such a precious gift. Thus, I must take responsibility for you, my girlfriend." Gu Xiaoxiao felt a delightful shiver at his words. Tilting her head slightly, and as she did, Jiang Fifin's lips brushed against her cheek. Her long eyelashes fluttered imperceptibly, and though her face burned with heat, her mind remained remarkably clear. She looked up at Jiang Fifan, blinking once before finally articulating, "I merely allowed you a backdoor to pursue me. I did not grant you access to be my boyfriend." With that, Gu Xiaoxiao deliberately cast a glance at the nurse still lingering outside the door, whose expression transformed dramatically in response. Before long, the nurse scurried away in defeat. Jiu Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Indeed, she had reclaimed her dignity, and her heart felt considerably lighter. When Gu Xiaoxiao turned back, she found Jiang Fifan watching her with a twinkling smile that reached the depths of his eyes. Jiu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, uncertain of the meaning behind his playful expression. Was it an indication of his embarrassment? Or did it signify his agreement with her stance? That even if she permitted him to pursue her, it was merely that and not an invitation to be her boyfriend. She chose not to dwell on it. She had expressed herself clearly, ensuring no misunderstandings would arise in the future. She raised her hand to brush the spot where Jiang Fifan had kissed her, still catching her breath. She heard his low, husky voice drift into her ears. "When I kissed you just now, I heard your heartbeat. I believe I am not far from officially becoming your boyfriend." At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. Her dark, bright eyes fixed on Jiang Fifan in an instant. She witnessed him smile in a way that suggested he was relishing the moment, and he continued, "Future girlfriend, I have longed to kiss you for ages. The taste is as delightful as I had imagined." Gu Xiaoxiao felt her face flush crimson. Chapter 24. I am pursuing you. Jiang Fifan, noticing Gu Xiaoxiao's shy demeanor as she lowered her head, recognized her bashfulness and refrained from teasing her further. He carefully untangled the handkerchief from her finger, then retrieved a cotton swab and alcohol, diligently and gently disinfecting her injured finger and applying ointment. Observing Jiang Fifan's meticulousness, Gu Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pain in her finger but maintained a calm tone as she broached a question she had long pondered. "Jiang Fifan, do you treat every girl this way? Are you this tender and attentive to all?" The pain was intense enough to redden her eyes, yet she remained focused on Jiang Fifan, awaiting his response. Jiang Fifan briefly raised his gaze but did not answer immediately, instead concentrating on her wound. Seeing that Jiang Fifan was unresponsive, Gu Xiaoxiao continued, "I know you are a mid-level executive at Zhang's Enterprises, but I am not that kind of person. I admit I am eager for your company's investment, but I am not someone who would sell myself for money. If you are seeking to take advantage of me, you have chosen the wrong person. I do not achieve my goals through such means." Finally, Jiang Fifan finished bandaging her finger, wrapping it with a few layers of medical tape and tying a neat bow. His gaze then turned to Gu Xiaoxiao, dark and profound, causing her heart to race inexplicably. As Gu Xiaoxiao held her breath, Jiang Fifan's deep, gravelly voice finally broke the silence. "I must admit, you are exceptionally beautiful, and at such a youthful age, you possess a charm that any man would desire. If I were to engage in underhanded dealings with you, I would not take you to the hospital. Rather, I would have whisked you away directly to my bed." Gu Xiaoxiao found herself momentarily at a loss for words. He did not intend to exploit her, yet his attentiveness was akin to a meticulous care. No one in this world would treat another with such unconditional kindness. There are always ulterior motives behind every action. With a soft exhalation, Gu Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Jiang Fifan, and inquired, "Then why are you so kind to me?" He shielded her from the rain while becoming drenched himself. He stood up for her at Feng Yingying's birthday party. He carried her home when her feet ached from high heels. Had he not been present, she would have silently endured Mo Xiaohui's teasing without recourse, and now, he could forego an important investment banquet merely to bring her to the hospital to tend to her injured finger. Gu Xiaoxiao observed all of Jiang Fifan's kindness with keen awareness. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship and her understanding of love was a blank slate, it did not imply ignorance. A man who shows unwarranted kindness to a woman must have ulterior motives. Coupled with Jiang Fifan's status as a mid-level executive at the Jiang Group, and recalling how he had initially assisted her in submitting the fruit processing proposal to their president, it was not difficult for Gu Xiaoxiao to surmise that he harbored intentions to exploit her. Yet Jiang Fifan assured her with certainty that he did not wish to take advantage of her. If he was not seeking to exploit her, then what was his true intention? Gu Xiaoxiao gazed at Jiang Fifan, eager to discern the answer from his lips. Jiang Fifan, in turn, stared into her eyes, seemingly lost in thought, before breaking into a smile and countering, "Have you never been in a relationship?" Gu Xiaoxiao felt her intellect falter momentarily. How could Jiang Fifin's train of thought be so tangential? They were not discussing why he was so kind to her, yet the conversation had inexplicably shifted to her romantic history. She even began to doubt whether they were on the same wavelength. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Jiang Fifin affectionately tapped the bridge of her nose, saying, "I'm pursuing you. Isn't it obvious?" Gu Xiaoxiao never anticipated such an answer. The notion of him pursuing her was not unfamiliar. Just today, in the men's restroom, he had asked her to grant him access so he could pursue her. She had dismissed it as mere jest, never taking it to heart. To her astonishment, he was indeed serious about courting her. Was it possible to interpret his words as a confession? Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed deeply, and she quickly averted her gaze, fearing her true feelings might be inadvertently revealed. Unlike her bashful demeanor, Jiang Fifin confidently took her hand, glanced at her, and said, "Let us go. I'll escort you home." Gu Xiaoxiao was still processing the situation when Jiang Fifin led her out of Dr. Ouyang's office. Once outside the hospital, Gu Xiaoxiao finally regained her composure. "You should return to the hotel to oversee matters. I have a car. I can manage on my own." After all, she was accompanied by a personal assistant and had arrived in her own vehicle. Jiang Fifin did not respond directly but instead asked, "Where is your car?" He was aware that Renfengel had driven her to the banquet, utilizing the most understated vehicle from Jiang Fifin's garage. However, he was uncertain of Renfengel's current whereabouts. Gu Xiaoxiao scanned the surroundings and soon pointed to a black Land Rover parked nearby. "There, over there." Jiang Fifin said nothing further, leading Gu Xiaoxiao toward the black Land Rover. As soon as Renfengel spotted his boss approaching, he promptly exited the vehicle and opened the rear door. Gu Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded at Renfengel, "Thank you." She then turned to Jiang Fifin. "You should head back. This is my personal assistant. He can take me home." Just as Renfengel assumed his boss would depart, Jiang Fifin unexpectedly stated, "The banquet should be wrapping up. I have no other pressing matters." He glanced at his wristwatch and added, "It's nearly mealtime, and I left in such a hurry that I didn't bring any money. Perhaps I could join you for a meal?" Gu Xiaoxiao replied, "Renfengel, you didn't bring any money? Boss, we're in an era where you can just scan your phone to pay. Who uses cash anymore? Such a flimsy excuse won't help you win her over." Just when Renfengel thought his boss was out of luck, he heard Jiang Fifin say, "Then let us get in the car. I've just developed a new grilled fish recipe. I'd love for you to try it and see how it turns out." Renfengel realized that even a flimsy excuse could win a girl's heart. He quickly grasped a key insight into courting women. As long as one possesses a thick enough skin, no woman is truly unattainable. His boss was a prime example of this principle. Chapter 25. Live streaming vegetable sales. The vehicle sped along, swiftly returning to the stone house in the countryside where Gu Xiaoxiao resided. After safely delivering his boss and the future president's wife, Renfengel wasted no time and departed in a hurry. He had no intention of being a third wheel. After all, he was the secret weapon in his boss's pursuit of the future president's wife and did not wish to intrude. Renfengel eagerly anticipated the day his boss would successfully win over the future president's wife, freeing him from the mundane life of an assistant in such a rural setting. He fondly recalled the vibrant life in the city. "Oh, dear Cupid, please aim your love arrow at my boss and the future president's wife. Oh, dear matchmaker, may your threads of fate entwine around them, so they may soon become a couple." Thus, he too could be liberated from his current duties. Once Renfengel left, only Jiang Fifin and Gu Xiaoxiao remained in the stone house. Having been drenched previously, Jiang Fifin was promptly ushered into the bathroom by Gu Xiaoxiao to shower and change clothes. Missing the chance to appreciate the stone house's charm, the stone house was situated within a vast orchard. Beyond the front door lay the expanse of the orchard, while the back door opened into the heart of it. Jiang Fifin quickly followed Gu Xiaoxiao to a vegetable garden behind the stone house. It was a sizable garden, meticulously tended, filled with seasonal vegetables and fruits. Jiang Fifin surveyed the garden and marveled at its vastness. He recalled Renfengel's reports stating that the orchard's farmers and their families numbered only about 20 to 30 people. Could they possibly consume the produce from such a large garden? He voiced his thoughts. With such a large garden, it must yield a significant amount of fresh produce daily. If not all of it is consumed, wouldn't that be wasteful? Gu Xiaoxiao, while picking small green peppers, replied, "Not at all. This garden's produce is meant solely for us. Everything beyond this area is generally sold out by 10 in the morning. There's only excess left, never unsold." Her words piqued Jiang Fifin's curiosity immensely. In the countryside, every household typically grows some fresh vegetables, at least enough for self-sufficiency. Most people would not need to buy vegetables unless they had specific reasons not to farm. However, Gu Xiaoxiao's assertion that such a vast garden's produce sells out so quickly left him astonished. He scratched his head, incredulous. Are people living in the countryside no longer farming? Are they, like city dwellers, reliant on purchasing vegetables? Gu Xiaoxiao blinked in surprise. I never said the vegetables were sold to the countryside. Zhang Fifin's expression transformed to one of realization. Oh, so they are sold to the city. Jiyu Xiaoxiao shrugged. I don't know. Customers from all over the country place orders. Zhang Fifin, bewildered, asked, customers from across the nation? Yes, she affirmed. Since I returned from Australia and saw this expansive vegetable garden, I immediately started a live stream on the most popular platform in the country, broadcasting at 20-4-7 in the morning. A live broadcast showcased the farmers harvesting fresh vegetables and fruits on site, followed by a sale of their produce. In the afternoon, another live stream depicted the farmers tending to the garden. By evening, when the farmers had concluded their workday, viewers were treated to the serene sight of the countryside garden at night. Given that it was a 24-hour live stream, every activity in the garden was transparent. Consumers could witness firsthand when the plants were watered, when weeds were pulled, when pests were eliminated, what fertilizers were applied, and whether any chemical pesticides were used. This openness instilled confidence in the consumers regarding the vegetables and fruits produced in our garden, naturally leading them to place orders. Nowadays, many individuals prioritize the health and safety of their food, and our garden perfectly aligns with these consumer values. Consequently, even though our produce may be priced approximately 30% higher than market rates, customers still opt to purchase from us. Zhang Fifin's face displayed admiration. Live streaming truly represented a current trend, and she was astounded by how quickly Gu Xiaoxiao had capitalized on it. Thriving in the spotlight, a smirk soon graced Zhang Fifin's lips, who said the Gu family was doomed. As long as Gu Xiaoxiao was present, the Gu family would not falter. Zhang Fifin suddenly pondered whether Gu Xiaoxiao's uncle, Gu Da, would regret expelling her and her mother from the family upon learning that his niece had leveraged a mere vegetable garden in a vast orchard to achieve such success. Noticing Zhang Fifin's sudden silence, Gu Xiaoxiao assumed she was concerned about the ongoing live broadcast of their garden. Therefore, she quickly reassured her, rest assured, this garden is for ourselves, so there are no cameras here. You need not worry, your esteemed position as a senior executive of the Gu Group will not be broadcasted to the world. Having managed to engage in a relaxed and friendly conversation with Gu Xiaoxiao, Zhang Fifin seized the opportunity to deepen their bond, and if both of us were to appear on camera, I wouldn't mind live streaming it. This way, the entire world would know that I am with you. It would be a direct declaration of my claim over you, Gu Xiaoxiao, as my woman. Gu Xiaoxiao, upon hearing Zhang Fifin's heartfelt declaration, playfully shot her a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? She retorted, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head shyly, whispering, who is your woman? Have you even caught up to me? With that, Gu Xiaoxiao picked some freshly harvested green peppers, a few scallions, a broccoli, and 3 tomatoes, then exited the garden. She had promised to prepare grilled fish for Zhang Fifin, so she soon arrived at a small stream within the orchard to catch a lively crucian carp. Chapter 26. I will follow your lead. Zhang Fifin followed Gu Xiaoxiao out, realizing for the first time that there was a meandering stream running through the orchard. A living stream at that. How remarkable! With a garden and this stream, it was certain that the waters would be teeming with fish, shrimp, and crabs. Even without venturing beyond the orchard, one could live a self-sufficient life filled with fish, meat, and vegetables. Zhang Fifin jokingly inquired, this stream wouldn't be live streamed 24 hours a day as well, would it? Gu Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, we don't sell the fish and shrimp from this stream via live streaming. I have a different wealth plan for this stream. With a mischievous smile directed at Zhang Fifin, she continued, I want you to taste the grilled fish I prepare. I want you to be my little guinea pig to test the flavor of my newly developed recipe. Zhang Fifin chuckled, I would be honored to be your guinea pig. Let us agree on this. From now on, I shall be your long-term taste tester. Since that's the case, I might as well move into the stone house so it's convenient for you to find your little guinea pig whenever you need. Zhang Fifin was exceptionally adept at seizing opportunities for advancement. He was undoubtedly the best at seizing the moment. Such a splendid chance to draw closer to Gu Xiaoxiao was not one Zhang Fifin would miss. If he could truly reside in the stone house, it would mean being close at hand, a perfect setup for him to win her over in no time. Jiyu Xiaoxiao blinked, looking at Zhang Fifin with a hint of surprise. After a moment, she finally spoke. I do need someone to help me taste my dishes long-term. So alright, you can be my long-term guinea pig. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fifan felt a surge of excitement. The fact that she was willing to let him be her taste tester meant he would have a legitimate reason to approach her and would frequently savor the delicious meal she prepared. Just thinking about it filled him with delight. Before long, he found himself daydreaming about whether she might say, "Alright, why don't you move into the stone house?" If she invited him to live there. He would likely be so thrilled he wouldn't sleep for 3 days and nights. However, just as Jiang Fifan was filled with anticipation, Gu Xiaoxiao interjected, "Moving into the stone house is out of the question. I have no plans to invite a man to live with me." Jiang Fifan's spirits deflated instantly, like a deflated balloon. But that disappointment was fleeting. He quickly rallied, adopting a somewhat persistent tone. "Well, just let me know when you decide to invite me to stay in the stone house." Gu Xiaoxiao thought to clarify but was interrupted by Jiang Fifan. "I understand. You don't need to explain. I'm in no rush. Whenever it's convenient for you to let me stay in the stone house, I'll come that I will follow your lead." Jiu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao let out a barely perceptible sigh. "Forget it. I won't engage him in this matter any longer. After all, as long as I remain tight-lipped, he won't be able to move into the stone house." The initiative still lay firmly in her hands. Jiu Xiaoxiao ceased her chatter and instead picked up her spoils, a lively crucian carp, a head of broccoli, 3 tomatoes, several scallions, and a handful of green peppers. Before returning to the stone house, she was definitely going to prepare grilled fish. Her invitation for him to join her for a meal was primarily driven by her desire for him to sample the fish cooked with her newly devised grilling recipe. If he found it delightful, then her original grilled fish recipe could be presented as a signature dish. Coupled with her previous creation, the grilled beef, prepared with her unique sauce, she would have 2 distinctive culinary offerings to boast about. With a few more innovative farmhouse dishes under her belt, she would be ready to open her countryside restaurant to guests. The grilled fish Gu Xiaoxiao intended to prepare was unlike the typical grilled fish one might find at roadside stalls. Her method involved dry grilling, akin to that of the grilled beef, but with a twist. While the beef was placed on an electric grill, the fish would be grilled directly over the flames of her stone stove. Using dry twigs from the orchard's fruit trees, this technique would imbue the fish with a rich fruity aroma, and combined with her original grilling recipe, the result would be utterly delectable. Jiu Xiaoxiao deftly dispatched the fish, cleaned it, and blotted the surface moisture with kitchen towels. She then submerged the entire fish into her pre-prepared marinade for grilling. During the marinating process, Gu Xiaoxiao proceeded to wash rice for cooking, pressed the start button on the rice cooker, and then washed the green peppers, slicing them in half as she prepared to saute them with cured meat. The cured meat was sourced from Uncle Guang's wife, Aunt Guang, who had raised local pigs from the orchard's small-scale pig farm. The broccoli was thoroughly washed, the tomatoes cleaned and diced, and the egg mixture prepared, while the scallions were chopped into fine pieces. Once everything was in place, the fish had marinated for about 20 minutes. Next, Gu Xiaoxiao set to ignite the fire in the stone stove. Jiang Fifan, aware of Gu Xiaoxiao's culinary skills, was not particularly surprised by her series of preparations. What astonished him was the stark contrast of modern kitchen appliances, like the electric grill, alongside the ancient stone stove. Even more remarkable was her ability to kindle a fire with such ease. He found himself curious about what else she might be capable of. As Jiang Fifan stood there, dumbfounded, Gu Xiaoxiao expertly speared the marinated fish with 2 iron forks and placed it on the freshly kindled stone stove. While it grilled, she brushed oil and sauce onto the fish, continually rotating it to ensure even cooking and prevent charring. In about 10 minutes, the irresistible aroma of grilled fish pervaded the room. With no more firewood added, the fish was left to slowly roast over the charcoal. At that moment, the rice was ready to. Jiu Xiaoxiao quickly stir-fried the green peppers with cured meat, then prepared a tomato and egg drop soup, deliberately sprinkling a layer of vibrant green scallions on top for visual appeal, enhancing the dish's appetizing quality. After blanching the broccoli, the grilled fish was also nearly finished. Once plated, the meal was complete, 3 dishes and a soup, ready to be enjoyed. Chapter 27. Mouth-watering. Jiang Fifan had previously savored Gu Xiaoxiao's grilled beef and had remarked at the time that it was the best he had ever tasted. Bar none, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that not only was her beef grilling exceptional, but her fish was equally exquisite. Suddenly, he found himself pondering the source of her remarkable culinary skills. Before her father, Gu Min, encountered his troubles, she must have lived a life of luxury, untouched by hardship, It had only been a few months since her father's incident. How had she developed such impressive culinary prowess in such a short span? If it had been another young lady of privilege facing sudden family turmoil, one could expect chaos, despair, or self-doubt to ensue. Yet, in Gu Xiaoxiao, there was no trace of negativity. Instead, one observed an optimistic, resilient spirit, determined to make the best of her circumstances and refused to bow to fate. Many speculated that once Gu Min was formally imprisoned, his brother Gu Da, a notorious idler, would lead the Gu group to ruin. However, they overlooked Gu Min's exceptionally capable daughter. Some might argue that being able to prepare a few delicious home-cooked meals is not particularly remarkable, and that many young ladies possess similar skills. Others might contend that even if Gu Xiaoxiao managed to effectively manage the vast orchard, it merely indicated her ability to sustain herself. However, Zhang Fifan would assert that her performance at the recent shareholders' meeting for the Gu Group, where she single-handedly calmed the tumultuous crowd, was nothing short of extraordinary. Rather than causing a stir or becoming a subject of ridicule, she garnered the support of the shareholders, who chose to maintain their trust in the Gu Group. Following her meeting, the stockholders not only refrained from selling their shares but also continued to support the company, leading to a wave of positive acclaim for the Gu Group. Thanks to favorable news and a solid reputation, the company's stock price rebounded from its lows, gradually returning to normal levels. Furthermore, after her meeting with the employees, not a single staff member opted to leave the Gu Group. All chose to share in its fate, supporting the company through thick and thin. What Gu Xiaoxiao specifically promised or pledged to her shareholders and employees remained a mystery to Zhang Fifan. What he did know was that she single-handedly stabilized the situation. It was difficult to imagine that such a seemingly delicate girl could so calmly and clearly navigate the complexities of the business world. Even a seasoned businessman might not have performed as adeptly as she did. Perhaps this was the unique charm of Gu Xiaoxiao. Zhang Fifan didn't know the fate of other companies, but he was certain that as long as Gu Xiaoxiao was present, the Gu Group would not falter. Rather, it might flourish even more brilliantly than under her father. Gu Min, noticing Zhang Fifan's unwavering gaze upon her, Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head, saying, "Can you really tell how good the fish grilled with my special recipe is just by looking at me?" After a pause, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she continued, "If you don't focus, be careful, I might just replace you with another little guinea pig." Hearing her playful yet threatening words, Zhang Fifan snapped back to attention, a look of feigned concern crossing his face. No, please don't replace me. If you do, where will you find another little guinea pig as loyal as I am?" Gu Xiaoxiao replied. "Other guinea pigs might devour your entire rice jar. But I will only feast on you." Gu Xiaoxiao then looked up at Zhang Fifan, smacked her lips, and urged, "Hurry and eat. Your drool is exceeding your tea." Zhang Fifan, grinning affectionately at Gu Xiaoxiao, replied, "I'm eating, I'll eat right away." They say that a slap is affection, and a scolding is love, a sentiment Zhang Fifan wholeheartedly embraced. Even now, being teased about his drooling brought him sweet delight. Observing Zhang Fifan's silly grin, Gu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and used the serving chopsticks to offer him a piece of grilled fish, saying, "Give it a try. How does it taste?" In truth, Zhang Fifan does not particularly enjoy eating fish. He typically avoids it whenever possible due to his aversion to the lingering fishy odor. However, confronted with the tantalizingly fragrant grilled fish before him, he could not resist popping a piece into his mouth. Perhaps it was indeed the irresistible aroma that stirred his appetite to its fullest extent. Yet, Zhang Fifan believed that the most significant reason for his indulgence was that this exquisite grilled fish was prepared by Gu Xiaoxiao herself, who personally served it to him. He mused that it wouldn't matter if it were merely a piece of grilled fish or even arsenic. As long as it was offered by Gu Xiaoxiao, he would consume it without hesitation. He had long since lost his immunity to her allure. The crucian carp grilled by Gu Xiaoxiao was nothing short of exceptional, both in appearance and flavor. Even someone like Zhang Fifan, who usually refrained from fish, found himself unable to resist and craved more. The grilling was executed to perfection, tender on the inside and crispy on the outside, mind you. Tender and crispy, not tender and charred. The entire fish had absorbed the essence of Gu Xiaoxiao's carefully crafted seasoning, exuding a delightful aroma and a robust fish flavor, succulent and juicy, devoid of any hint of fishiness. The flesh was not at all dry. Rather, it was exquisitely tender. In summary, it was simply delectable, leaving him yearning for more. So irresistible was the dish that Jiang Fifan unconsciously devoured the entire grilled fish. Leaving only a pile of fish bones behind, Gu Xiaoxiao was about to inquire if he was satisfied with the meal and how it tasted. She heard Jiang Fifan, still savoring the experience, exclaim, "Had I known it would be this delightful, I would have asked you to grill a few more pieces." "What should I do now that I want more?" Gu Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly, "Just have it cold." "What else can we do?" Chapter 28. Pursuing a girl requires patience. Once the investment approval letter from the Jiang Group was personally signed by President Jiang Fifan, it was promptly delivered to the heads of the various enterprises selected by the Jiang Group. Given that Gu Xiaoxiao was in the countryside, she received this letter well past 9 in the evening. Upon receiving the investment approval letter, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words to describe her current emotions, excitement and joy. To her astonishment, her proposal for the deep processing project of her 10,000-acre fruit orchard had been selected by the Jiang Group. Her orchard had triumphed against fierce competition and emerged victorious. How could Gu Xiaoxiao not be elated? She lay on her bed, tossing and turning with excitement. She would finally secure the funding from the Jiang Group, and her project could finally commence. However, when Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at the signature on the investment approval letter, which read Jiang Fifan, she could no longer remain composed. Jiang Fifan, the president of the Jiang Group? Gu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the three powerful characters. Could it be her little white mouse? Or was it merely a coincidence of names? Surely, her little white mouse couldn't just so happen to share the same name as the president of the Jiang Group. They couldn't possibly be the same person. Yet, could such coincidences truly exist in this world? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Gu Xiaoxiao's heart raced uncontrollably. After a while, she managed to calm herself and picked up her phone. Previously, she had written her phone number in the palm of Jiang Fifan's hand, and he had also verbally shared his number with her. Although he had only mentioned it once, she had memorized it, wondering if he had remembered hers. Regardless of whether he had or not, she felt an overwhelming urge to dial the number she had committed to memory. The call connected after just one ring. "Hello?" It was Jiang Fifan's voice, tinged with slight surprise and excitement. Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that her throat felt somewhat dry, and her heart was pounding. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to speak. "Jiang Fifan? President Jiang?" On the other end, there was a momentary silence. "Xiaoxiao." Gu Xiaoxiao felt as though she had a fish bone lodged in her throat. The word she wished to express eluded her. "Where are you?" Jiang Fifan's deep, husky voice came through. At homed. Gu Xiaoxiao paused, took another deep breath, and mustered the courage to ask, "You are Jiang Fifan, the president of the Jiang Group, right?" Without hesitation or denial, Jiang Fifan candidly replied, "That's me." Gu Xiaoxiao remained silent for a long time, so long that Jiang Fifan began to wonder if she had fallen asleep. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Xiaoxiao abruptly declared, "You knew I was the Gu Xiaoxiao who was sent to the countryside, didn't you?" Jiang Fifan was taken aback for a few seconds. He had not anticipated such a question from her. But he soon responded humorously. The Gu family's stock skyrocketed overnight, creating a sensation throughout the city. Who wouldn't recognize that it was the doing of the Gu family's young lady? Gu Xiaoxiao did not continue on that topic. Instead, she voiced her concerns. "So, you knew I was the Gu Xiaoxiao who was sent to the countryside, yet you still want to pursue me?" Jiang Fifan's low laughter resonated from the other end. "Future girlfriend, I wanted to pursue you the moment I first laid eyes on you in Australia. I've told you before. I am fond of you as a person, not for your family background. Regardless of who you are, love is love, and it has no connection to your identity. Do you understand what I mean?" Gu Xiaoxiao's heart raced even faster, but she maintained a calm demeanor as she pressed on. "You know I'm the Gu Xiaoxiao who was sent to the countryside. You like me, but aren't you afraid I might bring you trouble? My own uncle fears being implicated by my father and our family. So he severed ties with us long ago, distancing himself from us. Even my own uncle avoided us like the plague, sending my mother and me to this desolate place so as not to be associated with us. Aren't you afraid that I might bring you trouble? I am no longer the Gu family's young lady. I am not even an ordinary girl. I carry the weight of the entire Gu group's survival on my shoulders. Are you sure you still want to pursue me after fully understanding my situation?" Jiang Fifan's tone was steady, devoid of any fluctuations, yet it carried an earnestness as he replied, "Yes, I do. No matter how difficult it may be in the future, I will always be by your side. Moreover, I have great faith in you." I am certain that you will help the Gu family navigate through these challenges. I believe you will reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you in your own way. Tears welled in Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Throughout these days, she had endured countless humiliations, mockeries, and disdain. Yet, no one had ever offered her the affirmation, encouragement, and confidence that Zhang Fifan had. Whether his words were mere flattery or sincere expressions of pursuit, they undeniably warmed her heart, invigorating her spirit. Jiyu Xiaoxiao blinked, forcing back the tears that threatened to spill. After taking a deep breath, she spoke into the phone. Zhang Fifan, thank you. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fifan responded, Gu Xiaoxiao, you know I want to hear more than just that. Gu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she tentatively asked, what do you want to hear? He had encouraged her, and she had thanked him. It seemed quite logical. If Zhang Fifan did not wish to hear her gratitude, what could he possibly want to hear? Soon, Zhang Fifan's low laughter filled the line. Enticing. I want to hear you say you are willing to be my girlfriend. Zhang Feifan, Jiyu Xiaoxiao's face flushed with warmth, and she felt an overwhelming urge to hang up, yet she hesitated. After a few moments of silence, she bashfully replied, it depends on your performance. Zhang Fifan, who had anticipated no response, was elated to hear Gu Xiaoxiao's words. This was the first time she had responded positively to his inquiry. When a girl says it depends on your performance, doesn't that imply there is hope? Does it mean she is nearing acceptance of his pursuit? Zhang Fifan was so exhilarated that it surpassed even the thrill of signing a 100 billion contract. Chapter 29. Tonight, it's my turn to treat you. After hanging up the phone for quite some time, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Perhaps it was the overwhelming excitement of finally securing the investment from the Zhang family. Or maybe it was the stirring words spoken by Zhang Fifan that unsettled her mind. About an hour passed, and while Gu Xiaoxiao was lost in thought, staring at the ceiling, her phone suddenly rang. The unexpected ringtone startled her. Frowning, she stared at the phone resting on her bedside table for a while, and just as the call was about to disconnect, she reached out and answered it. The caller ID displayed a number not saved in her contacts, yet Gu Xiaoxiao recognized it immediately as Zhang Fifan's. Her heart, which had just begun to calm, started racing uncontrollably once more. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the answer button. Thankfully, she didn't need to rack her brain for what to say, as Zhang Fifan's voice came through clearly, deep and husky, leaving his emotions indiscernible. It's me? Zhang Feifan, Jiyu Xiaoxiao softly acknowledged with an fully aware of who it was, but she was curious as to why he would call her at such a late hour. She didn't believe there was any urgent matter between them that warranted a call at this hour. 2 minutes later, I'll be waiting for you outside the stone house. Jiyu Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a few seconds, finally grasping what Zhang Fifan was saying. You've come to the countryside? She had intended to ask, you came to find me, but hesitated. Fearing that Zhang Fifan would tease her so instead, she opted for a more subtle inquiry. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Fifan's voice rang clear once more. I'll be there shortly. Gu Xiaoxiao nearly dropped her phone, her heart fluttering. Before she could finish her sentence, she sprang from the bed. Not even bothering to put on her slippers, eager to leave, in her haste, she collided with the vanity, sending cosmetics scattering across the floor. On the line, Zhang Fifan's voice echoed again, low and husky. Don't rush, take your time and I'll be waiting right here for you. As Gu Xiaoxiao dashed down the stairs. Her mother, Ding Xiang, was preparing to head upstairs to sleep. Mom, I just remembered I have something to do at the stone house, Gu Xiaoxiao exclaimed hurriedly before rushing out. Ding Xiang called after her, questioning what urgent matter could possibly require her to leave without even putting on shoes. Uncertain whether her daughter had simply not heard or was deliberately ignoring her, Ding Xiang couldn't help but continue to nag. This child, all day long she runs off to the stone house. I must go see it soon, to check if it's blossomed into something extraordinary, given how much it captivates her. Jiyu Xiaoxiao rushed outside, spotting Zhang Fifan leaning against a black Mercedes by the stone house. Upon seeing her, Zhang Fifan slightly furrowed his brow. Why did you come out without shoes? The nights in the countryside can be quite chilly. Couldn't you at least have worn a jacket? Gu Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Zhang Fifan was even more nagging than her mother. Before she could respond, Zhang Fifan draped his coat over her shoulders. In the next moment, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms, placing her bare feet onto his shod ones. Her face flushed crimson as she kept her head lowered, too shy to meet Zhang Fifin's gaze. Her mind was a blank slate. Even the question of why he had come to see her at such a late hour faded from her thoughts. It was only when Zhang Fifin's voice reached her ears again. "Are you hungry? I brought you grilled skewers from the century-old restaurant in Chongqing I've been eating, but tonight it's your turn to treat me." Grilled skewers from the century-old restaurant in Chongqing. Could it be the renowned place that required reservations weeks in advance? Gu Xiaoxiao had long heard of it and had always wanted to taste their delicacies. The reason it had earned its reputation must surely be remarkable. Upon hearing Zhang Fifin mention the skewers, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but swallow hard in front of him. "I really want to eat." Zhang Fifin observed her reaction with a fond smile, leaning closer to her ear, his warm breath tickling her skin. "I've kept the skewers in the car so they wouldn't get cold. Let us eat inside." Jiu Xiaoxiao lifted her head at this. If the skewers were in the car, and she was so eager to try them, of course, she would go to his car to indulge. However, just as she was about to jump down from Zhang Fifin's feet, he swept her up in a princess carry. Being lifted so suddenly, Gu Xiaoxiao instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhang Fifin's neck. He said nothing, merely smiling down at her with an enchanting expression. Jiu Xiaoxiao shyly lowered her head again, too flustered to breathe properly. Once in the car, Gu Xiaoxiao noticed that there was no driver in the front seat. Either the driver had discreetly left, or Zhang Fifin had driven himself without one. The spacious interior, with the black partition lowered, felt completely isolated from the outside world. Several exquisite food boxes were arranged on the seats, accompanied by a few bottles of beer. Naturally, skewers were best paired with beer. How could one enjoy grilled skewers without it? Soon, Zhang Fifin began to open the food boxes, revealing an array of different skewers. Skewers of tender chicken, grilled squid, beef tendon, mushrooms, snowfish, lamb, and beef. The delightful aromas wafted through the air. As he arranged the skewers, Zhang Fifin spoke to Gu Xiaoxiao. "These are the signature skewers from the restaurant. Let us see which tastes better, yours or theirs." At his words, Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up again. It turned out he just brought her here to enjoy skewers. He wanted her to compare her own cooking with the renowned restaurant's offerings and learn from them. A smile crept onto Gu Xiaoxiao's lips. He truly was her perfect little guinea pig. With eyes full of joy, Gu Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhang Fifin. Chapter 30. "I want to kiss you." Zhang Fifin's lips curved into a charming smile as he eagerly urged. "Try them quickly. The skewers are best enjoyed while hot." Gu Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile. The presentation of these skewers was indeed tempting, and their aroma was even more enticing. She picked up a grilled squid skewer and took a gentle bite. It was tender and delectable. The grilled beef skewer, compared to her own version, was cooked to perfection, with a hint of spice that complemented the meat well, masking any gamey taste. The flavors were undeniably delightful. While savoring a skewer of tender chicken, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself lost in thoughts about the recipes, absent-mindedly eating without noticing Zhang Fifin's gaze fixed upon her. When she finally snapped back to reality, she caught Zhang Fifin staring intently at her, causing her heart to race. Unsure where to look, Gu Xiaoxiao instinctively reached for a nearby bottle of beer, taking several gulps to calm her nerves. However, her hurried drinking led to a sudden cough. Zhang Fifin, with a tender expression, gently patted her back while saying, "Take your time. No one is going to snatch it from you. It's all yours." "Including me." Jiu Xiaoxiao froze, her face turning a deep shade of crimson, and she began coughing even harder. This time, it wasn't tea from the beer, but from the shock of Zhang Fifin's candid remark. Once she regained her composure and lifted her head, she found Zhang Fifin extending his handsome hand to gently wipe the oil from the corner of her mouth. Since the skewers had a mild spice, and Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't accustomed to spicy food, her lips had turned slightly red from the heat. The sensation of Zhang Fifin's fingers brushing against her skin sent her heart racing even faster. Feeling overwhelmed with nervousness in that awkward yet intimate atmosphere, Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at the bottle of beer she had just drunk from and, without thinking, took another swig. Soon, she heard Zhang Fifin remark, "I thought only men enjoyed this strong beer. I didn't expect you to like it too." Strong beer? She had already consumed nearly half the bottle, and he only now mentioned it was strong? Gu Xiaoxiao's dark eyes flickered with a hint of panic and confusion. She yearned to tell Zhang Fifin that her tolerance for alcohol was quite limited. Just a few sips of low-alcohol wine would leave her feeling dazed. Now, Having consumed nearly half a bottle of high-alcohol beer, she wondered if she might end up intoxicated. Just as she was about to voice her intention to return home for some hangover remedy, she found herself at a loss for words, her lips having been gently brushed by him, leaving her too flustered to speak. Jiang Fifan observed the way her eyes darted about, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he said, "There's no need to feel embarrassed, and no matter how you are. I like you. If you prefer high-alcohol beer, I shall abstain and stick to the low-alcohol variety." Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiaoxiao stared at him in astonishment. Realizing he had prepared both high and low-alcohol beers, how did she end up grabbing the stronger one? Moreover, what kind of logic was this? If she enjoyed the stronger beer, he would refrain from drinking it. Noticing her bewilderment, Jiang Fifan smirked and patiently clarified, "It's because my tolerance isn't great either. If we both indulge in high-alcohol beer, I fear we might act recklessly under its influence. Of course, I wouldn't mind being intimate with you. I'm just concerned you might regret it once sober. If you're willing, I'm ready whenever and wherever." Boom. Gu Xiaoxiao's mind went blank, seemingly robbed of the ability to think. The only words echoing in her head were his, "If you're willing, I am ready whenever and wherever." With her head lowered, she took deep breaths, attempting to compose herself. When she finally mustered the courage to look up, she discovered Jiang Fifan had inched closer, their proximity so intimate that she could distinctly sense his breath. The atmosphere within the confined car ignited to an almost unbearable intensity. Jiu Xiaoxiao was so tense that she scarcely dared to breathe. His earlier words left her dazed, unable to comprehend the impending reality of what might happen. As Jiang Fifan's handsome face drew nearer, mere centimeters separated them. Jiu Xiaoxiao felt as though the very air had thinned, making it difficult to breathe, her wide, dark eyes fixated on him. Noticing her evident nervousness, Jiang Fifan chuckled softly, his lips curving into an enticing smile. "Don't be anxious. Relax a little. I just want to kiss you, if you don't wish for it." I one T crossed the line. He wanted to kiss her. Gu Xiaoxiao would rather he just kissed her without verbalizing it. Please. Such a forthright declaration left her flustered, unsure whether to permit or decline. Her heart raced wildly, pounding as if it might leap from her chest. In that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Even she herself couldn't articulate what she wished to say. Jiang Fifan, with a tender smile, leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "You don't need to say anything. I know you're willing." Jiu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he misinterpret her intentions? Before she could protest, Jiang Fifan lowered his head and kissed her. His lips grazed the corner of hers, his tongue tentatively seeking entrance. "Xiao Xiao," he murmured playfully as he kissed her. Jiu Xiaoxiao's slender shoulders trembled. Her entire being quivered at the sensation of him calling her name, igniting an unbearable yearning within her. She had thought she would recoil from Jiang Fifan's kiss, pushing him away and possibly slapping him. Yet, in reality, she found no trace of repulsion. It was simply that she was utterly unprepared for such an encounter. Gu Xiaoxiao's romantic experiences were a blank canvas. Not only was she unfamiliar with the intricacies of such intimate moments, but she had never even kissed anyone before. Yu Zhenting was the first to kiss her. Though her first kiss had slipped away, inexplicably, Gu Xiaoxiao felt no sorrow. Rather, a sense of comfort enveloped her, for her first kiss had been given to a man named Jiang Fifan, the one who protected her, encouraged her, and warmed her heart. Chapter 31. Truly a dilemma. Gu Xiaoxiao could not discern whether it was the alcohol clouding her mind or the allure of Jiang Fifan's masterful kissing technique, or perhaps some spellbinding enchantment, but she found herself instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, responding to his advances little by little. Her tentative reciprocation spurred Jiang Fifan on, intensifying the kiss point. One hand cradled the back of her head while the other began its exploratory journey, initially restrained but soon succumbing to the rising tide of desire, slipping beneath the hem of her clothing. Jiu Xiaoxiao had likely just bathed, for she carried the faint, delightful scent of soap and a unique floral fragrance that was distinctly hers. Her waist was smooth and firm, evoking a sense of admiration in Jiang Fifan. There was not an ounce of excess flesh around her waist. He caressed her gently, inching his hand further up her side, gauging the extent of her comfort. Should she express a desire to stop, he would immediately comply. Though he craved her, he respected her boundaries, adhering to a promise made at the outset, as well as the fundamental respect a man owes a woman. With each inch his hand ascended, His heart raced with excitement and trepidation. He yearned for Gu Xiaoxiao but feared her rejection, the possibility of her saying no and halting his advances. Jiang Fifin's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, both exhilarated yet anxious. Sweat glistened upon his brow. Since maturing, he had never felt such a sense of longing and apprehension, desiring something so fervently while fearing its loss, all while navigating this delicate situation with such care. As his hand inched closer to her softness, he anticipated her to call for a halt. To his surprise, Gu Xiaoxiao remained silent, not asking him to stop. A surge of joy flooded Jiang Fifin's heart. Could it be that she also desired this? Was it a serendipitous alignment of time and circumstance? If only he had known, he would have brought his RV instead. While the spaciousness of the Land Rover was sufficient, it paled in comparison to the comfort of his RV, especially for such intimate moments. However, with the moment upon them, he had no choice but to make do. Next time, he would surely come prepared. Just as Jiang Fifin was poised to seize the moment, he suddenly heard Gu Xiaoxiao's soft murmur in his ear. "My head feels heavy. I think I'm drunk and I want to go home." With that, she slumped against his shoulder, her breath unmistakably laced with the scent of alcohol. Jiang Fifin froze, as if doused in cold water. He had been ready to pursue his desires, yet she declared herself intoxicated? If only this were a mere ploy to feign reluctance. Alas, she was genuinely inebriated. What a predicament! Gazing at Gu Xiaoxiao's flushed cheeks and her disoriented state, Jiang Fifin was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He had assumed she welcomed his advances, only to discover her drunken stupor had rendered her incapable of saying no. With a sigh, he resigned himself to once again bear the burden of his desires. After uttering her intention to return home, Gu Xiaoxiao drifted into a peaceful slumber, her breathing steady and serene. The only solace for Jiang Fifin was that despite her limited capacity for alcohol, she exhibited excellent decorum, refusing to succumb to drunken antics. Initially, he considered holding her through the night in the car, but the absence of even a thin blanket raised concerns about her catching a chill. Ultimately, he decided to escort her home. He dared not take her back to her quaint three-story villa. Jiu Xiaoxiao had skipped out merrily, yet now returned in a drunken haze, escorted by a stranger. What would her mother think of him? In the future, he aspires to follow the path laid out by his future mother-in-law to secure his beloved. Thus it is imperative that Jiang Fifin does not leave a negative impression before her. The stone house presents itself as Jiang Fifin's optimal choice. With that determination, Jiang Fifin effortlessly hoisted the already inebriated Gu Xiaoxiao into his arms. Upon arriving outside the stone house, Jiang Fifin whispered to Gu Xiaoxiao, "Where is the key to the stone house? Please hand it to me. We shall sleep there tonight." Jiu Xiaoxiao, in her stupor, could barely comprehend his words, only catching the first half of his sentence while dismissing the latter. After much fumbling, she finally retrieved a set of keys from an unknown pocket. Attempting to pass the keys to Jiang Fifin, her feeble strength faltered as she barely touched his hand before her grip slipped away. With unwavering patience, Gu Xiaoxiao repeatedly reached for Jiang Fifin's hand, but her efforts soon fell short once more. Her hands were soft and delicate, and the mere moment they brushed against Jiang Fifin sent a shiver through him as if something had seized his very being. Breathless, Jiang Fifin was acutely aware of her intentions, yet his selfish desires urged him to prolong the tender contact of her gentle hands rather than hastily accept the keys. By the time he cradled Gu Xiaoxiao into the stone house, Jiang Fifin was drenched in sweat, stirred by her enchanting presence. To be precise, it was the caress of her ethereal hands that ignited a fervor within him, like a wave of heat threatening to burst forth. Ironically, the instigator of this turmoil, the drunken and oblivious young woman, remained entirely unaware of the effect she had on him. Unsure of Gu Xiaoxiao's bedroom, he noticed the spacious, plush sofa in her studio. Adorned with a pillow, without a second thought, he laid her down on the oversized couch. Just as Jiang Fifin intended to rise, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly propped herself up, half kneeling on the sofa, her delicate arm encircling his neck, her lips forming a playful pout. Chapter 32. I gave my first kiss to someone else. Jiang Fifin's heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be that Gu Xiaoxiao desired a kiss? Would they indulge in a drunken escapade? Oh, how exhilarated, anxious, and hopeful he felt. Should she take the initiative, he would never refuse. Instinctively, he glanced at the couch beneath him, relieved that it was wide and soft enough for her to feel comfortable. Just as he believed Gu Xiaoxiao was about to lean in for a kiss, she instead rested her forehead against his chest, her voice barely above a whisper yet crystal clear. I have a secret to share, but you must not tell my mother. Zhang Fifan found himself in a state of bemusement. Could they not kiss first and then converse? Or perhaps share a kiss while talking? Why was it that every time he felt a glimmer of hope for deeper connection, a bucket of cold water would douse his fervor? In that moment, Zhang Fifan felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. Should his ardor lead to any unfortunate consequences, it would be a grave misfortune. Zhang Fifan sighed, recognizing that even if he were to impart wisdom about her future happiness, the inebriated Gu Xiaoxiao would be unable to grasp it. With no other option, he settled onto the couch, embracing the petite woman nestled against him to ensure her comfort. Soon, Gu Xiaoxiao's soft, melodious voice floated to his ears. I gave my first kiss to someone else. Zhang Fifan's breath hitched. She claimed to have given her first kiss to another? Her first kiss? Could it be that during their earlier encounter in the car, he had inadvertently taken away her first kiss? The realization struck him like lightning. Her first kiss had indeed been given to him. This revelation was wholly unexpected, as Gu Xiaoxiao had lived abroad for many years, where relationships tend to be more liberated. It was not uncommon to engage in deeper intimacy, yet here she was, preserving her first kiss, a stunning young woman at the tender age of 19, still untainted by romantic experiences. The thought that she had never shared such moments with any other man sent a rush of exhilaration coursing through Zhang Fifan. However, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself not to become overly excited. He would allow her to finish her thought before succumbing to elation. Listening attentively, he awaited the moment she would acknowledge that her precious first kiss had indeed been given to him. Zhang Fifan, taking a deep breath, he held it, his ears perked for her next words. Do you know who I gave my first kiss to? Gu Xiaoxiao's soft, dulcet voice soon followed. Zhang Fifan felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. His palms sweating, he had never experienced such tension before. Gu Xiaoxiao's tousled head peeked out from his embrace, her hazy eyes locking onto his as she enunciated clearly. My first kiss was given to Zhang Fifan just now. In the CAR.AT, her soft yet unwavering declaration, an indescribable joy surged within Zhang Fifan. He gazed at Gu Xiaoxiao, his heart ablaze. Suddenly, she giggled, cupping his face in her hands, inspecting him closely before squinting and asking, I recognize you. You are Zhang Fifan. Apparently, you are not too intoxicated, he replied. Just as he anticipated further words from her, she brushed her delicate fingers from his forehead down to his eyes, tracing the bridge of his nose, and finally resting on his thin lips. Zhang Fifan, how can you be so handsome? Truly, you are far more handsome than my father. With that, Gu Xiaoxiao, seemingly entranced by his allure, pressed her rosy lips against his. Lacking any finesse, the kiss was purely instinctual. In that moment, as her lips met his, Zhang Fifan was struck by the astonishing softness of her mouth, coupled with her naturally plump and seductive lips. The contact left him entranced. The mere brush of her lips against his ignited a tempest of emotions within him. Throughout their earlier encounter in the Range Rover, Zhang Fifan had practiced restraint. But now, he could no longer contain himself. The girl he cherished was kissing him, and if he could hold back now, it would be against nature. Soon enough, Zhang Fifan transformed from passive to active, his hands grasping Gu Xiaoxiao's slender waist as he kissed her fervently. Only when she struggled for breath did he finally release her. Once Gu Xiaoxiao had regained her breath, she unexpectedly stood from the sofa. Zhang Fifan, seizing her wrist, spoke in a low, husky tone that sent shivers down her spine. Where do you think you are going? Having just experienced such a passionate kiss, Zhang Fifan wished to hold Gu Xiaoxiao tightly in his arms. Regardless of what might follow, as she began to unbutton the first clasp of her shirt dress, she murmured, It's so hot. I need to take a shower. Zhang Fifan, still reeling from their fiery kiss, was left yearning for more. He found himself engulfed in a sea of desire, beads of sweat forming on his back and his bangs dampened. And at that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao announced her intention to shower. It was nothing short of temptation. He was already envisioning her in his mind, bathing beneath the shower in the bathroom. Gu Xiaoxiao, enveloped by a fine mist of water droplets, appeared exquisite to Zhang Fifan. His deep-set gaze churned with emotions, dangerous yet enticing, as he fixated on her without a moment's distraction. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xiaoxiao was utterly oblivious to the fact that a predatory wolf was watching her intently, as if ready to pounce and devour her whole. Chapter 33. How magnificent, however, Gu Xiaoxiao, feeling drowsy, struggled to unfasten her first button before leaning softly against Jiang Fifin's embrace. The faint scent of beer mingled with her sweet fragrance as she breathed evenly against the open collar of his shirt. Time slipped away unnoticed until Jiang Fifin gently brushed aside a lock of her dark hair that obscured her face, his voice softer than ever. "Let us skip the shower and go to sleep instead? Shall we?" In her current state, how could Gu Xiaoxiao manage to walk to the bathroom alone? Unless he assisted her, he wished to, but feared that upon awakening, she might slap him and consider him a rogue. Such an outcome would be a grave miscalculation. Thus, despite his desires, Jiang Fifin restrained himself, knowing that a moment's impatience could lead to eternal regret. A little patience could lead to a lifetime of happiness. Why rush? Yet, in her hazy stupor, Gu Xiaoxiao persisted, her fuzzy head emerging from Jiang Fifin's embrace, her intoxicated gaze locked onto him, inadvertently exuding a hint of allure as she pouted her crimson lips like a child seeking affection. "No, I feel sticky and uncomfortable all over. I must take a shower, I'm so hot," she whispered, her breath warm against Jiang Fifin's ear. "I want to take off my clothes." As she spoke, she began to tug at her dress. Jiang Fifin, still consumed by the desire she had ignited moments earlier, found himself unable to bear her undressing before him. He swiftly grasped her wrist, attempting to halt her actions. However, a drunken person is often unreasonable. And Gu Xiaoxiao, fueled by the remnants of that potent beer, possessed surprising strength. Thus, Jiang Fifin could not restrain her. In the ensuing struggle, the second and third buttons of her shirt popped open, falling to the ground with a soft thud. Gu Xiaoxiao's fair skin was laid bare before Jiang Fifin's gaze. Thankfully, she wore a bra, but it did little to diminish the visual impact of her revealed beauty. Jiang Fifin's first reaction was sheer awe. How splendidly ample she was. Despite her slender appearance, with a waist so delicate it could be encircled by a single hand, she possessed a generous bosom. Earlier at the wine-tasting event, when he had carried her to Ouyang Langlang's office after she injured her finger, he had glimpsed her alluring form, yet nothing compared to the shock he felt now. Perhaps it was the presence of her strapless dress at the event that had offered some concealment. Whereas now, she was entirely unencumbered by clothing, creating an entirely different effect. His second impression was how remarkably supple she was. Jiang Fifin distinctly observed that as the buttons burst open, her alabaster skin seemed to escape, only to rebound almost immediately. The sheer size caused her breasts to quiver gently as they settled back into place. Jiang Fifin found himself entranced, unable to divert his gaze from her exposed beauty. Despite his desire to move, he fought to contain himself, exerting every ounce of self-restraint. Yet, controlling his urge to touch her was one thing. The tumultuous waves of longing within him were a force he had never experienced before. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. Who would have thought that his initial intention was merely to invite her for some skewers? But as the night unfolded, events had veered wildly off script. All thanks to that potent beer. Yet, paradoxically, it was that very beer that allowed him to feast his eyes upon her. Typically, Gu Xiaoxiao's allure was shrouded, leaving him with no opportunity to behold her in such a captivating light. Though he could not touch, could not taste, and certainly could not indulge, simply being able to gaze upon her was a solace he cherished. Before long, Gu Xiaoxiao, having tired of her antics, nestled softly against Jiang Fifin and fell into a peaceful slumber. He gently lifted her and laid her down on the sofa, ensuring she was comfortable. Afterward, he took a warm towel and carefully wiped her face, neck, and hands, hesitating to venture further. Ultimately, he refrained, knowing that it would be he who suffered the consequences. After a bit of commotion, Gu Xiaoxiao finally succumbed to a tranquil sleep. When she drifted into slumber, she was remarkably serene, curling her body slightly as she rested. Jiang Fifin sat beside her, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon her. A faint blush lingered on her cheeks, gradually spreading to the nape of her neck. Yet this did not detract from her porcelain complexion. Her lips, a vibrant red, curled gently at the corners as she slept in a state of serene bliss. Observing her peaceful slumber, a smile crept onto Jiang Fifin's face. Fearing she might catch a chill, he retrieved a light blanket draped over her office chair and placed it over her. uncertain whether it was the warmth or the blanket's weight that prompted her discomfort. Gu Xiaoxiao soon wriggled free, casting it aside. The tranquility of her slumber was disrupted as she turned onto her side, inadvertently causing her shirt to ride up, exposing her slender, delicate legs adorned with black lace trim. A vision that struck Jiang Fifan with yet another wave of intense visual stimulation. His throat constricted as the fervor he had barely quelled surged back to life. Jiang Fifan quickly touched his nose, relieved to find it unblemished by blood. However, if he did not find a way to quell the rekindled flames of desire within him, he would be the one to suffer the torment. Unable to resist, he gently brushed his fingers against Gu Xiaoxiao's nose, affectionately murmuring, "Even in your sleep, you managed to tease me. What am I to do with you?" Gu Xiaoxiao, deep in slumber, offered no reply. After gazing at her intently for a moment, Jiang Fifan rose and retreated to the bathroom for a cold shower. Chapter 34. Unable to bear it any longer just as Jiang Fifan emerged from his shower. Towel in hand, he spotted Gu Xiaoxiao groggily rising from the sofa. Alarmed that she might fall, he rushed to catch her. "What is wrong? Why are you up when you were sleeping so soundly?" Her eyes, barely open, revealed a sliver of consciousness. "I feel sticky and uncomfortable. I need to take a shower." It seemed she had not yet given up on the idea of bathing. Jiang Fifan, surprised by her sudden determination to rise, observed her disheveled appearance, the 3 undone buttons of her shirt exposing her ample bosom. Anyone unaware of the situation might mistakenly believe he had taken advantage of her drunken state. If she could manage to go to the bathroom alone to freshen up, it would be preferable. At least she would not appear as if she had been with a man. "Can you go by yourself?" Jiang Fifan had just attempted to assist Gu Xiaoxiao when she forcefully shook him off. Stumbling, Gu Xiaoxiao made her way into the bathroom. Fearing for her safety, Jiang Fifan stationed himself at the door. The rural night of early summer was filled with the incessant sounds of insects and frogs, yet they could not drown out the resounding sound of water cascading during her shower. The bathroom door was made of frosted glass, allowing Jiang Fifan to vaguely discern a blurred figure beneath the showerhead. The mingling of auditory and visual sensations became an unbearable torment for him. He had just taken a cold shower, managing to suppress the heat that had enveloped him, but now, it felt as if a spark could ignite a wildfire. Jiang Fifan thought that if this continued, he would surely be driven to madness, perhaps even to the brink of insanity, for he had never known true satisfaction. He closed his eyes, forcing himself not to gaze upon the tantalizing scene behind the frosted glass. Yet, merely listening to the sound of the flowing water made his breath quicken, alternating between deep and shallow gasps, as he clenched his teeth, seemingly enduring something profound. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of water finally ceased, allowing Jiang Fifan to exhale a long, relieved sigh. Just as he thought the torment had ended, he was soon to discover a more excruciating trial lay ahead. Gu Xiaoxiao emerged from the bathroom, swaying unsteadily, clad in a diaphanous white silk nightgown. Her long, slender legs were laid bare before Jiang Fifan's gaze. However, what truly set his blood racing was the realization that beneath that delicate garment, she wore nothing at all. The sheer fabric was so translucent that Jiang Fifan's keen eyesight seemed almost to possess the ability to see through it, revealing everything within. Though the view was faint and indistinct, it was precisely this obscurity that heightened his desire. Men have an innate fondness for their women to be partially concealed, do they not? The allure of such mystery can drive a man to the brink of madness. While Gu Xiaoxiao was in the shower, Jiang Fifan had been straining to restrain himself, believing he had succeeded. Yet, the moment he beheld her stepping out, the tension that had held him taut snapped like a frayed string. His yearning for Gu Xiaoxiao surged forth uncontrollably, like a wild stallion breaking free from its reins. Jiang Fifan could no longer bear it. His body and mind had completely slipped from his control. Perhaps due to having just showered, Gu Xiaoxiao appeared much more alert than before. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Jiang Fifan's smoldering, intense stare, which felt as if it could sear her in a daze. She tilted her fluffy-haired head, blinking as she addressed him. "Jiang Fifan, what are you doing here?" With a devilish smile, Jiang Fifan reveled in her recognition of him, knowing that it was he who would engage in the forthcoming actions. Not some other man. In an instant, he drew Gu Xiaoxiao forcefully into his embrace, showering her with fervent kisses that were both urgent and overwhelming. He sought merely to quench his thirst, refraining from fully consuming her, fearing that if he did, she might awaken the next day with a vengeance. Once he felt satiated, Jiang Fifan gently released her. Jiu Xiaoxiao, akin to a fish out of water, nestled against him, gasping for breath. After a brief moment, she succumbed to slumber in his arms. With a tender smile, Jiang Fifan lifted her once more, placing her back onto the sofa. He draped a light blanket over her, ensuring she was soundly asleep before extinguishing the lights and taking a seat in the chair where she usually worked, vigilantly watching over her in the darkness. The following morning, Gu Xiaoxiao awoke with a lingering dizziness. As she sat up beneath the light blanket, she realized she had slept on the sofa in her studio. To her dismay, she vividly recalled wearing a long shirt dress when she had stepped out the previous night. Yet now she found herself clad in nothing but a gossamer silk nightgown. Her mind blank, she struggled to piece together the events of the previous night. All she could remember was Jiang Fifan bringing her skewers from Tianji and her consuming a few along with a bit of beer. Beyond that, the rest was a complete blur. How had she returned to her studio? How had she come to wear this nightgown? What had transpired while she was there? Gu Xiaoxiao was at a loss. After a prolonged moment of confusion, she heard a noise emanating from the open kitchen, prompting her to lift the blanket and shuffle towards the sound. Her brow furrowed. To her astonishment, she caught sight of a man in the kitchen. Chapter 35. The scorching gaze of a man. Jiang Fifan turned his face slightly towards her, meeting her gaze. Awake? Are we? Gu Xiaoxiao stood frozen in disbelief. How could Jiang Fifan be in her studio? Was he making breakfast? She had never imagined waking to find him preparing a meal in her open kitchen. How did you end up here? She asked, astonished as she looked at him. Suddenly, she remembered her attire and, in a panic, pointed at herself and then at him. Last night. Gu Xiaoxiao's complexion drained of color. Surely, they had not engaged in reckless behavior while intoxicated? Jiang Fifan's deep, husky voice soon broke the silence, his gaze burning into the areas of her body that were barely concealed. You should know that men can be particularly excited in the morning. Were you planning to speak to me dressed like that? Gu Xiaoxiao blinked slowly, her gaze drifting from Jiang Fifan back to the sheer fabric of her nightgown. Soon, she felt her face flush with heat. The hem of the gown barely covered her thighs, leaving her long, pale legs exposed to the air, while her softness was evident, with no bra to shield her. The nightgown's thin fabric offered little more than the barest semblance of coverage, failing to obscure Jiang Fifan's penetrating gaze. Standing before him in such a seductive outfit at dawn, Gu Xiaoxiao wished she could sink into the ground and vanish. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she realized she should immediately change out of this nightgown. Yet her curiosity about the previous night's events with Jiang Fifan nagged at her. Tentatively, she inquired, I remember wearing a shirt dress when I came out last night. How did I end up in this nightgown? You changed while you were in the shower, Jiang Fifan replied, observing her expression, sensing that she had no recollection of the night before, which prompted her straightforward question. His gaze was so intense that it nearly overwhelmed her. Gu Xiaoxiao chose to trust his words. If something had indeed transpired, her body would certainly bear witness to it. Yet, she felt no signs of intimacy, no marks, no discomfort. Even if she had never experienced such encounters. Weren't romance novels replete with tales of women feeling utterly wrecked after such affairs? Yet, she felt none of those things. Quickly averting her eyes, she quietly acknowledged his words, then hurried back to her bedroom to change. Before heading to wash up by the time she emerged, Jiang Fifan had already laid out a breakfast that beautifully combined Eastern and Western cuisines on the dining table. Jiu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. She could hardly fathom that the president of Jiang Corporation would be preparing breakfast. Chapter 36. Be my girlfriend. Observing Gu Xiaoxiao's astonished expression, Jiang Fifan calmly presented the last bowl of breakfast fish porridge. He then beckoned her with a playful gesture, inviting her to approach him. However, Gu Xiaoxiao's gaze remained fixated on the lavish spread of both Chinese and Western breakfast laid out on the table. She mused to herself that anyone skilled enough to master both culinary styles must possess exceptional cooking abilities. A sudden impulse struck her to faint from embarrassment. Perhaps Jiang Fifan was a culinary genius hidden beneath a seemingly unassuming exterior. Meanwhile, she felt utterly out of her depth, foolishly presenting herself as his inexperienced apprentice and even daring to use him as her guinea pig. What a transgression! Her eyes darted restlessly, alternating between the sumptuous breakfast and Jiang Fifan's face. Jiang Fifan, for his part, only regarded her with a gaze that was both ardent and smiling, devoid of any other expression, which only served to disrupt the rhythm of her heartbeat, causing it to quicken with each passing moment. Under the intensity of Jiang Fifan's gaze, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself questioning whether she could manage her emotions. She was, after all, quite hungry, and the alluring aroma of the breakfast spread before her was tantalizing her senses. With her large, dark eyes swirling with indecision, Gu Xiaoxiao ultimately chose to take a seat at the table nearest to her. Yet, she hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, instead lifting her gaze to Jiang Fifan, who stood still, his intense and profound eyes unwaveringly fixed on her. Gu Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. In a moment of feigned nonchalance, she remarked, "I never imagined that Jiang Fifan, the president of Jiang Group, not only excels in the business world but also in the kitchen." A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Jiang Fifan's lips as he approached her slowly, taking a seat across from her. "So you've discovered that I'm a treasure," he quipped. "How about you agree to be my girlfriend right now? Of course, if you prefer to skip straight to the point and become Mrs. Jiang Fifan, I would be more than delighted." At such an early hour, Jiang Fifan's flirtatious words sent Gu Xiaoxiao's heart racing like a startled deer. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes any longer. In the next moment, Jiang Fifan's deep, husky voice pierced through the air. "Do you remember the secret you shared with me last night? You insisted that I must not let your mother know." Gu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Did she really divulge a secret to Jiang Fifan? What could it possibly be? And why was it something she could share with him but not with her mother? Jiang Fifan's gaze remained locked onto her, and her breath caught in her throat as she struggled to recall any secret she might have revealed. Yet, by the look on his face, it was clear that the secret must pertain to him. Heavens, could it be that she had said something she shouldn't have? Gu Xiaoxiao's long, thick eyelashes trembled with anxiety as Jiang Fifan approached her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. He paused in front of her, leaning slightly closer, his left hand resting on the table beside her, and uttered, "You said that your first kiss was given to me, Jiang Fifan." Chapter 37. The old man's first kiss. Gu Xiaoxiao blinked rapidly, suddenly recalling the passionate kiss they had shared in Jiang Fifan's car the night before. In an instant, her face turned crimson, as if it were about to bleed. Jiang Fifan's gaze was fixed intently on her, and he could clearly see the twinkling light in her eyes. He observed her for a long moment, noting that apart from her shyness, there was no hint of regret or anger. She had willingly bestowed her most precious first kiss upon him. With this thought in mind, Jiang Fifan looked seriously at Gu Xiaoxiao and said, "I will cherish your most treasured first kiss deep within my heart." After speaking, he smiled gently and leaned closer, whispering warm breath against her ear. "You shared a secret with me, so in the spirit of reciprocity, I shall share one with you." His breath cascaded over Gu Xiaoxiao's ear, sending shivers down her spine, leaving her feeling pleasantly dazed. Strangely, she found herself inexplicably nodding at Jiang Fifan, as if bewitched. A delightful smile spread across Jiang Fifan's face, and he continued in a low voice, "My first kiss was also given to a girl named Gu Xiaoxiao. Just yesterday in my car." Boom! It felt as if a thunderclap had echoed in Gu Xiaoxiao's mind. Could it be that yesterday was also Jiang Fifan's first kiss? But he had seemed so experienced at the time. And yet, he was already 27 or 28. Was it possible he had never kissed anyone before? She had assumed that at his age, he would have had countless romantic encounters, yet here he was, still preserving his first kiss. Noticing Gu Xiaoxiao's disbelief, Jiang Fifan leaned in closer. "You don't believe me?" Gu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded honestly, replying softly, "Man of 27 or 28 still having his first kiss? Who would believe such a thing?" With a hint of indignation, she lifted her gaze to Jiang Fifan, her eyes sparkling like a typical fox's, carrying an air of flirtation as she smiled. "Shouldn't a first kiss be rather awkward? Yet yesterday, your kissing skills seemed quite proficient." Jiang Fifan paused for a few seconds, then broke into a childlike grin, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "So you were quite satisfied with my kiss yesterday? If I hadn't been worried about startling you, I could have kissed you more deeply, allowing you to enjoy it even more." Gu Xiaoxiao felt her ears and neck burning, her entire face aflame. Overwhelmed with nervousness and shyness, she clenched her fingers together, desperate to escape the proximity to Jiang Fifan. Suddenly, She stood up, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking about? I was not satisfied." Jiang Fifin's smile widened, clearly amused. "Oh, so yesterday's kiss didn't meet your expectations? Then today, I shall kiss you until you are satisfied. What do you say?" Gu Xiaoxiao realized she could no longer engage Jiang Fifin in conversation. He always had a way of ensnaring her. Turning away, she attempted to leave, but before she could take more than a few steps, he caught her by the arm. Jiang Fifin embraced her from behind, his warm lips brushing against her ear. "I've given you my first kiss. Even if you're not satisfied, you can't just walk away." Jiu Xiaoxiao's ears tingled, and she instinctively turned her head away. Jiang Fifin lowered his gaze and kissed her neck. His voice low, husky, yet unmistakably clear. "You are the only one I have ever kissed, and since it was my first, my technique is certainly not extraordinary. But with more practice, you'll find yourself increasingly satisfied." Gu Xiaoxiao felt herself growing weak all over, unable to process her thoughts as the only sounds left were their breaths mingling in the air. Chapter 38. Every bone is melting when Gu Xiaoxiao finally regained her composure. The first question that escaped her lips was, "Jiang Fifin, why do you like me? Is it because I'm pretty and you want to sleep with me?" she asked with startling directness, without any hint of embarrassment. Jiang Fifin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a forthright question, which left him feeling somewhat unprepared. Her inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Why did he like her? Was it merely her beauty? If she were unattractive, perhaps she would never have caught his attention. Although he didn't solely admire her for her looks, Jiang Fifin could not deny that her beauty captivated him. He also couldn't deny that he desired her. He was a normal man, drawn to a woman he admired. To claim he had no such thoughts would be disingenuous. It would be abnormal. Yes, he wanted her. But he would not force the issue. He would respect her, at that moment. Jiang Fifin understood that regardless of whether he answered her question with a focus on her beauty or his desires, it would not be well received. She would perceive him as a frivolous person. Soon, Jiang Fifin leaned down to whisper in Gu Xiaoxiao's ear, "When you fall for someone, you simply do if it can be clearly explained." "Is it still love?" Gu Xiaoxiao's long eyelashes fluttered instinctively. She hadn't anticipated that Jiang Fifin would respond to her in such a manner. Though she found his words somewhat slick and impeccably crafted, leaving no room for rebuttal, inexplicably, her heart brimmed with delight. Lowering her head, the corners of her mouth subtly curved upwards. It was only when Jiang Fifin turned her to face him that she swiftly concealed her smile. Bowing her head even lower, her gaze averted. Jiang Fifin's lips twitched as he looked at Gu Xiaoxiao with a playful glint in his eyes. "Do you recall what you did to me last night?" In the next moment, Gu Xiaoxiao raised her head in surprise to meet Jiang Fifin's gaze. Did she do something to him last night? Even now, she couldn't recollect the events following her intoxication. Uncertain of the sudden implication behind Jiang Fifin's question, she noticed a flicker of anxiety and confusion in her eyes, prompting Jiang Fifin to chuckle softly. Just as Gu Xiaoxiao gathered her thoughts to explain her inebriation and lack of memory, she realized that Jiang Fifin had leaned in closer, so near that she could discern every pore on his face. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her heart racing uncontrollably, just as she felt she might suffocate. Jiang Fifin smiled gently, his lips forming a captivating arc, before brushing against her cheek and whispering into her ear, exhaling warm breath. "You kissed me first yesterday." In an instant, Gu Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson, her eyes widening in disbelief at the revelation that she had indeed initiated a kiss with Jiang Fifin. She dared not continue gazing at him, instead fixating shyly on the tips of her shoes. "Xiaoxiao," Jiang Fifin called her name softly. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao felt as if her heart had stopped. However, the next words he uttered made her heart race even faster. "I am someone who values reciprocity. Since you kissed me yesterday, it is only fair that I kiss you back today." As her mind blanked, Jiang Fifin's lips descended upon her own. Jiu Xiaoxiao blinked in astonishment, feeling the warmth of his lips and the overwhelming essence of his masculinity enveloping her. It felt as though every bone in her body was melting away. She remained motionless, unsure of where to place her hands. Should she grasp his arms, wrap them around his waist, or simply do nothing? In the next moment, Jiang Fifin took her hands and guided them to embrace him from behind. Her heart raced incessantly. Jiu Xiaoxiao lost track of how long the kiss lasted, only aware that it was Jiang Fifin who finally broke the kiss when she felt on the verge of breathlessness. Gazing at her flushed cheeks and her labored breaths, Jiang Fifan teasingly nudged their noses together. You need to learn to breathe while kissing, and I must improve my kissing skills as well. How fortuitous that we can practice together. That moment, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words, her mind a blank slate, her eyes misty as she gazed at him, her cheeks flushed like blooming roses, radiating warmth from her ears to the elegant curve of her neck, lingering for quite some time. Chapter 39. The Pear Syrup Workshop. As soon as the investment funds from Jiang Group arrived, Gu Xiaoxiao summoned Uncle Guang, the orchard manager. Uncle Guang, I plan to establish a pear syrup workshop in the orchard. A pear syrup workshop? Uncle Guang echoed, quickly realizing what she meant, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Miss, if this workshop can indeed be established, our vast pear orchard will be saved. Upon saying this, a look of palpable relief spread across his face. This year, while the orchard had yielded a bountiful harvest, they faced a dire problem of market saturation as neighboring orchards also thrived. Consequently, they were grappling with an acute fruit oversupply issue, leading to plummeting prices and a lack of buyers. Uncle Guang had been troubled for days over this predicament. He had intended to report back to his young mistress if no buyers emerged in the coming days, but unexpectedly, she had approached him first. Jiu Xiaoxiao smiled confidently at Uncle Guang. It will work? Uncle Guang, the funding for the pear syrup workshop is already secured. You must have heard about the Gu family's situation. I need this orchard to sustain not only our 20 or so orchard workers, but also nearly 500 employees of Jiang Group. Therefore, the pear syrup workshop must thrive. Wonderful. If that is the case, our orchard will be saved, and our workers won't have to worry about losing their jobs. Uncle Guang enthused. Miss, just let me know how I can assist you. I will do my utmost to ensure our pear syrup workshop flourishes. Although they were in a rural area with limited information, Uncle Guang was somewhat aware of the troubles befalling the Gu family and knew that Gu Xiaoxiao and her mother, Ding Xiang, had been sent to this remote place by the second young master of the Gu family. Ordinarily, the family matters of their employers would not concern him, as long as he managed the orchard well enough to provide for the 20 or so fruit farmers. Previously, even if the orchard couldn't support the farmers, it was not his concern. He merely needed to communicate the situation to the eldest young master of the Gu family, Gu Xiaoxiao's father, and funds would promptly arrive. He had effectively been a hands-off manager. But now, with the eldest young master in prison, everyone was struggling to survive, leaving no one to care for the fate of the orchard's workers. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, it was the delicate young mistress of the Gu family who stepped forward. Regardless of the outcome, at least they now had a pillar of support. Uncle Guang was more than willing to heed the commands of this newfound leader. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded, earnestly assigning responsibilities to Uncle Guang. Uncle Guang, you shall be the chief overseer of the pear syrup workshop. While we embark on this new project, the orchard must still be well managed, ensuring we have an abundant supply of quality pears for our workshop next year. The 20 or so workers we have in the orchard have been with us for several years, some even longer. I intend to assign them all to assist in the workshop. Meanwhile, we will hire additional workers to compensate, ideally doubling the number of those reassigned. Let us post job openings outside the orchard gate to see if any locals are interested in working with us. If so, we can bring in about 50 to 60 people. Uncle Guang readily agreed. Rest assured, Mississippi, there are plenty of laborers in the nearby villages who haven't yet sought work in the city. We can certainly recruit 50 to 60. With a renewed sense of hope and anticipation, Uncle Guang's spirits lifted considerably. Jiu Xiaoxiao soon inquired, Uncle Guang, have you acquired the 2 large stone mills and the 2 big pots I asked you to buy? Yes, they have all been procured, and I also brought back 2 donkeys as instructed, Uncle Guang replied. Excellent. Please find a few workers to clear the vacant area near the 2 deep wells on the east side of the orchard, and set up large fire pits suitable for the 2 big pots. Just then, Ren Fangle, who had come to see Gu Xiaoxiao, overheard her methodically delegating tasks. He couldn't help but feel that this future Mrs. President bore an uncanny resemblance to the current president, Jiang Fifan, in her demeanor and strategic poise. Having completed her instructions, Gu Xiaoxiao felt parched and was about to return to her stone house when she noticed Uncle Guang standing silently, a look of hesitation on his face. Uncle Guang, do you have something you wish to say? Gu Xiaoxiao turned to him. Uncle Guang, a bit bashful, scratched his head sheepishly. Miss, it's like this. I have a daughter named Yanzi, who graduated from high school 2 years ago and has been seeking work. I was wondering if she could assist you. She can help with whatever you need. It would be far better than her idling away the day. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly lowered her gaze, seemingly deep in thought. Uncle Guang assumed his request would be denied and, not wanting to put her in a difficult position, quickly added with a smile, "Never mind. Miss My daughter doesn't have a high education and lacks work experience. I'll let her venture out and gain some experience before returning." Jiu Xiaoxiao, upon hearing Guangshu's words, finally lifted her head. "Guangshu, I was just contemplating what kind of job would be most suitable for your daughter. I am currently in urgent need of manpower, and naturally, I wish to retain my own people to assist me. Why would you want her to venture out?" As she spoke, Gu Xiaoxiao half-jokingly remarked, "Guangshu, the fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. If we must keep anyone, let it be in our own orchard." Guangshu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "Guangshu, how about this? Our pear syrup workshop is in need of a social media influencer for live streaming. I propose that your daughter broadcast the operational process of our pear syrup workshop to promote it. Would you be agreeable to this? If she manages to successfully develop the live streaming, boosting our sales, I shall reward her with a 5 stake in the pear syrup workshop." Guangshu beamed with a smile that revealed his teeth. He had never anticipated that his initial intention of securing a job for his daughter would lead to such a generous offer from the young lady, granting her a stake in the workshop. He felt a renewed sense of commitment to assist her in establishing the pear syrup workshop. Not only he, but his entire family, his daughter, his wife, would dedicate themselves to supporting the young lady. After all, if they succeeded, they would all share in the profits of the workshop, wouldn't they? So, let us roll up our sleeves and get to work. Chapter 40. Exemplary relatives. Meanwhile, the pear syrup workshop was bustling with activity, and the vegetable garden's live streaming sales were flourishing day by day. In the city, Gu Dafeng and his wife had already received the news. To their astonishment, the vast orchard they had looked down upon was thriving under Gu Xiaoxiao's management in less than 2 months. They learned that the vegetable garden alone was generating several thousand yuan daily, accumulating over 100,000 yuan in a month. This was merely the income from the vegetable garden. They also heard that Gu Xiaoxiao was planning to establish a pear syrup workshop, even securing funding from the Jiang Group, indicating a promising resurgence. Second Aunt Chun shot a fierce glare at her husband, Gu Dafeng, and exclaimed, "Who said that the vast orchard in the countryside had little potential? Who claimed that the fruits in the orchard would rot on the trees if unsold? Who suggested that even if all the fruits were sold, it wouldn't cover the living expenses of Gu Xiaoxiao and her mother for half a year? Just look at how much the vegetable garden earns monthly. Not only is she not selling fruits, but she is also leveraging that vast orchard to acquire funding from the Jiang Group to establish a pear syrup workshop." After speaking, Second Aunt Chin, frustrated, pointed at her husband's forehead and lamented, "You, my dear, are as foolish as a pig. Why not provide something better for Gu Xiaoxiao and her mother? Instead, you chose to bestow the promising orchard upon them. Now, you've given them a golden goose that lays eggs, while you sit idly by and squander away. How did I end up marrying such a fool?" Gu Dafeng found himself at a loss for words under his wife's tirade. In the past, when the Gu family was prosperous, he could stand tall before his wife. But now, in their decline, he spoke softly, "My dear, how could I have foreseen that Xiaoxiao would carve out such a niche for herself? Rejuvenating the orchard? Moreover, what good does it do to lament now? The land deeds are already in their hands. What can we do? If it isn't ours, we shouldn't covet it." Upon hearing her husband's words, Second Aunt Chen was nearly apoplectic. Hands on her hips, she berated Gu Dafeng. "Gu Dafeng, you truly are a blockhead. That is tangible wealth right before your eyes, and you don't wish to seize it? Do you know how generous your niece is? She granted a 5 stake in the pear syrup workshop to Guangshu's daughter without batting an eyelash. What does our daughter have in comparison? I'll tell you this. Our daughter Chengqing will soon return from Canada, and if a servant's daughter can have a 5 stake, then my daughter must have at least 20. Tomorrow, you shall retrieve it for me." Gu Dafeng was utterly bewildered. "Retrieve it? You make it sound so simple. That's a 20 stake in the pear syrup workshop, not just vegetables from a garden." He rolled his eyes in disbelief. Seeing her husband roll his eyes, Second Aunt Chen trembled with rage, pointing at him and continuing her tirade. "Fine, Gu Dafeng. You have some nerve. If you won't go, I shall. Tomorrow, I will confront your precious niece and demand to know why a servant's daughter has shares while her own cousin does not. How can she treat a servant's daughter better than her own kin? If we hadn't felt sorry for them, would they have ever acquired that vast orchard?" I will go find Gu Xiaoxiao and her mother tomorrow. And they must understand the importance of gratitude. One must not forget the well from which they drink. We have bestowed upon them such a grand orchard. It is only fair that she returns 20 of the pear syrup workshop's shares to our daughter. Is that too much to ask? Gu Dafeng dared not oppose his formidable wife and could only repeatedly say, You are wise, my dear. I shall await your good news tomorrow. Second Aunt Chen huffed at Gu Dafeng before strutting upstairs. Watching her sway, Gu Dafeng felt a rush of desire and quickly followed her, embracing her from behind as they approached their bedroom. Why, dear, the night is upon us. Shall we extinguish the lights and retire for the evening? As he spoke, he eagerly kissed Chen and slid his hand under her skirt. Soon, her playful protest echoed in the room, You naughty one. I'm not in the mood. Gu Dafeng, though lacking in many skills, was adept at wooing women. My dear, I know you are feeling down, so allow me to comfort you. With a pout, Chen replied sweetly, You're lucky you understand me. Now hurry, before I become too distracted. In no time, Gu Dafeng had tossed Chen onto the bed. Here I come. Let me cherish you properly. The bedroom quickly grew heated as their garments were strewn across the floor. Chapter 41. Licentious couple. After several passionate encounters, Gu Dafeng finally felt satiated, allowing Chen to rest languidly against him. The fierce demeanor she had displayed earlier transformed into a softer, more affectionate tone. Soon, she began to whisper sweet nothings into his ear. Darling, are you really willing to let me go to that desolate countryside alone? What if I encounter some rugged man who, seeing my beauty and figure, harbors ill intentions? Gu Dafeng squinted at Chen and, with a teasing gesture, lifted her chin, admiring her beauty. Though she could be sharp-tongued and fierce, her looks and figure brought him immense satisfaction. He certainly did not want her to be touched by another man. However, if there was nothing appealing to him, he was reluctant to lower his standards by venturing to such a humble place. After pondering, his cunning eyes sparkled with mischief. He gazed at Chen and proposed. My dear, if you promise to indulge me in that wild place, I will accompany you to the countryside. At first, Chen did not grasp the implication of his words, but when she did, realizing he wished to engage in intimate activities outdoors, she playfully pushed him away. Darling, you're so naughty. Gu Dafeng laughed heartily. A little wickedness is necessary. After all, if I weren't a bit bad, how could I satisfy a woman as alluring as you? Chen nestled closer to him, her voice sultry. I may be flirtatious, but that's only because I crave more of your affection. If I weren't a little daring, I fear you would have been stolen away by some fox spirit long ago. In Shunqing, Gu Dafeng's notorious reputation for frivolity was well known. When the Gu family thrived, he spent day and night indulging in pleasures. Now that they had fallen from grace, with no funds to pursue other women, he had focused his affections on Chen. He chuckled as he caressed her back. As long as you keep me wanting more, not even a fox spirit could take me from you. Understood? So, my dear, tomorrow in that wild place, give it your all to keep me utterly captivated. Chen swayed her body playfully and pouted. But what if others see us? Gu Dafeng grinned wickedly. That is precisely what makes it all the more thrilling. After speaking, Gu Da leaned in and gently kissed Chen's crimson lips, saying, My dear wife, a woman must learn to let go a little, for only then will a man cherish you more. Thus, we joyfully reached our decision. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow we shall venture to the countryside, I assure you, my beloved. I will provide you with an unparalleled experience during your physical examination. Chen's face radiated a mixture of shyness and anticipation, exuding a flirtatious charm. Resembling a soft-bodied creature as she clung to Gu Dao, Dear husband, please, no more. My heart is racing uncontrollably. Gu Da chuckled playfully. Is this too much for you? Upon finishing his words, Gu Da pressed down on Chen, and soon the bedroom was once again enveloped in warmth. At that moment, Chen was so exhausted that she lacked the strength to even lift her hand. It dawned on her that her husband, despite being in his 50s, possessed the vitality of a mere youth. Suddenly recalling the wild escapades awaiting them the next day, Chen instinctively adjusted her waist, apprehensive that it might not withstand the strain. The following day, well into the morning, Gu Da and his wife finally rose from their slumber. Ji Yuda had hardly paused throughout the night, yet he remained invigorated the next day. As for Chen, she felt as though her waist had been irreparably strained since yesterday. Playfully, She tugged at Gu Da's arm, her voice laced with a feigned sweetness. Darling, perhaps we should reconsider our plans and refrain from venturing to that wild countryside today? Gu Da let out a soft laugh. What is this? My dear wife, unable to endure a little fatigue. How could that be? With your stamina, how can you possibly compare to the enchantresses out there? Chen shot him an indignant glare, her tone sultry yet defiant. But I truly am sore all over. Can't we take a day to rest? Leaning closer to Chen's ear, Gu Da spoke seductively. Fear not, my love. Once we reach the countryside, I shall be sure to pamper you. After this, Gu Da planted a soft kiss on Chen's lips before rising. I'll be waiting for you outside. Don't keep me waiting too long. All right. With that, he dressed and exited the bedroom. Chen had no choice but to drag her sore body out of bed, tidy herself up, and join Gu Da in their vehicle, heading towards the expansive orchard. Upon their arrival at Gu Xiaoxiao's vast orchard, they found her in her stone house, listening to Ren Fengla report on the progress of the pear syrup workshop. Ren Fengla began, future president, but quickly corrected himself. Boss, the 2 large stone mills at the pear syrup workshop were tested yesterday with donkeys pulling them for a whole day, and the resulting pear juice is exquisite. Before Ren Fengla could finish, Uncle Guang rushed in. Miss, Gu Da and his wife have arrived. As soon as Uncle Guang's words fell, Gu Da and his wife strode confidently into the stone house, not only walking in boldly but also taking a seat without invitation. Treating the space as if it were their own home. Observing the couple comfortably seated on the sofa, Gu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. Initially, she had no intention of addressing them, but, after a deep breath, she maintained a stoic expression and spoke. Second uncle, second aunt, I wonder what brings you to this desolate countryside. This was the very tone that second Aunt Chun had used previously to mock the rural setting. And today, Gu Xiaoxiao mirrored it perfectly. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's initial greeting, second Aunt Chun feigned a smile, but as the latter's words continued, the smile faltered and froze in place. This little brat had managed to establish a vegetable-selling livestream and a pear syrup workshop. And now she believed herself to be impressive? How audacious! In a haughty tone, second Aunt Chen fixed her gaze on Gu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, since you've asked, your second uncle and I shall dispense with the pleasantries. You should remember that this vast orchard was generously allocated to you and your mother out of pity for your plight. Now that we hear it is profitable and flourishing, we have come to reclaim a portion of its earnings. Of course, we understand that you are just starting out and require capital. We do not wish for your money. Simply grant us a 20 share in the pear syrup workshop, and that will suffice. Upon hearing Chen's audacious demand, Ren Fengla's eyes widened in disbelief. A 20 share in the pear syrup workshop? What audacity! He worried that their future president's wife might be bullied and extorted by this couple, quickly messaging Jiang Fifan for support. After sending the message, Ren Fengla realized that their future president's wife was no pushover. Jiu Xiaoxiao, with a slight smile, appeared harmless yet spoke with a sharp edge. Second uncle, second aunt, how about this? If you want a 20 share in the pear syrup workshop, let us take this to court and see if the judge supports you. With a calm demeanor, she continued, I am a law-abiding citizen. If the judge rules that you can legitimately possess that share, I will not hesitate to comply. However, should the judge find in my favor, I shall not part with a single crumb. Second Aunt Chen was infuriated, practically steaming with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Xiaoxiao, stammering, You? Gu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes dismissively at Chen. Furthermore, I will request the judge to support my lawful claim to all assets belonging to the Gu family that you and your husband possess. Chen let out a cold laugh. On what grounds do you claim a share of our assets? Have you forgotten that the Gu family has severed ties with your father? You have all been cast out. To think you could claim a portion of our assets is utterly delusional. Gu Xiaoxiao mocked her with a smile. Second aunt, do you believe that simply stating your severance from my father means he is no longer part of the Gu family? That I am no longer a granddaughter of the Gu family? You may wish to consult a lawyer regarding the legal validity of your so-called severance announcement. Does it negate my right to inherit the Gu family's estate? Second Aunt Chen laughed derisively. Gu Xiaoxiao, in Ling City, who does not know the predicament your father is in? Without a life sentence, he is destined for life imprisonment. Do you really believe a convict can inherit the Gu family's wealth? What a fanciful notion, she continued. We have already been more than generous, providing you with a profitable orchard and a 3-story villa. Do you still desire more of our assets? Gu Xiaoxiao remained unfazed. leisurely sitting down to savor a spoonful of a newly developed pear syrup designed for skin whitening and rejuvenation, before stating, Second Aunt, even if my father cannot inherit the Gu family's wealth at present, I am his daughter and thus entitled to my rightful share. I have never signed any document relinquishing my inheritance rights. On the contrary, you and second uncle have voluntarily signed multiple documents forfeiting your claim to the Gu family's wealth. For instance, the Gu group, as well as this vast orchard and the 3-story villa, were all willingly relinquished by you both. Second Aunt Chen trembled with rage. You ungrateful wretch! We should never have pitied you. Gu Xiaoxiao shrugged indifferently. Second Aunt, there is no such term as ungrateful wretch in law, only evidence. If you can produce evidence showing that any assets belonging to the Gu family, aside from the Gu group, the orchard and the villa, solely belong to you and second uncle, then I will not contest your claim. However, if you cannot provide such evidence, I will justly reclaim what is rightfully mine. Uncle Guda, who had remained silent, began to smile upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's words. Xiaoxiao, do not stoop to your second aunt's level. She is simply long on hair and short on wisdom. We shall not engage with her. Uncle Gu Da's mind remained sharp. Initially, he believed that Gu Xiaoxiao, being young and naive, would not comprehend the intricacies of their situation. He thought he could easily dismiss her and her mother by bequeathing them the least valuable orchard and that modest villa in the countryside. Little did he anticipate that she had been feigning innocence all along, effortlessly acquiring the vast orchard and the 3-story villa before returning to claim a share of the other assets. Now, Uncle Gu felt a sense of regret akin to that of a thief who, having failed in his heist, ends up losing more than he gained. Had he known Gu Xiaoxiao was astute, he would never have allocated the orchard and villa to her and her mother. He truly felt as though he had lost both the lady and the troops. Casting a knowing glance at Gu Xiaoxiao, Guda realized he must first stabilize her and then devise a strategy to relocate any other transferable assets. Otherwise, should she indeed petition the court for a division of the Gu family's estate, he would find himself at a complete loss. He soon turned to Gu Xiaoxiao with a smile, saying, Xiaoxiao, the primary reason your second aunt and I ventured to the countryside today was to breathe in the fresh air and to wander about. Soaking in the picturesque rural scenery, a smirk of sarcasm crept onto Gu Xiaoxiao's face as she replied, Uncle, are you certain this is beautiful countryside rather than a place where even birds wouldn't deign to drop their droppings? The smile on Gu Da's face immediately faltered. Second Aunt Chen, witnessing her husband's embarrassment at Gu Xiaoxiao's jibe, felt a surge of indignation. However, just as she was about to explode, Uncle Gu quickly restrained her, silently urging her to hold her tongue. Chapter 43. On the bed of the young master of the Jiang family, unfortunately, Second Aunt Chen disregarded her husband's silent signals and escalated her tirade. You little wretch! Is this how you speak to your elders? Your father is in prison, and I want to know who gave you the audacity to speak to us like this. It's the confidence I gave her. What is it to you, Mrs. Gu? Zhang Fifin's resonant voice interrupted, arriving before his presence did. Ren Fengla glanced at his watch. It had barely been 15 minutes since he had sent a message to alert him. Surely, their CEO was racing to rescue his future wife from distress. It seemed he was quite unwilling for her to suffer even the slightest indignity. Suddenly, Ren Fengla found himself admiring his CEO's manliness. A surge of affection overwhelming him. The Gu couple turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, and their expressions shifted subtly. Wasn't he this the young master Zhang Fifin from the illustrious Zhang family of Shunqing, who had only recently returned to the country? When had Gu Xiaoxiao, the fallen heiress, managed to entangle herself with him? Zhang Fifin? The Jiang Group? The financing funds of the Jiang Group? Second Aunt Chen quickly pieced it together. She had wondered how it was that Gu Xiaoxiao, cast out from the Gu family, had suddenly acquired financing from the Jiang Group. Clearly, there was a benefactor behind her. How shameless she was, to shamelessly seduce the young master of the Jiang family for money. The Gu family's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished by her actions, and henceforth, whispers would circulate behind their backs, branding the daughters of the Gu family as disgraceful and unprincipled, relying on men's beds to secure their fortunes. If Gu family had only Gu Xiaoxiao as their daughter, she wouldn't have cared what others said. It was none of her business. However, the problem lay in the fact that, besides Gu Xiaoxiao, there was also her daughter, Gu Chengqing. Chengqing was such a good girl. How could she ever find a suitable husband if people spoke ill of her? If she couldn't secure a good match? Would her daughter's life be ruined? With this thought, Second Aunt Chin's anger flared. Jiu Xiaoxiao. Fuming with rage, Second Aunt Chin nearly lost her composure, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Xiaoxiao. How could you shamelessly climb into the bed of the young master of the Jiang family for money? Do you have no shame? Even if you lack shame, don't tarnish the Gu family's reputation. What will happen to my Chengqing? Jiang Fifan observed coolly. Before he could speak, Gu De snapped back to reality, quickly restraining the advancing Chen, reprimanding her in a hushed tone. How can you so indiscriminately accuse Xiaoxiao? Indiscriminately? Is it not plainly evident that she slept with the young master of the Jiang family to acquire that financing? Be quiet, Gu De interjected, his frustration palpable. Second Aunt Chin's fury was about to explode. How could Gu De reprimand her in front of so many people? Was he disregarding her dignity? She forcefully shook off his hand, glaring at him before turning her ire towards Gu Xiaoxiao, as if she wished to devour her whole. Uncle Gu Da's expression darkened, yet he had no choice but to withdraw his gaze from his wife. He had to secure the support of the illustrious Jiang Fifan, a figure of renown in Shenqing's elite circles. Feeling quite awkward, Uncle Gu De glanced at Jiang Fifan and then at Gu Xiaoxiao. Tentatively inquiring, Xiaoxiao, is Mr. Jiang your boyfriend? A calculating glint flashed in Uncle Gu Da's eyes as he regarded Jiang Fifan. If indeed Jiang Fifan was Gu Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, then with his status as the young master of the Jiang family, the Gu family's resurgence would be a matter of course. The excitement and anticipation surged within him, nearly overwhelming his senses. A marriage alliance. How had he not thought of this sooner? Aren't such unions between prominent families commonplace? His niece Gu Xiaoxiao had been the most sought-after socialite in Shenqing before her departure to Australia at the tender age of 16. After 3 years abroad, she had returned even more beautiful, now possessing an alluring charm that danced between girlhood and womanhood, making her all the more irresistible to men. Had he considered the possibility of a marriage alliance sooner, he would never have sent her to this rural place that diminished her status. Uncle Gu De gazed thoughtfully at Gu Xiaoxiao, who merely smiled dismissively, remaining silent. Xiaoxiao? Uncle Gu De seemed impatient, eager for her response. Jiang Fifan, disliking the predatory gaze with which Gu De scrutinized Gu Xiaoxiao, frowned. He quickly interjected, it is common knowledge that I am pursuing Xiaoxiao. Not forgetting to taunt Gu De, he added, what is this? You're Xiaoxiao's uncle, yet you're unaware of her suitors. Gu De. Jiang Fifan smirked. Of course, given that Xiaoxiao has been relegated to this desolate countryside, you must be hoping she can fend for herself without your concern for her well-being. Jiu Da's lips twitched involuntarily. Second Aunt Chin's expression flickered. A suitor? The most sought-after man in Shenqing, coveted by countless women, was pursuing Gu Xiaoxiao. Hadn't it been the case that Gu Xiaoxiao had shamelessly climbed into his bed? Yet, if she had indeed pursued him, it was only natural for him to take what he wanted without any intention of lingering. Could it be that Jiang Fifan genuinely had feelings for Gu Xiaoxiao? It seemed increasingly likely. Second Aunt Chin's mind raced as she exchanged a knowing glance with her husband. When she returned her gaze, she wore a warm, maternal smile. Mr. Jiang, whether you pursue her or not, it is a tremendous fortune for Xiaoxiao that you take notice of her. Mr. Jiang, our driver is waiting outside. May we invite you to our humble abode for tea to discuss the future of your relationship with Xiaoxiao? Gu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Fifan. Chapter 44. A display of strength in protecting his wife. Jiang Fifan was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, Gu Xiaoxiao's face reflected a mix of sarcasm, shock, and anger, her complex emotions clashing with Jiang Fifan's gaze. The girl's eyes held a hint of embarrassment and apology towards him. Jiu Xiaoxiao was acutely aware of her uncle and aunt's insatiable ambitions. They not only wished to consume the entirety of the Gu family, but were now also setting their sights on her marriage. Having encountered many greedy individuals, she had never encountered anyone as avaricious as Gu De and Chen. Jiang Fifan paid little heed to the scrutinizing gazes of the Gu couple, gently ruffling Gu Xiaoxiao's hair, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "There's no need to be angered by such individuals. With me around, you can trust that I will handle it." Upon concluding his words, Jiang Fifan turned his gaze towards Gu De and Chen Shi, a hint of a smile, both enigmatic and mocking, playing upon his thin lips, and his eyes sparkled the faint glimmers of derision. Just as Jiang Fifan was about to speak, Gu Xiaoxiao gently tugged at his sleeve. This matter was between her, Gu De, and Chen Shi. She did not wish for Jiang Fifan to be embroiled in the chaotic barking of this mad couple on her behalf. Jiang Fifan cast a gentle look at Gu Xiaoxiao, who shook her head softly, her dark eyes betraying her concealed worries and unease. Be good, he said tenderly, raising his hand to stroke her hair, his own eyes twinkling with starlight and warmth. With me here, I shall not allow anyone to bully you, nor will I permit you to suffer even the slightest grievance. Jiu Xiaoxiao blinked her expressive eyes, feeling enveloped by a sense of protection and an indescribable security emanating from Jiang Fifan's every word and action. Her growing unease and fear gradually dissipated, wrapped in a sweet, cotton candy-like sensation, rendering her soft and at ease. The feeling of having someone to lean on was truly delightful. No longer did she fear being bullied. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded slowly, whispering, "Thank you. Foolish. Your troubles are my troubles. From now on, I shall take on all your worries and troubles. I will forge ahead through thorns, while you simply need to look beautiful by my side." Jiang Fifan replied. At that moment, a flicker of disdain danced across Chen Shi's eyes, but it quickly vanished. All men are the same. They shower you with sweet nothings while pursuing you, only to take you for granted once they have you. I shall keep a keen eye to see if this young master of the Jiang family lives up to his charming words. Yet, in the presence of this influential man, whose mere stomp could send ripples through the economy of the city, Chen Shi maintained her facade of kindness and warmth. "Young Master Jiang, you truly hold deep feelings for our Xiaoxiao. But fret not, even though her father is incarcerated and unable to protect her. As her uncle and aunt, we shall love her as if she were our own child." Upon hearing Chen Shi's words, Jiang Fifan raised his eyelids with a smile that was neither genuine nor warm. His voice equally frigid. "Oh, you believe that sending her to a desolate countryside is what you call love? If you would treat your own daughter in such a manner, I might believe you genuinely regard Xiaoxiao as one of your own. Shall I arrange for a private jet to bring Miss Gu Chengqing to the countryside to keep my Xiaoxiao company?" Chen Shi, confronted by someone 20-odd years her junior, and who proved to be no pushover, found her smile wavering slightly. She straightened her posture, her smile fading. "Young Master Jiang, you may not fully comprehend the situation. If it weren't for my compassion towards Xiaoxiao and her mother, they would have been left with nothing. Not even this vast orchard and 3-story villa." Chen Shi's words abruptly faltered, her expression darkening as she heard Jiang Fifan's derisive scoff. His gaze, laced with mockery, bore into her. "I may know more than you presume. For instance, you cannot strip my Xiaoxiao of her rightful inheritance from the Gu family." Jiang Fifan articulated each word with crystal clarity. He lifted his gaze, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Moreover, if the late Mr. Gu's will were to be made public," he tilted his head, casting a glance at Gu Da, who stood quietly, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "I wonder which would hold legal weight, Mr. Gu's will or your so-called declaration severing ties with my future father-in-law?" Chen Shi and Gu Da were momentarily rendered speechless. Gu Da's heart raced, his mind a tempest of confusion. He had initially sought to align himself with Jiang Fifan, only to find himself outmaneuvered. "How do you know about the will left by Mr. Gu?" A sudden realization struck Chen Shi, and her expression turned. "I see why it must be Xiaoxiao concocting tales to contest our claim to the Gu family's fortune. I have never seen any will. Mr. Gu never left behind any such document." Jiang Fifan smirked lightly. "Is it merely a fabrication?" He turned his gaze towards Gu Da. "Surely, Mr. Gu knows best, does he not?" Chen Shi turned sharply to her husband. But Gu Da remained silent, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he regarded Jiang Fifan. He finally grasped why Jiang Fifan, despite his youth, stood atop the pinnacle of success, revered by many. The young man's prowess astounded him. Even more surprising was the fact that his niece had secured the affection of such an extraordinary individual. "Darling, what is happening?" Chen Shi whispered, her voice low. "Does Mr.G you have a will?" Gu Da sighed silently. Chen Shi, noticing her husband's silence, grew impatient. "Speak up." "Mr. Gu passed away suddenly from a heart attack. How could he have had time to leave a will?" "You are being foolish," Gu Da snapped irritably. Chen Shi froze for a moment, her expression shifting dramatically. "How am I being foolish? If Mr.G had a will, why was it not disclosed upon his passing?" "Because the elders stipulated that the contents of the will could only be revealed once Xiaoxiao turns 20. Gu Da exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. As his words hung in the air, Jiang Fifan's cheerful voice rang out. "Xiaoxiao, have you recorded this?" If your Uncle Gouda fails to disclose your grandfather's will when you turn 20, you can use this recording to take legal action against him. Gouda and Chinshur were left speechless. Chapter 45. Little Sister, May I Steal a Kiss? Shunqing No. 1 High School is a prestigious institution with a century-long legacy. Jiu Xiaoxiao, the top scorer in mathematics, language, and English for the 2017 cohort, is also the second student in the school's history to receive direct admission to one of the nation's top universities. In that year, Gu Xiaoxiao was indeed a celebrated figure at Xinqing No. 1 High School. As part of the centennial celebration, the school invited her to attend the event. The celebration took place at the school's grand sports arena, and in returning to her alma mater, Gu Xiaoxiao opted for a simple outfit, a white shirt paired with a black knee-length pleated skirt, her hair tied back in a casual ponytail. Even in such simplicity, her youthful exuberance shone through, reminiscent of a high school girl. With her naturally radiant complexion, a light touch of makeup was sufficient to leave a lasting impression. Upon her arrival, alumni from various fields had already gathered, exchanging pleasantries and reminiscing in a lively atmosphere. Though the faces were unfamiliar, Gu Xiaoxiao felt a sense of warmth in the air as she smiled at the bustling scene before her. A few moments later, her phone buzzed with a new message. Are you cold? The wind is a bit strong tonight, and it's an open-air venue. Why not wear an extra layer? Looking up, she saw the sender was Zhang Fifan. A slight frown creased her brow. Had he also come to the anniversary celebration? Was he a student of Shunqing No. 1? Scanning the crowd, she did not spot him among the throngs of people. Shrugging lightly, she quickly typed a response. Not cold. Are you attending the anniversary as well? Just as she hit send, she spotted her senior math teacher, Mr. Liang Ming, waving at her. Smiling, she made her way toward him. After a few steps, she received another message from Zhang Fifan. Future girlfriend, you are the most radiant and youthful presence here. How wonderful it is that my junior is my future girlfriend. Liang Ming was one of the organizers of the centennial celebration, so he did not have much time for lengthy conversations with Gu Xiaoxiao. He merely informed her to meet him after the event, as he wished to introduce her to the first student from Shunqing No. 1 to secure direct admission to one of the nation's top universities, a senior from a few cohorts above her. Before the official commencement of the celebration, Gu Xiaoxiao took a trip to the restroom. Unexpectedly, upon exiting, she encountered Mo Xiaohui. To her astonishment, he was also a student of Shunqing No. It was quite the disgrace for such a renowned institution to have produced a student like him, a true blemish on its legacy. How could someone like him even dare to attend the centennial celebration? We are not merely fated to cross paths. Such a notion is utterly ridiculous. Gu Xiaoxiao is beginning to suspect that Mo Xiaohui has been following her, deliberately waiting for her. Leaning against the wall of the corridor, Mo Xiaohui fixates on Gu Xiaoxiao with unwavering intensity, suddenly leaning closer. Junior, may I have a kiss from my senior? Gu Xiaoxiao swiftly steps back, a smile gracing her face, yet her tone is frigid and biting. Senior? More like a scoundrel. You dare to kiss me? Aren't you afraid I might smash your head open again? Mo Xiaohui, with a roguish glint in his eyes, stares back defiantly. What if I do? You wouldn't dare. Gu Xiaoxiao lifts her chin, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of moisture, yet devoid of fear. All the teachers and alumni from Yizhong are outside. You wouldn't risk tarnishing your own reputation. Soon, she adds with a teasing smile, Mo Xiaohui, I'm a woman. You should know that even if you haven't done anything to me, a single scream from me, and you could jump into the Yellow River and still be unable to clear your name, I advise you to keep your distance and not provoke me. Mo Xiaohui's gaze instantly reveals a mix of unwillingness and helplessness. And Gu Xiaoxiao realizes her words have had a certain deterring effect, at least within school grounds. He wouldn't dare to act as brazenly as he did in the hotel. With a fleeting glance at Mo Xiaohui, Gu Xiaoxiao turns to leave. After rounding the corner, she intends to return to the semi-open gymnasium when her phone lights up with a message from Zhang Fifan. Come to the dormitory area. The dormitory area? Gu Xiaoxiao furrows her brow. The dormitory area of Yizhong is solely for students. What could Zhang Fifan possibly want there? Half convinced, she takes a few steps forward, only to spot Zhang Fifan leaning against a pillar of a pavilion in the corridor. Upon seeing her approach, he swiftly removes his suit jacket and drapes it over her shoulders. Put this on quickly. It's windy outside, and I worry you might catch a cold. Jiu Xiaoxiao glances at him. He offers her his suit jacket while wearing only a white shirt himself. He worried about catching a cold. After hesitating for a few seconds, she concedes, realizing it would be rude to refuse his gentlemanly gesture. Soon, she comfortably wraps Jiang Fifin's suit jacket around herself. Dio, you have a recording function on your phone. Gu Xiaoxiao nods in response. I do. With that, Jiang Fifin takes her hand and leads her towards the student dormitory area. Before long, they arrive at a secluded balcony in the far corner of the dormitory area. Although Gu Xiaoxiao was once a top student at Yizhong, she knows that this balcony is a sacred spot where the youthful emotions of boys and girls intertwine. Youth is a season of exhilaration, and the restless youth often sneak here at night to share their heartfelt confessions. On a moonlit night with a gentle breeze, Jiang Fifin brings her here. What could he possibly intend? Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flush as her mind uncontrollably conjures inappropriate images. She had never ventured to this romantic hideaway with a boy before. If discovered, she would no longer be the second student in Yizhong's history to be granted admission to a top-tier university, but would instead become a scandalous figure who secretly met with a male student during the school's centennial celebration. She had just criticized Mo Xiaohui for ruining his reputation. Now, if she allowed herself to indulge with Jiang Fifin here, wouldn't she be tarnishing both her own and Jiang Fifin's reputations? The more she thinks about it, the more terrified she becomes, and she instinctively attempts to flee. Yet, before she can take a step, Jiang Fifin pulls her back and pins her against the wall. A wall slam. Chapter 46. Can you endure it? Gu Xiaoxiao's face is a picture of panic and confusion. Jiang Fifin, you, after uttering his name, she halts, taking deep breaths to steady herself. Despite her efforts to calm down, her breaths remain uneven, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with tremors. You need to calm down. If we're discovered, we'll be utterly humiliated. Jiang Fifin leans closer, gently pressing his finger against her lips. Whispering, Shu, don't speak. His distinctly masculine presence envelopes her, sending tingles coursing through Gu Xiaoxiao. She holds her breath, too afraid to move. The world seems to stand still. Just then, a sultry voice drifts in. Xiaohui, tell me, whose figure is better, mine or your fiancée's? Gu Xiaoxiao's breath catches. Xiaohui? Mo Xiaohui? Just moments ago, he was blocking her at the girls' restroom, and now he is with another woman? Perhaps he should be called Stud Xiaohui instead. As she remains stunned, Jiang Fifin leans in closer, his lips nearly brushing her earlobe, softly exhaling. Recording, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly reacts, activating her phone's recording function. Soon, Mo Xiaohui's roguish voice fills the air, his words provocative enough to make one blush. How can the naked eye perceive it? Let me hold you, touch you, and experience firsthand who has the better figure. Somehow, Gu Xiaoxiao detects an undercurrent of desperation in Mo Xiaohui's tone. The woman responds, her voice increasingly sultry. Xiaohui, you're being naughty. You've already stripped me bare. Are you still asking if I'll let you touch? If I don't let you touch, can you endure? The woman's voice is soft and sweet, like a gentle breeze that stirs a man's heart. Igniting a restless longing, Gu Xiaoxiao instinctively glances at Jiang Fifin, who, like Mo Xiaohui, is also a man. Yet, she finds his burning gaze fixed intently on her eye in an instant. She quickly averts her eyes, realizing that the one being touched might not just be that flirtatious girl, but herself as well. Soon, the sounds of Mo Xiaohui and the flirtatious woman escalate, prompting Gu Xiaoxiao to worry about the clarity of her recording. She stretches her hand to position her phone closer to the source of the sound. Just as she begins to move, Jiang Fifin's strong arm wraps around her waist, pulling her tightly against him, whispering in her ear, Don't move. I'm uncomfortable. Let me hold you for a moment. His voice is low and soft, so close to her ear that it might go unnoticed. Uncomfortable? Gu Xiaoxiao thinks, confused about what could be bothering Jiang Fifin. In the next moment, she feels a distinct change in him, and her heart skips a beat. Has Jiang Fifin reacted? Gu Xiaoxiao's mind goes blank. No, it must be broken. If it weren't, how could she be here, in this charged atmosphere, listening to others engage in intimate acts? What is the difference between this and watching an adult film? Any normal man would likely react. They are, after all, kindling and fire in this setting, ready to ignite at any moment. Gu Xiaoxiao's face flushes a deep crimson. She can almost hear her heartbeat, pounding louder and louder. Desperate to escape, she finds herself unable to push away the man holding her. Tears threaten to spill as she feels an overwhelming fear yet cannot voice it. Trembling, she manages to whisper, Jiang Fifin, I'm scared. Jiang Fifin's gaze is intense, his lips brushing against her flushed ones as he whispers back, Girlfriend, don't move. don't spark a fire on me. All right? It's dangerous. Understand? Gu Xiaoxiao's mind erupts with a roar, unsure whether it's from his calling her girlfriend or his warning about igniting a fire. She freezes, paralyzed with shock, daring not to move again. Nearby, the lewd sounds of men and women intertwine. While her body is pressed tightly against Zhang Fifan's, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, Jiyu Xiaoxiao can distinctly feel Zhang Fifan's heartbeat, steady and rhythmic, alongside the faint scent of mint that emanates from him. She feels as though she is on the brink of suffocation, her heart racing uncontrollably. This is truly a matter of life and death. As Gu Xiaoxiao was becoming increasingly restless, she suddenly felt Zhang Fifan's hand slowly tracing the contours of her body. Inch by inch descending, he leaned his head slightly towards her ear, his voice low and slightly husky, laced with an enticing allure. Girlfriend, the sweet, milky fragrance emanating from you utterly captivates me. Jiyu Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. A surge of emotion erupting from deep within her, she inhaled deeply, and then again. Yet her heart continued to race uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood might spill forth, and in her agitation, she could no longer contain herself. She simply closed her eyes and buried her head in Zhang Fifan's embrace, disregarding everything around her, wishing only for the neighboring couple, consumed by desire, to conclude their affair swiftly. A charming smile curved at the corners of Zhang Fifan's lips as he affectionately ruffled the hair of the sweet and compliant Gu Xiaoxiao, gently stroking her silky locks, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Gu Xiaoxiao felt herself on the verge of slumber when she heard Zhang Fifan's deep voice whispering in her ear. Girlfriend, the couple next door has finished their business and left. It dawned on me that you are so attached to my warm, broad embrace that you are reluctant to part from it. Gu Xiaoxiao abruptly snapped back to reality, her face flushed with embarrassment as she pushed Zhang Fifan away. Exclaiming, I am not, don't speak nonsense. With that, she nearly fled from the intoxicating atmosphere. Observing Gu Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, Zhang Fifan's smile deepened, but he soon followed closely behind. Chapter 47. Hi, girlfriend. As Gu Xiaoxiao approached the semi-open gymnasium, her phone vibrated with a message from teacher Li Yingming. Xiaoxiao, please come to the reception hall after the gala. I would like to introduce you to a senior who is the first from our school to receive an offer to attend the nation's top A-class university. Glancing towards the school anniversary gala, which was nearing its conclusion, she resolved to head directly to the reception hall. Just a few steps later, Zhang Fifan caught up with her. Hi, girlfriend, he greeted. Jiyu Xiaoxiao's ears flushed instantly, and she lowered her gaze, evading his stare. After a moment, she mustered the courage to respond. My name is Gu Xiaoxiao, not girlfriend. Upon raising her head to meet Zhang Fifan's gaze, her eyes flickered nervously as they locked onto his intense gaze, causing her face to redden further, prompting her to hastily look away. She then turned to walk ahead. Zhang Fifan chuckled softly, quickening his pace to walk alongside her, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. All right, I understand. Xiaoxiao, girlfriend. Gu Xiaoxiao lowered her eyes, remaining silent, pondering how one might awaken a person feigning sleep. It seemed a daunting task. Despite her clear declaration, Zhang Fifan insisted on using the term girlfriend. Jiyu Xiaoxiao contemplated where Zhang Fifan had gleaned the mistaken impression that their relationship had evolved into that of a couple. Lost in her thoughts, Zhang Fifan had already caught up. Walking alongside her, he glanced at her and reached out to take her hand, but the moment their fingers brushed, Gu Xiaoxiao recoiled as if shocked by an electric current. Zhang Fifan observed his hand hanging in the air, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Clearly, his endeavor had yet to bear fruit. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and shyness. Stealing a glance at Zhang Fifan, she quickly jogged towards the school's reception hall. Upon reaching the hall, slightly breathless, she found teacher Li Yingming awaiting her arrival. Hearing her footsteps, he looked up and, upon recognizing Gu Xiaoxiao, beamed, Xiaoxiao, it has been years since I last saw you. You have become even more beautiful. Jiyu Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a playful smile as she replied, Teacher, you still look as handsome as ever. Li Yingming waved his hand dismissively, saying, the teacher has grown old. Now it is your generation's time to shine. Before long, Li Yingming gestured for Gu Xiaoxiao to sit down. Xiaoxiao, take a seat, don't stand while we talk. Your senior will be here shortly, we can chat while we wait. Gu Xiaoxiao remained obedient throughout their conversation, finding common ground with teacher Li, creating a harmonious atmosphere, until someone called out teacher Li from behind her. Without needing to turn around, Gu Xiaoxiao instantly recognized the voice. Who else but Zhang Fifan? The smile on her lips faltered, her reaction evidently more pronounced than that of Teacher Li. Could it be that Zhang Fifan was the very senior Teacher Li had mentioned, the first from their school to secure a place at the nation's top A-class university? Sure enough, Teacher Li's next words confirmed her suspicions. Fifan, come here. Let me introduce you to this young lady. Before Teacher Li could finish, Zhang Fifan glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao and interjected with a smile. Teacher, Xiaoxiao and I are acquainted quite well. In fact, so you know each other? Teacher Li exclaimed, his smile widening. Of course, you are both alumni, a junior and a senior, and the first and second students from our school to gain admission to the nation's top A-class university. It is only natural you would know one another. Teacher Li then turned to Gu Xiaoxiao. Since you and your senior Fifan are familiar, I shall leave you in his capable hands to discuss the details of next month's experience sharing session with the third-year students. Experience sharing session? With him? Gu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, but Teacher Li did not afford her an opportunity to decline, gently patting her shoulder while still smiling. Xiaoxiao, you should also seek advice from your senior Fifan. He has achieved remarkable success at such a young age in the business world, and he is certainly someone worth learning from. I have numerous tasks to wrap up after the gala, and I believe it is nearly time for me to leave, Gu Xiaoxiao replied, glancing at her watch, which indicated it was 10 o'clock sharp. Before she could utter another word, Teacher Li hurriedly turned and headed towards the reception hall's entrance, patting Zhang Fifan on the shoulder as he passed, instructing him, Fifan, as a senior, you must take good care of our junior. As Gu Xiaoxiao turned to look at Zhang Fifan, she caught him smiling in response to Teacher Li, assuring, don't worry, teacher, I will take excellent care of Xiaoxiao. Unaware of the deeper implications behind Zhang Fifan's words, Teacher Li left the reception hall, grinning. As Gu Xiaoxiao continued to gaze at Zhang Fifan, he approached her, his smile even more radiant. When he reached her at the coffee table, he leaned in closer, his voice dripping with charm. Senior and junior? How delightful it could be to indulge in such role-playing from time to time. Gu Xiaoxiao furrowed her delicate brows at the thought. Senior and junior, role-playing? I never imagined Zhang Fifan had such peculiar tastes. Choosing silence, Gu Xiaoxiao averted her gaze, lowering her eyes. Zhang Fifan, too, glanced at her but refrained from further teasing, instead gently taking hold of her hand. Surprised, Gu Xiaoxiao looked at him, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Zhang Fifan tightened his grip. Let us go, girlfriend. Your hands are so cold. Do you intend to sit here all night? But, Teacher Li, Gu Xiaoxiao began, but Zhang Fifan raised his fingers slightly, tapping her hand gently. Teacher Li did not instruct us to wait for him. He merely asked me to take good care of you. I am now following his orders to look after my junior and girlfriend. Gu Xiaoxiao suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, yet she could not help but exclaim, Zhang Fifan, do you enjoy coercing others? I have not even agreed to be your girlfriend, Zhang Fifan smiled. You will inevitably be my girlfriend. I am merely calling it early. Chapter 48. Alone together as Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Fifan approached the entrance of the reception hall, Teacher Li Yingming hurriedly approached them, engaging them in conversation for nearly an hour. When Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Fifan finally departed the hall, it was already 11:30. I'll walk you back, Zhang Fifan offered as they reached the school gate. Gu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, contemplating for a few seconds, just a few seconds, before shaking her head with conviction. Please take me to the nearest hotel. I will stay there for the night and return tomorrow. Upon finishing her words, Gu Xiaoxiao stepped into Zhang Fifan's car. Ever since her mother, Ding Xiang, returned to Shunsheng, her sleep had been persistently restless. It was often past 1 in the morning by the time she returned home from school, and she feared that if she accidentally disturbed her mother, who had just fallen asleep, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. It seemed far more prudent to find a hotel for the night and return home early the next morning. Zhang Fifan lifted his gaze, filled with a profound significance, and regarded her. I had the same plan, to find a hotel for the night, so, shall we go together? Gu Xiaoxiao stared at Zhang Fifan in disbelief. A lone man and woman sharing a hotel room? The dilemma was that just a few hours prior, in the dormitory area, a place charged with unspoken emotions, he had already exhibited the primal physiological reactions of a man. What if, at the hotel, the smoldering embers of desire rekindled? It was akin to dry kindling that could ignite at the slightest spark. A flush quickly crept over Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks, just as she was about to concoct an excuse to gently decline. Zhang Fifan wore a pitiful expression. I forgot to bring my ID. You wouldn't leave me to sleep on the streets, would you? Without granting Gu Xiaoxiao a chance to refute or refuse, Jiang Fifan started the car and drove towards the 7-star Crystal Hotel in Shuncheng. Gu Xiaoxiao was engulfed by an unprecedented panic. Several times, her lips parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Regrettably, Jiang Fifan remained wholly absorbed in the traffic, casting not a single glance in her direction. Unbeknownst to her, a triumphant smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Fifan's mouth. At last, he would share a room with her. The rooms at the 7-star Crystal Hotel were in high demand, and now, late at night, only one room remained, the VIP suite typically reserved for Jiang Fifan. The Crystal Hotel was an establishment owned by Jiang Fifan's mother, and whenever he refrained from returning to the Jiang family home, he would frequently occupy this suite. Thus, the VIP suite was not open to the public. The receptionist, recognizing Jiang Fifan, promptly facilitated Gu Xiaoxiao's check-in upon his silent cue. The suite was a luxurious VIP accommodation, boasting a living room, dining area, kitchen, balcony, and even a large wine cabinet with an expansive billard. Gu Xiaoxiao found it peculiar that such a spacious suite had only one bedroom and a single bed. At 1:30 in the morning, standing beneath the shower in the bathroom, she had removed half of her clothing, but the thought of Jiang Fifan waiting just outside made it difficult for her to undress completely. While she trusted that Jiang Fifan would conduct himself honorably, a sense of anxiety and nervousness coursed through her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. After all, they were truly alone together in a room. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to calm herself before gradually shedding her remaining garments. Finally turning on the shower for a quick wash, it was only after her shower that Gu Xiaoxiao noticed the bathroom contained only men's bathrobes, with no options for women. How strange! Did this room cater exclusively to male guests? Yet, the receptionist had just processed her check-in, hadn't she? Glancing at her damp white shirt and black knee-length pleated skirt, which were now unwearable, she reluctantly donned a men's bathrobe. It was far too long and wide, making her appear as if a child were wearing an adult's attire. Quite comical, Jiang Fifan might think she was intentionally dressing this way to capture his attention. To entice him to avoid any potential misunderstandings, Gu Xiaoxiao decided to adjust the hem of the robe, tying it up to create a more appropriate appearance. However, once she stepped out wearing the robe, the humor dissipated and the heat became oppressive. Clad in 2 thick layers of robe during the summer, she quickly began to perspire even with the air conditioning running. After only a few minutes, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, prompting her to escape to the balcony for some fresh air. Upon reaching the balcony, Gu Xiaoxiao discovered Jiang Fifan was also there, and upon closer inspection, she noted that his complexion appeared less than favorable. Suddenly, she recalled how he had given her his suit jacket to wear earlier while they had spent the evening on the dormitory balcony. Surely, he must have caught a chill. Her brows furrowing in concern, she asked, "Jiang Fifan, are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Fifan, momentarily taken aback, blinked in confusion. What? Seeing his bewildered expression, Gu Xiaoxiao nearly slapped her forehead in exasperation. Oh no! Jiang Fifan might have a fever. His mind might not be entirely clear. She swiftly turned to leave, saying, "I'll go fetch you some medicine." "No need," he countered swiftly, pulling her back and enveloping her in his embrace from behind. "You are my remedy. Just give yourself to me, and that will suffice." Gu Xiaoxiao's mind momentarily short-circuited, leaving her staring at Jiang Fifan in utter bewilderment. She soon realized that his gaze held an intensity unlike any she had encountered before, an almost ravenous heat that seemed to consume her. In the next instant, his deep, husky voice, laced with temptation, echoed, "Girlfriend, I might lose control. I want to do naughty things to you." Gu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, unable to grasp the full meaning of his words. By the time she comprehended, her body instinctively began to struggle against him. Yet, Jiang Fifan tightened his hold, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Girlfriend, don't move. The more you squirm, the more difficult it becomes for me." Chapter 49. Girlfriend, why so tense? Whether it was the proximity to Jiang Fifan or the enchantment of his words, Gu Xiaoxiao felt her body grow weak. The atmosphere in the room shifted, charged with an intoxicating allure. As she pondered whether it was the fragrance of her own body wash or the subtle, pleasant scent of mint emanating from Jiang Fifan that drew her closer, what astonished her even more was the realization that she might have developed feelings for Jiang Fifan. She recognized that, at the very least, she did not repel him. Each time he touched her, her heart raced, and she felt breathless. an indescribable sensation that left her questioning whether this was indeed what it felt like to fall in love. Gu Xiaoxiao felt herself grow warmer still. Even on the balcony, with the wind blowing, beads of sweat continued to form on her forehead. Meanwhile, Zhang Fifan continued to tease her. "Girlfriend, why so tense? We will have many more intimate moments together. You must learn to adapt, understand?" With that, he reached out to gently wipe the sweat from her brow, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear in one fluid motion. His touch was tender, as if something within Gu Xiaoxiao's heart was being delicately stirred. Her mind seemed to freeze, and her breath quickened, reminiscent of a fish gasping for air. Zhang Fifan's lips curled into a knowing smile as he watched her struggle to regain her composure. Just as Gu Xiaoxiao managed to calm her wildly beating heart, Zhang Fifan drew closer, and suddenly, her lips were captured by his. Almost immediately, the refreshing scent of mint enveloped her senses, mingling with the warmth of his body. Zhang Fifan cradled her head with one hand while the other encircled her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace as he kissed her deeply, passionately, an ardent kiss that left no room for hesitation. Gu Xiaoxiao, caught in a trance, forgot to react, her eyes wide open as she surrendered to his kiss. However, a glance towards the full-length mirror on the wardrobe revealed the shocking scene of Zhang Fifan kissing her, leaving her incredulous. Her eyes glistened with moisture, a hazy mist clouding her vision, and a rosy glow adorned her cheeks, reflecting a newfound radiance. Having just emerged from a shower, Gu Xiaoxiao's hair cascaded freely. But after this tumultuous encounter, it appeared somewhat disheveled, exuding a hint of romantic confusion. As Zhang Fifan kissed her, one hand boldly threaded through her hair, disregarding any notion of gradual progression. His large hand firmly cradled the back of her head, fervently pressing his lips against hers, as though he could not contain his desire to envelop her completely. Standing at 178 cm, Zhang Fifan had a slight height advantage over Gu Xiaoxiao, who was 160 centimeters tall. Perhaps due to the angle of their kiss, he found it lacking in fervor, leading him to lift her effortlessly, as one would a chick, positioning her atop his foot, and once again, he grasped her head, pulling her closer without a hint of hesitation, deepening the kiss with a fervor that was both dominating and unexpected, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao's heart racing, utterly overwhelmed. Yet, despite the urgency and assertiveness of his kiss, there remained a certain decorum. His hands lingered only at the back of her head and along the curves of her body, never daring to cross the line. It was not that Zhang Fifan lacked desire. He longed for her intensely, yet when faced with her clear, innocent gaze, he felt a reluctance to tarnish her purity. Gu Xiaoxiao embodied a kind of unsullied innocence, her eyes radiating clarity and purity when she looked at him. Although he had kissed her on numerous occasions, each time she remained blissfully unaware of the intricacies of such intimate affairs. In fact, she felt a tinge of fear, her body trembling slightly under his embrace as he held and kissed her. It was this naivety that further ignited a man's protective and conquering instincts. Such a beautiful girl deserved to be cherished. He resolved to wait until she granted him a title, until their relationship was officially recognized, before embarking on deeper, more wondrous explorations together. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiaoxiao, Zhang Fifan harbored his own secret musings. The moment his lips withdrew from hers, she instinctively turned to flee. Panic surged within her. If she lingered any longer, she feared he might completely consume her. Her trepidation did not stem from the notion of intimacy, for the natural attraction between a man and a woman was nothing out of the ordinary. Rather, it was the uncertainty of her feelings for him that held her back. She did not wish to surrender herself so casually without understanding her emotions. Gu Xiaoxiao believed a girl should maintain her reserve when the situation called for it. However, before she could step away, Zhang Fifan's arms encircled her waist once more, drawing her back and pinning her against the edge of the bedside table in a decidedly suggestive manner. It was only then that she became acutely aware of the warmth radiating from his arm, encircling her waist. Even through the fabric of her clothing, she could feel the heat emanating from him. Her breathing quickened, her face flushed with warmth. Yet, in her flustered state, she could only meet his fervent gaze, striving to quell the fire igniting in his eyes. "Zhang Fifan, please don't act recklessly. Try to remain calm," she implored. Zhang Fifan maintained his intense gaze, silence enveloping them. Gu Xiaoxiao sensed that if this continued, she too might be ignited by his fervor. Taking deep breaths, she softened her tone, adopting a slightly coquettish demeanor. Jiang Fifan, could you please let me go? This gentle plea was her secret weapon in the past. Whenever she sought something from her father, this very tactic had proven infallible. Yet, she wondered if it would yield the same result with Jiang Fifan. Surprised by her display of vulnerability, Jiang Fifan's lips curled into a smile, and he loosened his grip around her waist. Just when Gu Xiaoxiao believed her charm had worked, he teased her. If you give me a kiss, I'll let you go. When he uttered this, a playful glimmer danced in his eyes, as if they might swallow her hold. Gu Xiaoxiao's heart raced, a cacophony of fluttering sensations overwhelming her. With little choice left, she furrowed her brow, her eyes darting around as she steeled herself. Holding her breath, she leaned closer to Jiang Fifan. Just as her lips were about to meet the cheek of his face, he unexpectedly turned his head, and her delayed reaction resulted in her lips landing squarely on his own. Stunned, Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she truly kissed Jiang Fifan? As reality set in, he grasped the back of her head, his warm lips gradually trailing down to her ear, wrapping her in an embrace. His breath growing more fervent. Girlfriend, with you being this forward, if I don't reciprocate, I'd be remiss, he murmured, his unique minty scent enveloping her. As his words lingered, his kisses traveled from her eyes to her delicate nose, lips, and finally lingering upon her alluring collarbone. His gaze fixated on the tightly knotted belt of her bathrobe. After a brief pause, he swiftly turned her around, gently pushing her onto the plush king-sized bed. Positioned barely a foot away from the bedside table, in that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao's mind went blank, overwhelmed by fear and tension that rendered her breathless. She stared at Jiang Fifan in a state of confusion and trepidation. Meanwhile, he leaned closer, a devilish grin on his face, whispering into her ear, girlfriend, that look in your eyes awakens the worst in a man, making me unable to resist the temptation to do something naughty. Gu Xiaoxiao thought it was absurd that he blamed her for his own lack of self-control. Hadn't he done anything wrong? Struggling to breathe, she finally blurted out, Jiang Fifan, do you still want to be my boyfriend? If you dare to act recklessly, I'll give you a failing grade, and you'll never be my boyfriend again. The moment the words left her lips, she felt her face flush crimson, her gaze dropping shyly, unable to meet his. Yet Jiang Fifan looked as if he had won the lottery, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Yes, I want to be your boyfriend, my esteemed girlfriend. I promise I won't act recklessly. Gu Xiaoxiao felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, as if she had sold herself short. Although the situation felt like a loss, she found some comfort in his promise that he wouldn't overstep boundaries. With that reassurance, she felt her heart begin to settle. Indeed, Jiang Fifan maintained his composure, merely smiling gently as he held her close, his eyes filled with tenderness. Just when Gu Xiaoxiao thought she could finally breathe easy, she heard his deep, alluring voice once more, girlfriend, this suite only has one bed. May I share it with you tonight? Gu Xiaoxiao's breath caught in her throat. At this rate, she feared she might soon suffer a heart attack. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have been so soft-hearted in allowing him to stay with her. Jiang Fifan too lamented his choices. Had he known Gu Xiaoxiao would be spending the night in his suite, he would have removed all other furniture aside from the bed they currently occupied, particularly anything that could serve as a sleeping alternative, such as a sofa or a tatami mat. He was determined to share the bed with her, even if it meant simply lying together under the covers without any further intentions. Seeing Gu Xiaoxiao still lost in thought, Jiang Fifan flashed a charming smile, leaning down to kiss her collarbone while coaxing her gently. Just sleeping, nothing else, all right, my girlfriend? If you feel uneasy, you could draw an imaginary line in the bed, and I assure you I will not cross it. However, should you choose to do so, that would be a different matter altogether. This was a sentiment that Jiang Fifan would certainly not express to Gu Xiaoxiao. In truth, he would relish the thought of her sleeping beside him. After uttering this, Jiang Fifan leaned in closer to Gu Xiaoxiao's ear, gently kissing her earlobe. The delightful tingling sensation coursed through her body like an electric current, causing Gu Xiaoxiao to involuntarily shudder. Could Jiang Fifan not communicate without resorting to such physicality? Must he insist on his hands roaming over her? She turned her head slightly, and his kiss landed on her neck. Soon, Gu Xiaoxiao, feeling a bit vexed, exclaimed, Jiang Fifan, could you refrain from this? Jiang Fifan could not resist pecking her crimson lips once more. His voice a deep, husky whisper filled with restrained desire. What do you mean by this? Gu Xiaoxiao pouted, glaring at him in silence. Did he truly not realize what he was doing? Did he require her to articulate it? Fearing her genuine anger, Zhang Fifan chuckled lightly and removed himself from her. The moment of liberation. Gu Xiaoxiao intended to hastily escape the bed, distancing herself from the perilous man that was Zhang Fifan. However, before she could act, he had already grasped her delicate calf and effortlessly pulled her back into his embrace, kissing her gently on the forehead while murmuring enticingly, "Do not be so afraid of me. All right? If my only desire were to share a bed with you, I would not have waited until now." Gu Xiaoxiao found herself momentarily at a loss for words to refute him. Indeed, as Zhang Fifan had pointed out, if his only intention had been to seduce her, he had ample opportunities to do so. They had shared many solitary moments together, particularly on those dark, windy nights. The inherent physical disparity between men and women meant that had Zhang Fifan wished to take advantage of her then, her resistance would have been futile. Yet, he had not acted upon such impulses. The most audacious thing he had done was that very night it seemed as though Zhang Fifan had been overtaken by an overwhelming desire, showering her with kisses and embraces, even pressing her down on the bed. Reflecting on his actions from earlier that evening, Gu Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush anew. Zhang Fifan was utterly enamored with his little girlfriend's delicate demeanor, and her bashful reactions only served to heighten his yearning. Yet, he was constantly striving to contain himself, reminding himself not to rush things, not to frighten her, and certainly not to leave her with any lasting negative impressions. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of guiding her correctly, for as a newly minted boyfriend, he was entitled to enjoy certain privileges, such as cuddling, kissing, and lifting her high into the air. With that, Zhang Fifan held Gu Xiaoxiao close, resting his chin atop her head and gently rubbing against her. After a moment's pause, he casually remarked, "Girlfriend, I confess that when I am with you, my mind is filled with all sorts of impulsive thoughts. This is a sentiment any man would experience in the presence of a woman he adores. I am a normal, mature man, and I am no exception." Having said this with utmost seriousness, he then playfully added, "Moreover, isn't it perfectly normal for couples to share kisses, hugs, and playful lifts? What girlfriend would deny her boyfriend these simple pleasures? Other couples are far more intimate than we are. We are as innocent as can be. Girlfriend, I have been exceedingly restrained around you." Gu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words, feeling utterly dumbfounded. She truly felt speechless. It seemed Zhang Fifan was perpetually digging traps for her, and she, in her foolishness, kept leaping into each one, ultimately landing in the pit of being his girlfriend. In Zhang Fifan's presence, she felt her intelligence plummet to zero. With a barely perceptible sigh, she felt her defenses begin to waver, prompting Zhang Fifan to seize the moment. "However, you can rest assured, as long as you are unwilling, I will never truly touch you. Yet, you must also adapt swiftly to the affectionate behaviors typical between boyfriends and girlfriends. What we are sharing right now is merely a normal form of intimacy between partners." As he spoke, he lowered his head, allowing his warm, soft lips to glide along her ear, lingering on her earlobe, gently teasing her. Those in love often find themselves unable to resist such gestures, desiring close contact with their significant other. Zhang Fifan's subtle scent of mint enveloped her, and just as Gu Xiaoxiao felt herself succumbing to his allure, she unexpectedly blurted out, "Zhang Fifan, how many girls have you flirted with?" Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, Zhang Fifan had a knack for stirring emotions, making hearts race and legs weaken. He swiftly turned Gu Xiaoxiao to face him, a charming smile gracing his lips as he replied earnestly, "Girlfriend, you are the only one I have ever flirted with. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Before Gu Xiaoxiao could respond, he leaned in closer, his voice a low whisper filled with warmth. "I have even more enticing things in store, girlfriend. Would you like to try?" Gu Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply for the umpteenth time, conceding that Zhang Fifan's words were often laced with suggestive undertones. Since she could not prevent him from speaking, she resolved to feign sleep, hoping this would suffice. Moreover, she was indeed tired. It was already past 1 in the morning, and she was at the point where she could fall asleep upon touching the bed. With a languid yawn, her bright, clear eyes blinked drowsily, glistening with a soft sheen. The expression in her eyes was tender yet conveyed a hint of weariness, making her all the more alluring. "Zhang Fifan, I am tired and I wish to sleep." With that, Gu Xiaoxiao attempted to climb off Zhang Fifan. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grasp her hand, only to inadvertently catch the tie of her bathrobe instead. As she moved away from him, the tie slipped free, leaving her soft curves partially exposed. Zhang Fifan found himself overwhelmed with a rush of desire, his throat involuntarily tightening. The sight of her delicate form was almost too tempting to resist. His gaze darkened with longing, and he thought to himself that the arrival of autumn had stirred something within him. Perhaps it was merely the change in weather, a fleeting distraction he believed he could manage. Yet, Gu Xiaoxiao's heart raced, her movements becoming more frantic and disordered. Ironically, the more hurried she became, the more likely she was to create a predicament, in her eagerness to escape Zhang Fifan's grasp and wrap herself in a blanket. She forgot he still held onto the tie. With a sudden motion, she pulled away from him, but the tie had completely come undone, revealing her softness in a moment that felt suspended in time. Both Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Fifan froze, the air thick with tension. Ji Xiaoxiao felt her mind go blank, her heart racing, unable to think of any other reaction. Finally, it was Zhang Fifan's low, restrained voice that shattered the silence. "Girlfriend? You are not wearing anything underneath?" Gu Xiaoxiao was jolted awake by his words. In a flurry, she grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. As he reached for the pillow, she quickly retied her bathrobe, securing it once more. Once the robe was fastened, she wasted no time in attempting to leave the bed. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Fifan scooped her up and placed her back onto the bed. Just as Gu Xiaoxiao braced herself for his advances, he simply covered her with a blanket. Confused, she looked up to meet his deep, restrained gaze. The atmosphere hung heavy for several seconds until Zhang Fifan spoke in a husky voice. "The bed is comfortable. You will sleep here tonight. And what about you?" Gu Xiaoxiao clutched the quilt tightly, her expression one of wariness as she gazed at Zhang Fifan. If he dared to suggest sharing the bed with her, she would undoubtedly kick him off without hesitation. The mere thought of him being able to ignite a spark at any moment was already overwhelming. Sharing a bed would surely lead to an explosion of passion. Zhang Fifan loomed above her, his head lowered, his gaze unwavering, eyes ablaze with desire, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao's heart quivering in response. Unable to withstand his intense stare any longer, she attempted to avert her gaze. But Zhang Fifan swiftly turned her face back towards him. Before she could even glance at him, Zhang Fifan leaned down and captured her crimson lips in a kiss. Unlike the previous forceful and urgent kiss, this time he approached with a gentler touch, softly brushing his lips against hers, savoring the moment. As he kissed her, his eyes remained filled with deep affection and insatiable longing. Ji Xiaoxiao's mind conjured the worst possible outcome, that he would completely consume her. Yet, as she contemplated the nature of such intimate encounters, she found herself surprisingly unopposed to the idea. This time, however, Zhang Fifan was particularly restrained, only venturing to touch her lips and refraining from exploring any other part of her body. When he finally withdrew from her lips, he tucked the quilt around her and gently tousled her hair, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "I'll go take a cold shower to cool off. Then I'll sleep on the tatami tonight." Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes uncontrollably darting towards Zhang Fifan's certain part. Goodness, he indeed had a reaction. Her face grew even warmer, and she suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for him. It must be quite uncomfortable to hold back his desires all the time, right? Unfortunately, Zhang Fifan was not gifted with telepathy. Otherwise, he would surely be moved to tears to discover how much his girlfriend cared for him. With that thought, Zhang Fifan stepped off the bed, slipping into a pair of men's slippers, and without a backward glance, he headed to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed from within. Ji Xiaoxiao only felt at ease enough to close her eyes and drift into slumber when Zhang Fifan emerged from the bathroom and made his way to the tatami to sleep. Whether it was genuine fatigue or the lingering scent of his refreshing minty fragrance that wafted through the air, she found herself enveloped in a serene slumber throughout the night. In contrast, Zhang Fifan was far less fortunate. He tossed and turned on the tatami, unable to find rest, his mind replaying the intimate scene he had witnessed just a short while ago. He felt certain he would never forget that exquisite moment. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became, his body ablaze with desire. Eventually, he had no choice but to rise and take another cold shower to soothe his heated state. This back and forth continued until, at around 4 a.m., exhaustion finally overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep. The following day, Gu Xiaoxiao awoke to the sun shining brightly, realizing it was already 9 in the morning. To be precise, she had been awakened by her hunger. As soon as she opened her eyes, a delightful aroma of sweet rice porridge wafted through the air, captivating her senses. She swung her legs off the bed, eager to follow the scent. Just then, Jiang Fifan entered, engaged in a phone call, a beautifully crafted tote bag in hand. The bag bore the unmistakable LV logo, leaving no doubt that it contained clothes he had prepared for her. Noticing Gu Xiaoxiao barefoot, he furrowed his brow slightly. After hanging up, he swiftly scooped her up and seated her back on the bed. Seems I must replace the hardwood floors in this suite with carpet, so I won't need to worry about you catching a chill while walking around barefoot. Gu Xiaoxiao stared at him in astonishment, pondering that this was a hotel room, not his home, and he spoke as if he could simply change the flooring at will. As Jiang Fifan's gaze fixated intently on her feet, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly looked down, fidgeting to slip on her slippers. However, Jiang Fifan tenderly ruffled her hair, smiled at her, then crouched down, carefully placing the slippers onto her delicate feet, which resembled peeled eggs. In that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao's face burned with embarrassment, crimson enough to spill blood. Apart from her mother helping her with shoes when she was very young, no one had ever assisted her in such a manner. The man who commanded respect and authority in the outside world was kneeling to help her wear her shoes. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up within her. Was it shock, shyness, or perhaps gratitude? She could not quite articulate it. Once he had helped her into her slippers, Jiang Fifan promptly handed her the tote bag. Change into these clothes and freshen up. Breakfast will be ready shortly. I've made millet porridge, which is gentle on the stomach. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at him in disbelief. You can make porridge? Seeing her astonished expression, Jiang Fifan chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear to whisper. What? Is it so surprising that I can make porridge? I can do many things. For instance, I can help you change clothes. Girlfriend, would you like to give it a try? Startled by his boldness, Gu Xiaoxiao scrambled to grab the tote bag and hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. What a ridiculous notion! Assisting her with her shoes was one thing, but helping her dress, that would surely lead to her being completely taken advantage of. Inside the tote, she found a stunning new LV knee-length dress, along with several sets of lingerie in various sizes. Gu Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless, initially doubting her own eyes. But as she meticulously laid out the lingerie, it became clear that Jiang Fifan had indeed purchased every conceivable size for her. She couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Was he planning to open a women's lingerie store? After selecting her size from the array of lingerie, she quickly changed into the dress, which fit her perfectly as if it had been custom-made. Once she finished freshening up and repacked the lingerie that wasn't her size back into the tote, she stepped out of the bathroom only to find Jiang Fifan waiting at the door. Her cheeks flushed, but she still handed him the tote bag cautiously, casting a furtive glance his way, wondering if he would check which size she had taken. Oh dear, she couldn't think about that. The more she pondered, the more her face betrayed her inner turmoil. The atmosphere grew a tad flirtatious, and Gu Xiaoxiao nervously scratched her head, then pointed towards the living room, attempting to feign nonchalance. I think I'll step out for a bite to eat first. With that, she prepared to make a hasty exit. But someone was quicker than her. Jiang Fifan wrapped his arms around her from behind, his lips almost brushing against her ear as he spoke, his voice slow and deliberate, exuding a masculine charm. Girlfriend, don't you want to ask why I bought bras in every size? Gu Xiaoxiao, feeling cornered, replied honestly, how would I know? Maybe you just have too much money to waste, buying every size of clothing available. The LV dress she wore was a one-size-fits-all, so it was reasonable that he only bought one dress. Jiang Fifan chuckled softly. If you had let me touch you last night, although I might not have been able to guess your exact size, I could have at least gotten close. In that case, I wouldn't have needed to buy bras in every size. His audacity left Gu Xiaoxiao momentarily speechless. Her ears turned crimson as she squirmed, trying to wriggle free from his grasp. Let me go. I don't understand what you're saying. Recognizing her embarrassment, Jiang Fifan's lips curled into a smirk. Rather than releasing her, he lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that felt intimate, as if they were the only two in the world. Girlfriend, it's okay if you don't understand. But can you tell me what size of lingerie you wear? Gu Xiaoxiao was utterly dumbfounded. How could Jiang Fifan be so direct? Gu Xiaoxiao fell into silence. Specifically, She was reluctant to address the question posed by Jiang Fifan, which left her at a loss for words. Jiang Fifan, noticing Gu Xiaoxiao's quietude, let his fervent gaze trace the elegant curve of her swan-like neck down to her delicate waist, which was barely within his grasp, before returning to her fluffy hair. He gently nudged the top of her head with his chin and teased, "Girlfriend, do not be shy. Sooner or later, I shall learn your measurements. As for mine, you are welcome to measure them at your convenience." Chapter 54. This time, trouble has struck. His measurements? Wasn't he 178 centimeters tall? How was she supposed to measure that? Gu Xiaoxiao blinked in confusion, tilting her head to glance at Jiang Fifan. A few seconds later, realization struck her like a bolt, and a rosy hue instantly spread across her cheeks. "Jiang Fifan, how can you be so shameless?" Yet, the words refused to escape her lips. Enraged, Gu Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in frustration, feeling a mix of embarrassment, annoyance, and anger. Meanwhile, the instigator remained unfazed, holding her firmly in his embrace. Jiu Xiaoxiao felt suffocated by her emotions. Stomping her foot was insufficient for her to vent her frustration. Without a second thought, she seized the man's large hand encircling her waist and bit down hard. Jiang Fifan was momentarily taken aback by Gu Xiaoxiao's unexpected action but showed neither anger nor surprise. Instead, a playful smile danced on his lips as he encouraged, "Girlfriend, bite harder. The harder, the better. Leave a mark." Upon hearing Jiang Fifan's bizarre remark, Gu Xiaoxiao froze mid-bite. Was Jiang Fifan a masochist? She was biting him. And not only did he not resist, but he also urged her to bite harder. A rather outrageous thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Jiang Fifan was the submissive one in a BDSM scenario? Goodness, how could he possibly enjoy such a thing? Lost in her whimsical thoughts, Jiang Fifan leaned in close, his voice low and husky, whispering in her ear, "Girlfriend, I need to check something. If you leave a mark on my hand, consider it a contract. Once signed, I shall belong to you, and you to me. The contract shall last 10,000 years." Startled, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly shook off Jiang Fifan's hand that she had been biting and, without a second thought, attempted to flee. However, before she could take a single step, Jiang Fifan swiftly pulled her back into his embrace. Instinctively, Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at the large hand that she had bitten and was met with a clear imprint of her teeth. She held her breath, hardly daring to exhale. This time, trouble had truly struck. Jiang Fifan's hand rested firmly around her waist, at least until he turned her to face him. He gently tilted her chin upwards, his fingertips caressing her smooth skin inch by inch. "Our contract has been legally established. We are now a legitimate couple." Jiu Xiaoxiao sighed in resignation, furrowing her brow slightly. This man certainly had a way of taking what he desired. Before Gu Xiaoxiao could respond, his kisses began to rain down upon her. Soon, Jiang Fifan had pushed her onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. Jiu Xiaoxiao felt a rush of nervousness and fear. Instinctively, she moved slightly. Jiang Fifan, instead of kissing her lips, diverted his attention to her earlobe, kissing it softly. "Girlfriend, I am so happy that I can hardly contain myself. If I desire you now, would you hate me for a lifetime?" Gu Xiaoxiao was rendered utterly speechless, frozen in place, not daring to move. Although Jiang Fifan had posed the question, he did not make any further advances for a long while. Chapter 55. The treasure of a lover after what felt like an eternity. Jiang Fifan noticed that his demure girlfriend still had her head lowered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Not only was she unable to respond, but she also could not even bring herself to glance at him. He felt utterly helpless and, at the same time, reluctant to rush her. Patience would yield results. He firmly believed that one day, Gu Xiaoxiao would willingly surrender herself to him. With a barely perceptible sigh, Jiang Fifan affectionately tousled Gu Xiaoxiao's fluffy hair. "All right, I was just joking. Look at how frightened you are. Come on, girlfriend, let us go out for breakfast. Try the heartfelt breakfast prepared by your boyfriend." Once Jiang Fifan finished speaking, he took Gu Xiaoxiao's hand and led her to the small dining area of the suite. On the table, 2 bowls of steaming golden millet porridge awaited, accompanied by 2 small plates of fried eggs, 2 small dishes of vegetables, and a plate of blanched broccoli that Gu Xiaoxiao often prepared herself. "Sit down and see how your boyfriend's culinary skills measure up." As he pulled out a chair for her and encouraged her to sit, Gu Xiaoxiao stared incredulously at the breakfast spread before her. Though she had yet to taste it, the presentation was undeniably impressive. particularly the perfectly fried eggs. Jiu Xiaoxiao could hardly believe that this delightful breakfast had come from Jiang Fifin's hands. Surely, he hadn't ordered room service? Casting a skeptical glance, she inquired, "Girlfriend, do you not trust my abilities? I knew you wouldn't believe that I made this myself. Words alone can't convince you. You must taste it for yourself. If it were hotel breakfast, you wouldn't detect the taste of home." Jiang Fifin quickly picked up a piece of broccoli and offered it to Gu Xiaoxiao's lips. "Girlfriend, open your mouth. Your boyfriend is feeding you." Jiu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson, yet she obediently opened her mouth. After she finished the piece of broccoli, Jiang Fifin eagerly leaned in, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and asked, "Girlfriend, how is it? Can you taste the essence of home?" Finally, Gu Xiaoxiao turned to him. "You really can cook?" Who would believe that someone of Jiang Fifin's stature, who exuded authority in the business world, would also possess culinary skills? Yet, if he couldn't cook, he wouldn't have produced such a mouth-watering breakfast. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's question, Jiang Fifin realized she genuinely believed that the breakfast was his handiwork. With a proud smirk, he declared, "What is the big deal about cooking? I possess many more talents. Once we are together, you will gradually uncover the treasure that your boyfriend truly is. Then, you will come to realize how wise your choice was in agreeing to be my girlfriend. After all, in this day and age, men who can excel in both the boardroom and the kitchen are exceedingly rare." Jiu Xiaoxiao scoffed at his self-aggrandizing claim. "A treasure indeed. From my perspective, you are merely boasting." She rolled her eyes, ignoring the man who continued to brag, and lowered her head to sip her bowl of millet porridge. Chapter 56. A Hidden Gem After Breakfast. Jiang Fifin personally drove Gu Xiaoxiao back to her quaint three-story villa in the countryside. As she sat in the passenger seat, she immediately began checking her reflection in the small makeup mirror, glancing left and right. Jiang Fifin couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had just discovered that she was also a bit vain. In no time, Jiang Fifin spoke up, "Girlfriend, you are already beautiful enough. You should have complete confidence in your appearance. Besides, I am not the superficial type. Even if you were not conventionally attractive, I would still like you. There is no need for you to worry or feel pressured, all right?" Gu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath before finally responding. "I'm just checking to see if you left any marks on my neck. If my mother sees them." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Fifin reached over and gently took her hand. "Girlfriend, wouldn't it be better if your mother saw them? That way, you could proudly introduce me to your family." Gu Xiaoxiao's face immediately flushed, and she shot him a playful glare. "What nonsense are you talking about?" After a moment, she muttered under her breath, "It's too soon for that." Although her words were barely audible, they reached Jiang Fifin's ears clearly. He looked at her with a woeful expression and replied, "Girlfriend, am I really that unpresentable? Or do you wish to hide your handsome boyfriend away?" Gu Xiaoxiao. A golden house to hide a handsome man? It is truly remarkable that Jiang Fifin could conceive such an idea. Jiu Xiaoxiao resolved to disregard Jiang Fifin entirely. She felt a lingering fear that her mother might detect something amiss. It wasn't that she was particularly worried about her mother discovering Jiang Fifin's existence and subsequently preventing her from pursuing a relationship with him. Quite the contrary. Her mother, Ding Xiang, would not only refrain from hindering their relationship but might even encourage her to marry and start a family sooner rather than later. During her time in Australia, her mother had repeatedly nagged her, questioning why, at the age of 18 or 19, she had yet to experience a romantic relationship. Ding Xiang even fretted that perhaps her daughter's appearance was lacking, leading to a scarcity of suitors. Even upon returning to Shunsheng, despite their precarious circumstances, her mother remained preoccupied with her daughter's marital prospects. Jiu Xiaoxiao was not averse to marriage. She did not belong to the ranks of those who shun it. On the contrary, she harbored a yearning for a happy marriage akin to that of her parents, a blissful home. However, at present, she needed to uphold the Gu family enterprise and support her entire household. This was the moment when her family required her the most, when her parents needed her the most. How could she consider marriage and motherhood at such a critical juncture? Most importantly, she did not wish to enter into matrimony while in such a vulnerable state. Especially with someone like Jiang Fifin. Even if he did not mind her current predicament, she was reluctant to be labeled as someone who had married up. Gu Xiaoxiao firmly believed that the most compatible marriages are not based on social standing but rather on mutual strength. If she could not attain a position comparable to Jiang Fifin's, if she could not walk alongside him as equals, then she would prefer to forego marriage altogether. She did not wish to be a burden in a relationship. What she desired was the confidence to weather life's storms together with him. Noticing Gu Xiaoxiao's contemplative demeanor, Jiang Fifan, mistaking her concern for anxiety about the sensitive marks on her neck, quickly reassured her with a smile, "My dear girlfriend, fret not, I was careful not to leave any marks in visible places, so your neck and your swan-like neck remain unblemished." Jiu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Jiang Fifan. Having inspected her neck several times without discovering any trace, her racing heart began to settle. Yet, soon after, she heard Jiang Fifan's deep, husky voice, laced with a hint of flirtation, whisper in her ear, "Everywhere else on your body bears the strawberries I've planted." Jiu Xiaoxiao flushed with embarrassment, her face ablaze. She wished she could knock Jiang Fifan unconscious. What was she to do? Before the warmth on her cheeks could dissipate, Jiang Fifan's voice drifted to her once more. "Whenever I'm with you, I lose control. I simply can't help myself. You've enchanted me utterly." With a sigh, he concluded his statement. Chapter 57. Her Prince Charming Gu Xiaoxiao had resided in the countryside for a considerable time now. From an initial period of discomfort, she had gradually grown fond of the tranquil and serene rural life. However, she also observed that the majority of villagers in her small village were not particularly affluent. Most families cultivated a modest 2 to 3 acres of rice and a few vegetables and fruits. Leading a self-sufficient existence, it was a rather simple rural lifestyle, resulting in a lack of significant economic resources. Occasionally, they would sell their home-raised hens or farm fresh eggs at the market for a bit of money. Gu Xiaoxiao had been pondering whether she could do something to aid these villagers in achieving prosperity. Perhaps transforming this village into a rural tourism destination or developing distinctive agricultural practices could be beneficial. By consolidating the villagers' resources into a cooperative system, they could collectively plan and integrate their land. Once the rural tourism project generated economic benefits, they could reap rewards proportional to their shareholdings. Gu Xiaoxiao held these thoughts in her mind and was determined to take action. The village was called Shanyukan, aptly named as it was enveloped by steep cliffs. Given the unique terrain, Gu Xiaoxiao was uncertain whether to pursue tourism or distinctive agricultural development for the village. Thus, she decided to conduct an inspection before devising further plans. Ren Fengla happened to be absent from the stone house, so Gu Xiaoxiao left a note for him, detailing her whereabouts to avoid any confusion should he need to find her. She then made her way towards the base of the cliff, equipped with climbing gear. If necessary, she intended to ascend to the summit to assess the situation personally. Jiu Xiaoxiao found the air in the small village to be quite fresh. But as she approached the foot of the cliff, she was astounded to discover that the air quality improved even further. The atmosphere here was distinct from that of the village, lacking the scent of human habitation and instead filled with the fragrance of wildflowers and grasses. Alongside a high concentration of negative ions, upon entering this space, one felt an immediate sense of tranquility, as if harmony between oneself and nature had been established. Just as Gu Xiaoxiao believed she was alone in this pristine environment, she suddenly spotted a young girl, no older than 7 or 8, climbing the steep cliff with a small bamboo basket on her back. Jiu Xiaoxiao's heart clenched. To professional climbers, this cliff might not seem particularly daunting. But for an amateur climber like her, it posed a significant challenge, especially for a child without any climbing equipment or protection. The thought of the girl falling from the rocks sent a chill down Gu Xiaoxiao's spine, and she found herself holding her breath, unable to blink as she watched the girl ascend with seemingly practiced ease. As the girl neared the summit, approximately 3 meters from the top, the rock beneath her feet suddenly gave way, causing her to plummet. Jiu Xiaoxiao's heart raced in terror as the girl began to cry out in fear. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoxiao retrieved her climbing gear, secured a carabiner to a stable rock, and began to ascend the rope. Upon reaching the girl, she spoke soothingly, "Little one, do not fear. Your sister is here to save you." Hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's voice, the girl looked up with a pale face. Her voice trembling, "Sister, are you a fairy sent from the heavens to rescue me? I see the fairy sister. Does that mean I am about to die?" In the brief moment the girl spoke, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly embraced her. Glancing down, she realized the height exceeded her comfort zone. Alone, she might have managed to reach the ground, but with a 7 or 8-year-old in tow, she was uncertain of her ability to land safely. "Fairy sister, do you have someone you love?" "I love my grandfather. He is so good to me, I'm afraid I will never see him again." Jiu Xiaoxiao listened intently, contemplating the girl's words. Who did she cherish? Her parents, grandparents, Uncles, aunts, and other kind relatives and friends came to mind. For reasons unknown, Zhang Fifin's image surged into her thoughts at that moment. He was, after all, someone she held dear. In that instant, she realized that Zhang Fifin had carved out an irreplaceable space in her heart, one she had not even recognized until now. After a brief respite, Gu Xiaoxiao glanced downward, then upward. In terms of distance, the descent was undoubtedly far greater than the ascent. Thus, Gu Xiaoxiao resolved to climb upwards with the little girl, seeking a way to secure rescue from the cliff's summit. Exhausted beyond measure, she finally reached the top, nearly collapsing from fatigue, to the point where she lacked the strength to signal for help. The air at the cliff's peak was noticeably thinner and much colder than that below. Gu Xiaoxiao huddled closely with the little girl, shivering uncontrollably, losing track of how long they sat there. Just as despair began to envelop Gu Xiaoxiao, convinced she might perish from the cold, she heard the unmistakable sound of helicopter blades above. When she finally looked up, her breath caught in her throat, tears welling in her eyes as they threatened to spill over. That moment, Zhang Fifin descended the rescue ladder like a prince on a white steed, embodying her very own knight in shining armor. Chapter 58. And what about you? Have you fallen for me? The little girl was swiftly rescued by the arriving team. Jiu Xiaoxiao stood up, her legs numb from the cold and having sat for too long, causing her to wobble unsteadily. Just as she was about to topple over, Zhang Fifin arrived in the nick of time to steady her. In the instant she leaned against him, Gu Xiaoxiao felt her heart settle. Perhaps it was the faint, soothing scent of mint that clung to Zhang Fifin, but at that moment, all her previous hopelessness and helplessness dissipated. She had despaired to the point of believing she would freeze to death on the cliff. And Zhang Fifin's timely arrival was a beacon of light in her darkest hour. The tension within her heart relaxed, and she remained nestled against him, reluctant to leave the safety of his embrace. Zhang Fifin enveloped Gu Xiaoxiao in his coat, leaning closer to gently tousle her hair, speaking softly, "Girlfriend, I'm here, don't be afraid. It's all right now." His words, though tender, struck a deep emotional chord within Gu Xiaoxiao, causing the tears she had held back to spill forth. Yet, she refrained from looking up, simply responding with a choked hearing her distress. Zhang Fifin was instantly alarmed. He bent down to kiss away the tears from her cheeks, soothingly murmuring, "It's okay. It's okay, don't cry. Please? It pains me to see you like this." As his words lingered in the air, Gu Xiaoxiao rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes glistening with tears yet filled with sincerity as she declared, "Zhang Fifin, I believe you truly love me. If someone did not care for you, why would they be concerned about your life or death? If someone did not love you, why would they go to such lengths to save you?" However, upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's heartfelt admission, Zhang Fifin was momentarily taken aback, his expression a blend of disbelief, surprise, and a profound joy that was difficult to articulate. If he had to express his feelings in words, it would be simply this: his earnest affection had finally been reciprocated. Zhang Fifin held Gu Xiaoxiao's face, gazing intently into her eyes, his voice low and husky, laden with an enchanting allure. He inquired, "And you? Have you fallen for me?" Though Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears, they sparkled like stars, reflecting Zhang Fifin's image. She remained silent, maintaining her hold around his neck, gently pressing him downwards before rising on her toes to kiss him. Words often fall short. Gu Xiaoxiao preferred actions. Through her kiss, she conveyed her love for him. Sometimes, one's heart remains obscured until the most desperate moments reveal its true desires. Jiu Xiaoxiao hadn't he intentionally recalled Zhang Fifin in her despair. Rather, she realized he had woven himself into every aspect of her life. Every fleeting moment, Zhang Fifin had long awaited this day, and although he had always initiated their kisses, this time she willingly took the lead. Soon, however, Zhang Fifin could no longer content himself with Gu Xiaoxiao's inexperienced kiss. He swiftly seized control, parting her lips and deepening the kiss, eager to show her the fervor that accompanies passionate love. Once satisfied, he released Gu Xiaoxiao, who was breathless from the intensity of the kiss. In typical romantic fiction, the male protagonist would lovingly embrace the female lead after such a passionate kiss, perhaps whispering sweet nothings or sharing tender moments under the moonlight. Yet, Zhang Fifin deviated from the script. Pulling back slightly, he placed his hands on Gu Xiaoxiao's shoulders, looking down at her with a serious expression in his deep-set eyes. "Jiu Xiaoxiao, have you grown bold? Have you? His tone was heavy, devoid of jest. Gu Xiaoxiao felt momentarily bewildered. One moment he had kissed her with fiery passion, and the next, he seemed to turn cold. What did he mean by being bold? Was it because she had initiated the kiss? She furrowed her brow, gazing at him with a look of confusion. Zhang Fifin's serious demeanor sent a jolt of apprehension through her. It seemed she had crossed a line. Her boyfriend appeared somewhat fierce. In an instant, Zhang Fifin narrowed his eyes. You're the only fool who would risk your own life to save another. It's rather reckless, don't you think? Gu Xiaoxiao felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her, leaving her feeling chilled and somewhat wronged. Pouting, she retorted, I'm not. I just suddenly ran out of strength. After all, she considered herself an amateur climber. Had her strength held out, she could have brought the little girl down safely instead of ending up stranded on the cliff. Frozen for hours, as Gu Xiaoxiao brooded over the earlier events, Zhang Fifin's lips curled into a slight smirk. Yes, just a matter of strength, is it? Her casual dismissal of the gravity of the situation irked him, for her moment of weakness nearly cost her life and could have meant losing her forever. Had Ren Fangel not discovered the note she left behind, or if he had missed it entirely, she might have ended up frozen on that cliff, unnoticed. Who would have known that she would venture alone to such a perilous height? Who would have guessed that a desperate Gu Xiaoxiao awaited rescue at the cliff's peak? Even contemplating this made Zhang Fifin's heart race with unease. The usually fearless Zhang Fifin trembled with anxiety as he searched for her. The worry he felt transcended mere concern. It was a profound, soul-crushing fear. Others say love is half honey and half poison, but he found that until he had located Gu Xiaoxiao, the agony he endured surpassed even the most painful of poisons. Chapter 59 Boyfriend. Could you please hold me? Zhang Fifin was indeed wealthy enough to buy anything in the world, but he could not purchase a life. If something were to happen to Gu Xiaoxiao, no amount of wealth would suffice. He would still lose her. Yet she, in her naivety, dismissed the gravity of her situation with a mere remark about lacking strength, oblivious to the fear he had felt at the thought of losing her. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. He tilted his head back, closing his eyes, his voice low and laden with restrained sorrow. You're no longer a child. Don't you realize the dangers of venturing into such remote places alone? Especially as a girl. Have you considered how heartbroken those who love and care for you would be if something were to happen to you? It's not that you shouldn't help others, but you must ensure your own safety first. By acting as you did, you not only failed to save the girl, but you also jeopardized your own life. It was a foolish risk, don't you understand? Gu Xiaoxiao stood there, momentarily dazed. Although she had known Zhang Fifin for quite some time, she had never witnessed him this furious before. In that instant, she was at a loss as to how to proceed. Fortunately, Gu Xiaoxiao was quick to react. Regardless of the circumstances, she acknowledged that this was indeed her fault. Since she had erred, it seemed only right to offer an apology. Better to apologize first than to remain silent. I'm so sorry. Lowering her head, she adopted a contrite demeanor and added, I promise I won't do it again. Zhang Fifin, upon hearing this, grew even more incensed. You think there will be a next time? You nearly scared me to death already. And you dare to mention a next time? His frustration palpable, he rubbed his forehead, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, choosing not to look at her. Seeing Zhang Fifin in such a state of anger instilled a hint of fear in Gu Xiaoxiao. After a moment of hesitation, she pouted slightly and tentatively tugged at the sleeve of Zhang Fifin's coat, her voice soft and sweet as she implored, Zhang Fifin, I realize my mistake. Please don't be angry. Okay. I promise I won't dare to do it again. Zhang Fifin remained silent, not even glancing her way, his expression inscrutable. Gu Xiaoxiao released her grip on his sleeve and gently touched the hand he had pressed against his forehead. Her voice filled with a sense of grievance. Next time I find myself in a similar situation, I will inform you immediately. All right? She inhaled deeply and continued. I misjudged the situation and overestimated my abilities, which led to this blunder. I truly understand my mistake. Please don't stay mad at me, okay? Still, Zhang Fifin showed no reaction. Gu Xiaoxiao sighed inwardly. She had never been one to comfort others and had no idea how to go about it, let alone how to appease a boyfriend. Cautiously, she took hold of the hand Zhang Fifin had placed on his forehead, intertwining her fingers with his, her voice soft and tender. Boyfriend, I'm feeling quite cold. Would you mind giving me a hug? In that moment, The sight of Gu Xiaoxiao's pitiful expression caused Zhang Fifin's fury to dissipate like mist, as long as she displayed a hint of affection. He would not only embrace her but would willingly give her the world, the enchantment of love. Indeed, Zhang Fifin found himself gazing down affectionately at her petite figure swathed in her coat. Though she was bundled up, her youthful and sweet fragrance could not be concealed, igniting a yearning within him. At that moment, he yearned to pull Gu Xiaoxiao close and envelop her in his arms. However, he hesitated, fearing that if he acquiesced too readily, she might not learn her lesson. Moreover, wrapped snugly in her woolen coat, she wouldn't be too cold. Zhang Fifin resolved to remain unmoved, allowing her to stew in her own emotions. Seeing that Zhang Fifin still did not respond, Gu Xiaoxiao felt deflated, akin to a deflated balloon. She felt even more aggrieved. Boyfriend, I've been trying to comfort you for so long. Why are you still angry? Zhang Fifin found it difficult to suppress a smile, yet he maintained a calm facade. Girlfriend, did you really comfort me? Of course, I did. Gu Xiaoxiao counted on her fingers, enumerating her efforts. I tugged at your sleeve to soothe you, telling you not to be upset. Then I touched your hand and spoke many comforting words. And now I'm holding your hand to cheer you up, yet you offer no response at all. Zhang Fifin smirked lazily, looking down at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. Gu Xiaoxiao, who taught you that this is how one comforts another? Did you truly think your actions qualified as comforting? Gu Xiaoxiao felt her patience wearing thin, her temper fraying. Taking a deep breath, she glared at Zhang Fifin. I've never comforted anyone before, and no one has ever taught me how to do so. Especially not how to comfort a boyfriend. Before she could finish her thought, Zhang Fifin suddenly pulled her close, their faces mere inches apart. He lowered his gaze, his fingers gliding gently over her impossibly soft lips. Seductively whispering, girlfriend, let me teach you. His fingers felt cool against her lips, causing Gu Xiaoxiao to instinctively flinch back. But Zhang Fifin was quicker, holding her head gently in place. In the next moment, his lips descended upon hers. Lingering in a tender kiss, Gu Xiaoxiao's mind momentarily short-circuited, leaving her in a daze, unresponsive. Zhang Fifin soon withdrew from her lips, their noses brushing together as his deep, dark gaze held hers captive. Girlfriend? Have you learned? In the future, when I am angry, this is how you should soothe me, understood? Gu Xiaoxiao was still grappling with her thoughts, her large eyes blinking in surprise. Zhang Fifin chuckled softly before adding, girlfriend, now it's your turn to comfort your boyfriend. I also want to assess how well you've grasped the lesson. Only then did Gu Xiaoxiao realize the implication behind his words. He wanted her to kiss him. Having already initiated one kiss, what was stopping her from doing it again? Quickly, she took a small step back, rose on her toes, and pulled him down toward her. Chapter 60. Aren't you going to kiss me? Gu Xiaoxiao was either hesitant to kiss or, when she did, she approached it with unambiguous boldness, unlike many other girls who would play coy and tease. Even Zhang Fifin was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected kiss. What truly set his blood ablaze was Gu Xiaoxiao's kiss, which was both inexperienced and daring. Even when she had kissed him for the first time, she had not been so audacious in exploring with her tongue. But now, she playfully extended her soft, lilac tongue, cautiously venturing forth to dance with his. It was maddening. His little girlfriend was completely oblivious to the flame she was igniting within him, brazenly setting his heart alight without a hint of awareness. Did she not realize the consequences of provoking a man, both physically and psychologically mature? Especially when they were in a romantic relationship, the sparks could easily ignite into a raging fire. Though Gu Xiaoxiao had no experience in romantic entanglements, the kissing techniques she possessed had all been taught by Zhang Fifin. Yet, she was undoubtedly a model student, excelling in practical application. While it made her a bit bashful and her heart race, kissing was simply a part of it all. Zhang Fifin had always engaged her tongue during their kisses, but soon Gu Xiaoxiao sensed something amiss. Felt as though she was the only one passionately kissing Zhang Fifin. While he seemed unresponsive, quickly, she halted her movements, opening her eyes, her cheeks flushed and ears burning. Boyfriend, aren't you going to kiss me? Upon speaking, her shyness intensified, and she immediately averted her gaze, unable to meet Zhang Fifin's eyes. Zhang Fifin gazed at her with intense longing. She claimed he wasn't kissing her. At that moment, he yearned not just to kiss her but felt an overwhelming desire to consume her whole. Just her simple statement ignited a fire within him, and he felt as though he might combust. Did she truly believe he didn't wish to kiss her or engage in even more intimate endeavors? Yet, they were perched atop a frigid cliff, with a helicopter hovering overhead, and its pilot along with 2 medical personnel were watching them closely. Perhaps it was best to wait until they were away from this chilling location before becoming more intimate. Jiang Fifan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and when he felt his fervor slightly subside, he opened his eyes, fixing his burning gaze upon her, his voice low and husky. "Girlfriend, there are people watching us from above. Are you sure you want me to kiss you?" "What do you mean, people are watching from above?" Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Fifan, somewhat puzzled, before quickly glancing up. Indeed, when she raised her head, she spotted a helicopter hovering just 5 meters above her. 2 individuals clad in white coats peering down from the helicopter's specialized soft ladder. Instantly, Gu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed Jiang Fifan away and promptly lowered her head. Overwhelmed with shyness, Jiang Fifan's lips curled into a smile. His little girlfriend had such a thin skin. She blushed so easily. Yet, that was precisely what endeared her to him. He has a particular fondness for her. Gu Xiaoxiao did not hesitate to cast a swift glance at Jiang Fifan, a hint of complaint in her voice as she remarked, "Why didn't you mention it sooner? Now that others have seen? How embarrassing. It is a rare occasion for a girlfriend to initiate a kiss." After saying this, Jiang Fifan deliberately licked his lips with a mischievous grin and continued, "How could I ever refuse?" Gu Xiaoxiao playfully glared at Jiang Fifan and pouted, saying, "You're the one who taught me how to flatter you." Jiang Fifan beamed with a cheerful smile, obediently nodding. "All right, no more discussion. Whatever my girlfriend says goes." "I always heed her words." Jiang Fifan was the first to concede, and Gu Xiaoxiao was not one to gloat or hold a grudge. Soon, her tone softened, and she looked up at Jiang Fifan with longing. "Boyfriend, are you still angry with me?" Jiang Fifan took a couple of steps closer, gently pulling her into his embrace, affectionately ruffling her hair, then placing a tender kiss on the top of her head before saying, "Girlfriend, I can hardly be angry with you when I love you so much. I merely wish for you to remember not to engage in such perilous activities in the future. You are no longer alone. You have me now. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do?" After speaking, Jiang Fifan kissed the crown of Gu Xiaoxiao's head again, his voice low and earnest. "Girlfriend, promise me that you will never put yourself in danger." No matter the circumstances, Jiu Xiaoxiao allowed Jiang Fifan to hold her, burying her head in his chest, feeling a surge of emotion that made her eyes glisten with unshed tears. In a soft voice, she replied, "All right, I promise you." Initially, Jiang Fifan had intended to send Gu Xiaoxiao home by helicopter. However, she wished to avoid drawing too much attention, particularly from her mother, Ding Xiang. Thus, he ultimately decided to take Gu Xiaoxiao back to his home, where he would first ensure she was well fed before driving her back to the countryside. Jiang Fifan owned a standalone villa in the heart of the city, situated in the most luxurious villa district. This 3-story villa was significantly larger, about 7 or 8 times the size, than Gu Xiaoxiao's modest 3-story cottage in the countryside. Upon seeing her young master return with a girlfriend, Aunt Zhang in Jiang Fifan's villa was both astonished and delighted. Her young master had finally come to his senses and found a girlfriend. Miss Jingying would surely be overjoyed to hear this. As the last dish was served, Jiang Fifan's phone rang. He did not shy away from Gu Xiaoxiao and answered the call in her presence. Although Gu Xiaoxiao could not hear the conversation, she noticed the fleeting change in Jiang Fifan's expression, which returned to calm almost instantly as he composedly finished his meal with her. Gu Xiaoxiao guessed that he must have some pressing matter to attend to. After they had finished eating and realizing it was getting late, she felt there was no reason to linger any longer. However, Jiang Fifan spoke first. "Girlfriend, I have something to attend to. I need to head to the study for a video conference. Would you like to join me? You could read something to pass the time. I think I should head back. It's getting late, and I need to go home," Gu Xiaoxiao replied, getting up to leave. But Jiang Fifan was quick to pull her back into his embrace, leaning in close to whisper in her ear, "Girlfriend, you haven't yet seen my bedroom. How can you leave?" Chapter 61. A relationship founded on the premise of marriage. What? Gu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at him in trepidation. It was her first visit to his home, and he was already suggesting a tour of his bedroom? What was Jiang Fifan planning? Was he trying to lure her into his bed? Gu Xiaoxiao was startled by her own thoughts and gazed at Jiang Fifan with increasing unease. They had only just confirmed their relationship. But was it too soon to be thinking along those lines? Moreover, she was not mentally prepared for such a step. Lost in her thoughts, Gu Xiaoxiao held her breath and remained still, observing her anxious demeanor. Jiang Fifan could not help but chuckle softly. Ji Xiaoxiao felt even more flustered, lowering her head in embarrassment. Despite her bangs trying to shield her face, it was difficult to hide the blush that colored her cheeks. Jiang Fifan swiftly grasped Gu Xiaoxiao's hands and brought them to his lips, teasing her, so frightened. Does my bedroom have the ability to devour you? Or is your imagination running wild with inappropriate thoughts? After saying this, he tenderly kissed her hands before continuing, Gu Xiaoxiao, listen closely to what I am about to say. I, Jiang Fifan, am pursuing a relationship with you, Miss Gu Xiaoxiao, with marriage as the ultimate goal. My feelings for you have always been sincere from the very beginning. If you agree, then you shall be the only one to hold the title of M.R.S. Jiang. Ji Xiaoxiao's face reddened even further as she pouted. Who said anything about marriage? Jiang Fifan smirked and suddenly leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Gu Xiaoxiao, mark my words, if I decide to marry, the bride will undoubtedly be you. Gu Xiaoxiao kept her head lowered, unable to meet Jiang Fifan's gaze. Yet at that moment, her heart felt sweeter than honey. Ultimately, she accompanied Jiang Fifan to the study, where he conducted his video conference in the multimedia room. Gu Xiaoxiao settled on the sofa, perusing a magazine, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Perhaps feeling a bit fatigued, she soon curled up like a lazy kitten on the sofa, half-closed eyes drifting into a light slumber. When Jiang Fifan concluded his meeting and emerged, he quietly took a seat beside her, gazing at her with unrestrained admiration. For the first time in his 29 years, he felt that his once cold villa had come alive. Resonating with the warmth of home, he was no longer alone. She had become a part of his life. With her presence, he would no longer feel loneliness in the stillness of the night. As he contemplated this, Jiang Fifan found himself mesmerized by Gu Xiaoxiao, who would soon become his most cherished wife, and together they would have children, creating a blissful and beautiful home. A smile crept onto his lips as he gently pulled Gu Xiaoxiao into his embrace. Initially startled, she soon recognized Jiang Fifan and, after flashing him a charming smile, relaxed and closed her eyes, cuddling into his arms, finding comfort in his warmth. Jiang Fifan remained still, resting his handsome face atop her soft hair. And the study fell into a serene and tranquil silence, their rhythmic breathing suggesting they had both succumbed to sleep. After a while, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke in a soft voice, Jiang Fifan, I understand that living in a wealthy family often means having little control over one's life, including one's marriage. Are you certain you wish to be with someone like me, a fallen heiress who can offer you nothing and may even bring you trouble, instead of seeking someone more suitable and compatible with you? You still have the chance to back out. Jiang Fifan adjusted Gu Xiaoxiao so that she sat in his lap, their foreheads touching, their breaths intertwining. His lips brushed against hers as he softly declared, Gu Xiaoxiao, let me reiterate as he spoke. His fingers playfully danced along her arm, finally clasping her hand tightly, their fingers entwined. If I, Jiang Fifan, were to marry, the bride would undoubtedly be you, Gu Xiaoxiao. This is not a mere vow or a promise. It is a solemn declaration from me, Jiang Fifan. If you nod your head now, we can go and register our marriage immediately. After speaking, Jiang Fifan affectionately teased the tip of Gu Xiaoxiao's nose. Girlfriend, I have already stated this twice. If you forget again, I will punish you. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he added, then you will have to strip in front of me, shedding as many garments as you have forgotten. His gaze was so intense and unabashed that Gu Xiaoxiao felt her face flush with heat and her heart race. You lecher! She scolded him playfully, her cheeks burning. Jiang Fifan grinned wickedly. Which man would not be captivated by his beloved woman? Upon finishing his words, Jiang Fifan playfully lifted Gu Xiaoxiao's chin, leaning closer as he lowered his voice to say, even in my dreams, I long to be with you. Ji Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Her heart racing uncontrollably, however, she quickly regained her composure, forcefully pushing Jiang Fifan away and hastily jumping off the sofa. Eyes too late. I must return home, she declared. She could no longer remain in this room saturated with ambiguous undertones. For staying any longer would surely ignite an uncontrollable fire. Witnessing Gu Xiaoxiao's panicked retreat, Jiang Fifan smiled with a mix of affection and resignation before swiftly catching up to her, intertwining their fingers. Girlfriend, it's quite late. Allow your boyfriend to escort you home. As he drove, Zhang Fifan held the steering wheel with one hand while the other remained clasped with Gu Xiaoxiao's, their fingers entwined. Despite the silence that enveloped them along the way, the atmosphere was far from awkward. Instead, it was imbued with a sense of familiarity and comfort, reminiscent of a bond forged over many years. Chapter 62. A sweet romance. Even as Zhang Fifan slowed the car to a crawl, it ultimately came to a stop in front of Gu Xiaoxiao's stone house in the countryside. Both remained silent, neither daring to break the quietude. It was only when Zhang Fifan unlocked the car that Gu Xiaoxiao unfastened her seatbelt and smiled at him, saying, "Thank you for bringing me home. I'll be on my way now." As soon as she uttered those words and turned slightly to open the door, Zhang Fifan swiftly grasped her wrist. Confused, Gu Xiaoxiao blinked at him, and after a moment, she ventured, "Boyfriend, do you have something to say to me?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Fifan tightened his grip on her wrist, gently pulling her closer while his other hand cradled the back of her head. And he kissed her with the urgency of a storm. Zhang Fifan's kiss was fervent, yet it conveyed an undeniable sense of reluctance to part. Gu Xiaoxiao was unsure whether she was enchanted by Zhang Fifan or if her own desires were awakening within her. In a heartbeat, she found herself responding to his kiss. Encouraged by her reciprocation, Zhang Fifan's free hand began to wander, deftly slipping beneath the hem of her shirt, tracing the delicate curve of her waist. Lost in the unparalleled skill of Zhang Fifan's kiss, Gu Xiaoxiao barely registered the sound of her bra clasp unfastening. Zhang Fifan had longed for her in a way that was now impossible to restrain. This small woman before him was not just his girlfriend, but potentially his future wife. How could he possibly hold back? As Gu Xiaoxiao succumbed to the intoxication of his kiss, it dawned on her that Zhang Fifan had indeed unfastened her bra. In that moment, she distinctly heard Zhang Fifan let out a soft sigh. For Gu Xiaoxiao, as a young woman, it was impossible not to feel a flicker of fear. Instinctively, she attempted to push Zhang Fifan away, only to find herself rendered weak and pliable, as if she might dissolve into a puddle. She could do nothing but surrender to his whims. Her body felt utterly limp, and her mind was a blank slate. Overwhelmed by the extraordinary sensations Zhang Fifan's kiss evoked, just as Gu Xiaoxiao felt herself on the verge of collapsing into his embrace, Zhang Fifan lifted her from the passenger seat and settled her onto his lap. He only pulled away from her lips when she was nearly breathless. Gu Xiaoxiao leaned against Zhang Fifan's chest, gasping for air. As her senses gradually returned, she was alarmed to discover that something had changed. Though she had yet to experience the intimacy of love, she possessed a fundamental understanding of physiology. Terrified, she scrambled back to her seat, her face flushed as crimson as a boiled shrimp. The ambience inside the car had become palpably charged with tension. Gu Xiaoxiao dared not meet Zhang Fifan's gaze, her eyes flitting away as she stammered, I need to go. You should head home early too." Without waiting for a response, she turned to open the door once more. Zhang Fifan grasped her hand once again. Assuming he desired another kiss, Gu Xiaoxiao began to speak, but was interrupted by his deep, husky voice. "Girlfriend, wait a moment. I forgot to do something." Turning back, she blinked at him with confusion. Zhang Fifan chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Girlfriend, I neglected to fasten your bra. It was I who unfastened it, so it is only right that I should reattach it myself." Gu Xiaoxiao felt as if her mind had exploded, her whole face, including the nape of her neck, burning with embarrassment. She wished fervently for a hole to hide in, while Zhang Fifan remained remarkably composed. As if this were the most ordinary occurrence, before she could react, his hand slipped beneath her shirt once more, moving with a fluidity and ease that had her bra fastened in mere seconds. Gu Xiaoxiao was not only blushing, she felt as if she were burning with fever, her body radiating heat. As she fumbled to open the car door, Zhang Fifan captured her lips again. This kiss was brief, not lingering or profound, but filled with an undeniable reluctance. Zhang Fifan rested his forehead against hers, inhaling deeply, perhaps savoring the sweet, alluring scent that clung to her. "Girlfriend, what shall I do? I cannot bear to let you go. Perhaps you could stay with me, or I could accompany you home." Gu Xiaoxiao kept her gaze lowered, surprised by Zhang Fifan's unexpected words. Soon, her soft voice broke the silence. "Whichever option you choose, my mother would surely break your legs." Zhang Fifan took a deep breath, contemplating the gravity of her words. Jiyu Xiaoxiao's sharp logic and eloquence had left an impression on him since their first encounter at the high-stakes negotiation in Australia. He had not anticipated that such wit would be directed at him. He realized he could not afford to offend his future mother-in-law. Chapter 63. You are destined to be my Jiang Tai Tai, just as Gu Xiaoxiao thought she had gained the upper hand and confidently bid Jiang Fifan farewell. Saying, boyfriend, goodbye, good night. She had barely uttered the word night when Jiang Fifan leaped from his driver's seat to her side, pinning her back in the passenger seat. What are you doing? Gu Xiaoxiao gasped. Startled by his sudden advance, Jiang Fifan leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin. Girlfriend, what do you think I am trying to do? His masculine presence enveloped her, an intoxicating blend of desire and urgency causing her heart to race. Please, don't be reckless. My mother will, Gu Xiaoxiao stammered, resembling a frightened fawn, which only made her more endearing to him. Girlfriend, haven't you heard? It is better to die beneath a peony than to live in obscurity. I would gladly risk your mother's wrath for a chance to kiss you. Seeing Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flush a radiant pink, her eyes sparkling with life, Jiang Fifan could no longer contain himself, capturing her lips with precision. When he finally withdrew, satisfied, he chuckled softly, affectionately brushing his fingers against her nose. Girlfriend, after just a few fleeting minutes of kissing, you're already breathless. It seems that your boyfriend will need to practice kissing with you more often in the future. Gu Xiaoxiao, after casting him a playful glare, found herself panting heavily. She remained in the passenger seat for quite some time, attempting to regain her composure. However, when she decided to exit the vehicle, she discovered that Jiang Fifan still held her hand firmly. Frowning slightly, she expressed her frustration. Jiang Fifan, if you don't let me go home soon, my mother will truly break your legs. Jiang Fifan remained silent, merely offering her a charming smile. With a flourish, he produced a beautifully crafted small silk box from seemingly nowhere, revealing 2 exquisitely designed rings within. Jiyu Xiaoxiao felt her heart surge once more, which had only just calmed down, now pounding furiously in her chest. Blushing, she found her voice trembling as she asked, "What is this?" Jiang Fifan gently ruffled Gu Xiaoxiao's fluffy hair and spoke softly, "Girlfriend, there's no need to be afraid. Our proposal ceremony will be the most grand and spectacular. For now, I'm simply presenting you with a token of our commitment." Jiyu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise, her heart racing at the thought of a proposal. Thankfully, it was merely a token of commitment. Soon, Jiang Fifan raised his left hand and instructed her, "Girlfriend, please help me put on the ring engraved with the character Xiao on my finger." Only then did Gu Xiaoxiao notice that both rings in the small box were identical. One inscribed with her name and the other with Jiang Fifan's character FAN.AS. She attempted to slide the ring onto Jiang Fifan's middle finger. She realized it could only fit on his ring finger. The ring finger. Wasn't that the traditional place for wedding bands? What about her ring? Could it also only be worn on the ring finger? Surely, Jiang Fifan couldn't be doing this on purpose. This time, Gu Xiaoxiao's assumptions were incorrect again. Jiang Fifan did not immediately place her ring on her finger. Instead, he mysteriously pulled out another small pink silk box from his pocket. Jiyu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows in confusion. What more could there be? When Jiang Fifan opened the pink box, Gu Xiaoxiao was utterly stunned. Wasn't this the necklace her father had gifted her on her coming-of-age ceremony? Yes, it was indeed the very necklace. And she recognized the engraved character Xiao. Her eyes began to well with tears. She had thought it lost forever, unsure of where she had misplaced it. She never imagined Jiang Fifan would have found it for her. The overwhelming joy of reclaiming something so precious rendered her speechless. Jiang Fifan, thank you. I thought I would never see it again. This necklace holds immense significance for me. Just as she reached for her necklace, Jiang Fifan gently restrained her hand. Confused, she asked, Jiang Fifan, what are you doing? Jiang Fifan smiled warmly, placing a finger softly on her quivering lips, saying earnestly, I inquired with the Italian jeweler who crafted this necklace. He mentioned its unparalleled value and that it is uniquely yours. The chain is engraved with your name Xiao, and it has been officially registered. Anyone attempting to sell it who isn't you will find it impossible. The jeweler revealed that a father, in a bid to secure his daughter's future, invested a fortune accumulated over a lifetime to create this necklace. Hearing that made me realize the profound love a father can have for his child. Ever since our reunion, I have sought the perfect moment to return this precious necklace to you. I wish to complement the deep love your father has for you with my own commitment to you. hoping that both your father and I will hold equal significance in your heart. One, the father who loves you, and the other, the man who loves you. Tears spilled from Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes as she listened to Jiang Fifin's heartfelt words. Overwhelmed with emotion, she playfully punched him in the chest, half crying, half laughing. Jiang Fifin, how could you be so wicked? As Jiang Fifin leaned in to kiss away her tears and intertwined the ring inscribed with his name with the necklace. He placed it around Gu Xiaoxiao's neck. He then leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Girlfriend, I now entrust you with all that I possess. You are destined to be my Mrs. Jiang." Chapter 64. Girlfriend, do you desire my entire fortune? Gu Xiaoxiao gazed at Jiang Fifin with a mix of apprehension and curiosity, asking, "What exactly is in this ring?" Jiang Fifin chuckled softly before leaning closer to her ear and whispering in a voice only they could hear. "Girlfriend, my future Mrs. Jiang, this ring grants access to my safe at the Swiss bank, containing all the wealth I have accumulated over the years." This truly was Jiang Fifin's entire fortune. Gu Xiaoxiao's hands trembled as she considered returning the ring. "It is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." She was unaware of the extent of his wealth, but given his status in the capital circles of the city, it surely amounted to an astronomical figure. How could she, merely his girlfriend, be worthy of such a treasure? Jiang Fifin burst into hearty laughter, lifting Gu Xiaoxiao into his arms, planting a kiss on her rosy lips, and resting his forehead against hers. Soon, his deep, husky voice resonated, "Girlfriend, money is but a material possession. I have yet to give you my most treasured gift, but if you desire it, I can provide it to you now. Girlfriend, do you want it?" His last words were laced with an enticing ambiguity. For reasons unknown, what should have been a straightforward inquiry bore an undertone of seduction when uttered by Jiang Fifin, coupled with the fiery gaze he cast upon her. Gu Xiaoxiao found herself unable to maintain her composure. She playfully pushed him away, wishing for a bit of distance. Their bodies nearly pressed together, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. The heat radiating from Jiang Fifin heightened her discomfort, and she felt she could hardly bear it. "Jiang Fifin, please, stop it. I don't want this anymore." Jiang Fifin ceased speaking, his breath growing heavier, his gaze burning with intensity. Soon, he lifted Gu Xiaoxiao's chin and leaned down to kiss her collarbone. As he kissed, he teasingly remarked, "Girlfriend, you always find a way to make me lose control." Gu Xiaoxiao protested. "I haven't done anything." Why was he not admitting to his own lack of self-control? It was his masculine nature, yet he insisted on placing the blame on her. Gu Xiaoxiao struck him playfully, but soon, she heard his serious voice from where he had buried his face in her collarbone. "Girlfriend, don't move." Furrowing her brow, she could only see Jiang Fifin's short hair, which only deepened her sense of frustration. She felt awkward and squirmed slightly. Jiang Fifin had finally won her over. And now he was teasing her. She regretted it immensely. Could they not take a break for just one night? Feeling a bit petulant, Gu Xiaoxiao shifted again. Before long, she sensed Jiang Fifin's hand slipping beneath the hem of her clothing, abandoning her collarbone in favor of her ear, his voice low and enticing, laden with a hint of seduction. "Girlfriend, I told you to stop moving, yet you insist on squirming. I say that a subtle encouragement?" His warm breath against her ear sent electric shivers coursing through Gu Xiaoxiao's body, making her tremble involuntarily. In a moment of reckless abandon, she blurted out, "Jiang Fifin, were you perhaps starved for affection before? If not, why was he so persistent in kissing and teasing her?" It was quite normal for her not to have experienced such intimacy at her age, but Jiang Fifin was nearly 30. Surely, he had encountered women before. However, if he had previously savored the pleasures of women, why would he behave so impatiently towards her? It was as if he were a famished wolf. Yet, within mere seconds, Gu Xiaoxiao caught sight of Jiang Fifin's gaze, one that seemed to suggest he would devour her whole. Regret washed over her. Since encountering Jiang Fifin, her intelligence had gradually diminished, and she suspected it had now plummeted to zero. How could she dare to utter words that challenged his dignity as a man in front of him? A sense of trepidation began to creep over Gu Xiaoxiao. Despite several attempts to push him away with her delicate fists, she now resolved to use both hands to shove Jiang Fifin aside. Just as she began to shift her body, she heard Jiang Fifin's deep voice, strained with restraint, "Still moving. If my girlfriend wishes for a car rendezvous, I wouldn't mind. It would be a splendid opportunity for her to see if I've been starved for affection." Upon hearing Jiang Fifan's words, laden with ominous implications, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself frozen in place. What a ridiculous notion. An encounter in her own driveway. It wouldn't be her mother breaking his legs. It would be her mother breaking hers. Jiang Fifan took deep breaths, striving to suppress the intense turmoil within him, before finally opening the car door for Gu Xiaoxiao and returning to his driver's seat. Before Gu Xiaoxiao could fully grasp the situation, Jiang Fifan's low voice resonated once more. If we weren't on my future mother-in-law's territory, I wouldn't hesitate to show you just how restrained I've been. Jiang Fifan cast a meaningful glance at Gu Xiaoxiao. My dear girlfriend, next time, I would rather endure your mother's wrath than miss out on such an opportunity. Gu Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush and her heartbeat quicken. She dared not respond to Jiang Fifan any further, nor linger a moment longer. She practically fled from the car, sprinting back to the 3-story villa not far from the stone house. Jiang Fifan watched intently as the small woman dashed home, only relaxing once he saw her safely enter the villa before driving away. By the time Gu Xiaoxiao returned home, it was already 10:30 p.m. Yet, her mother, Ding Xiang, awaited her in the living room. A pang of anxiety struck Gu Xiaoxiao. Could it be that her mother had discovered her romantic involvement? That seemed implausible. After all, they had only just confirmed their relationship today. Had her mother witnessed the intimate moment between her and Jiang Fifan in the car? As she cautiously stepped into the living room, her gaze was immediately drawn to the luxurious boxes of bird's nest, fish maw, cordyceps, and sea cucumber on the coffee table. It was astonishing. Given their current financial situation, never mind the better days, Ding Xiang had never indulged in such extravagant supplements. While her mother took great care in her appearance, she had always opted for practical nourishment, favoring ordinary fruits, vegetables, and grains. Jiyu Xiaoxiao was certain that the items on the coffee table were not purchased by her mother. If not bought, then they must have been gifted. Who would bestow such lavish gifts upon their family in their current state of decline? Before Gu Xiaoxiao could voice her thoughts, her mother spoke first. Xiaoxiao, look, your cousin Chengqing is truly considerate. She just returned from abroad and brought so many supplements for me. Ding Xiang continued. Chengqing is truly remarkable. Xiaoxiao, I've saved dinner for you. Let me heat it up. You must eat something before sleeping. Jiyu Xiaoxiao's attention remained fixated on the supplements. So it was Chengqing who had sent these gifts. Her cousin had indeed returned to the country. Yet, was it truly like Chengqing to come all the way to this rural area just to bring her mother supplements? It seemed more likely that she had ulterior motives. Jiyu Xiaoxiao was all too aware of her cousin's cunning nature, perhaps even more so than her parents. Before she could ponder further, a triumphant voice echoed from the spiral staircase. Mummy? This little villa, while charming, pales in comparison to our grand estate. I still prefer our spacious mansion. Indeed, what could this shabby rural place offer in comparison to their city home? Soon, Chun Shi and her daughter descended the staircase. Upon spotting Gu Xiaoxiao, Chun Shi regarded her with disdain, while Chengqing looked at her with self-satisfaction. Sister, I didn't expect that upon my return, you would present me with such a grand gift. You know, Grandpa favored you. Your room in the Gu family was the largest, complete with an indoor hot spring. Now, it's mine. Oh, so you enjoy second-hand items, dear sister? I have plenty of used clothes, shoes, and socks. Would you like to take them all back to the Gu family? Gu Xiaoxiao replied with a forced smile. Chen Shi, upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's mocking words aimed at her daughter, erupted. Gu Xiaoxiao, enough with your sharp tongue. My daughter is a distinguished daughter of the Gu family, one of the most noble ladies in the city. Why would she covet the rags of a fallen aristocrat like you? Let me be clear. You should do your utmost to please Chengqing. If you manage to win her favor, perhaps when she becomes Mrs. Mo, she may lend you a hand, providing you and your mother with some sustenance. But if you continue to carry yourself with such pride, refusing to be humble, I would relish witnessing how you fare without Chengqing's support. Chun Shi's words were laden with implications, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao momentarily speechless. Chengqing is Mrs. Mo? The Mo family, was it the one in the city, led by Mo Xiaohui? If memory served, Mo Xiaohui was the sole son of the Mo family, known for his debauched lifestyle. While he had not achieved much in his career, he was notorious for his indulgences and was rumored to be quite the womanizer. Had Chun Shi truly set her sights on marrying her daughter to such a man? If Chengqing did marry Mo Xiaohui, it would be a feat just to keep him from straying, let alone expect her to assist her cousin. What a farcical notion! Assuming Gu Xiaoxiao was merely envious of her cousin's newfound fortune. Chen Shi grew increasingly arrogant. Yes, it's the Mo family from the city, one of the most prominent families, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Jiang family. Even if the Gu family hadn't suffered the disgrace brought upon by your father, we would still be considered a middle-tier family, unworthy of the Mo family's grandeur. Now, with your father's downfall, we can hardly be considered even that. But thankfully, my daughter Chengqing is ambitious. She just disembarked from the plane and has already encountered the heir of the Mo family. Chen Shi's pride swelled with each word, as if she had truly secured a golden son-in-law. It's all due to my excellent genes. After all, just look at how stunning Chengqing is. No sooner had she landed than she caught the eye of the Mo heir. Gu Xiaoxiao was bewildered by the notion that attracting someone like Mo Xiaohui was a point of pride. He was a notorious playboy. As long as a woman was presentable, he would likely pursue her without hesitation. Her aunt seemed oblivious to the reality of her daughter's situation, believing her to have struck gold. Well, it had nothing to do with her. If they wished to celebrate Chengqing's supposed fortune, so be it. Gu Xiaoxiao had no need for their validation. Soon, Gu Xiaoxiao cleared her throat gently before speaking in a tone that was both indifferent and laced with sarcasm. Aunt? For you and Chengqing to come all the way to this desolate place, bringing such extravagant gifts and lingering so late, surely it can't be solely to announce her romantic encounter with Mo Xiaohui? Having spoken, Gu Xiaoxiao cast not another glance at the Chen mother and daughter, taking the initiative. If that is the case, then I understand. Second aunt and cousin can return with ease. Jiyu Xiaoxiao's dismissal was unmistakable. In such a rural locale, it was unnecessary for individuals of their esteemed status to linger. Second aunt, cousin, do take care on your way. I shan't see you off with that. Gu Xiaoxiao gracefully ascended the spiral staircase. Chapter 66. Marrying into Wealth. Gu Chengqing, witnessing Gu Xiaoxiao's elegant and carefree departure, was incensed, stamping her foot in frustration, pointing at Gu Xiaoxiao and exclaiming in exasperation. Mummy, look at her attitude. What is she so arrogant about? What is there to boast of? Is she not merely the daughter of a fallen family? It's infuriating. Seeing her daughter trembling with rage, Chen Shi gently patted her back, speaking tenderly. My precious daughter, there is no need to let such individuals anger you. It is not worth jeopardizing your health. Please, calm down. Every man is drawn to youthful beauty. If you let your anger manifest as crow's feet, then it would be a loss indeed, for you are destined to become Mrs. Mo. Your uncle has already pulled our family out of the wealthy circles. Do not allow your cousin to hinder your entry into high society. Jiyu Chengqing huffed lightly, puffing out her chest with pride as she declared, Do not worry, Mummy. I am determined to become Mrs. Mo. Chen Shi's face lit up with delight. Daughter, truly? Have you captured the heart of young Master Mo? She was aware that her daughter had only just returned to the country, and it was at the airport that she had encountered the Mo heir. Could it be that her precious daughter had ensnared him on the way home? Chen Shi, having once been young herself, understood the implications of a woman successfully captivating a man. Thus, she scrutinized her daughter from head to toe. Have you slept with young Master Mo? Chen Shi asked bluntly. Jiyu Chengqing cast a proud glance at her mother, then purposely arched her chest, beaming with satisfaction. Mummy, when your daughter sets her sights on a man, there is none she cannot conquer. Young Master Mo is utterly enamored with my physique. Though Chen Shi was somewhat prepared for this, hearing her daughter express such sentiment still left her momentarily stunned. Had they truly engaged in intimacy on the way home? In the car? During the day? Was it all moving too quickly? Chen Shi's thoughts momentarily derailed, and she blurted out, Daughter, did young Master Mo take precautions? Gu Chengqing replied, bemused. What precautions? Mummy, where is your mind wandering? Young Master Mo desires me. Once the partition of the back seat was lowered, he began to make advances. Mummy, you do not know. During my time abroad, I earned the title of having a devilishly attractive figure. Many foreign women cannot compare to my physique. Young Master Mo is undoubtedly captivated by my alluring form. After a brief pause, Gu Chengqing continued with pride. However, there are many men who fall for me. Young Master Mo is merely one among them. One more or less makes no difference. If I were to sleep with him so soon, and he were to take what he wanted and depart, I would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, I have merely allowed young Master Mo to taste a hint of sweetness, without letting him go all the way, keeping him yearning for me. That is far more enjoyable. As soon as Gu Chengqing finished, Chen Shi chimed in. Yes, daughter, you are correct. Never let a man obtain you too quickly. Especially someone like young Master Imo, you must be reserved. The more elusive you are, the more valuable you become in his eyes, and he will cherish you all the more. Having said this, Chen Shi seemed to reconsider her words, quickly adding, Mummy does not mean for you to be so reserved that you do not allow young Master Imo to touch your hand. What I mean is to be half receptive, half resisting. Men, after all, are all drawn to temptation. You must give him a taste, right? Do not let him go all the way. Do not let him truly possess you. But you must allow him a taste of your sweetness. Chen Shi then proudly lifted her slightly sagging chest, proclaiming, In my youth, I ensnared your father using the very same strategy, leading to my marriage into wealth. From that moment, my life was as if on a fast track. Yet, in the next instant, Chen Shi's expression fell, her face darkening as she glared at Gu Xiaoxiao's receding figure, muttering in indignation. It is all her father's fault that my dreams of wealth were shattered. In a single night, we were expelled from the circles of affluence. I truly do not understand what I did wrong in my past life to deserve this in this life, all due to her father's actions. Our Gu family, once a distinguished household, now has nothing left. Jiyu Chengqing took her mother's arm, offering comfort. Mummy, you still have me, right? Once I marry into the Imo family and become Mrs. Imo, our Gu family will regain its former glory. Then I shall rely on you, Chen Shi said, patting Gu Chengqing's hand, adopting the tone of an experienced individual. Daughter, when it comes down to it, the relationship between men and women is fundamentally about the pleasures of the bed. The more satisfaction you offer him, the happier he becomes, and the more he will love you, making it hard for him to leave. Do not worry, Mummy. Your daughter has already weathered many storms during these years abroad. A mere young Master Imo will not pose a challenge for me. Just wait for me to reel in this golden son-in-law. Good. Mummy awaits your success. The Qin mother and daughter continued their spirited discussion about capturing a wealthy husband as they departed from Gu Xiaoxiao's quaint three-story villa in the countryside. When Gu Xiaoxiao's mother, Ding Xiang, brought out the warm meal, she noticed that the Chen mother and daughter had already left. As she arranged the dishes, she murmured to herself, At this late hour, I wonder if Chengqing and her mother are safe on their way back? It is all my fault. I should have invited them to stay overnight. Hearing the aroma of the food, Gu Xiaoxiao descended the stairs and, quite displeased, retorted, Mother, those two came here with ill intentions. Why must you treat them so kindly? Her mother was perpetually kind-hearted, the type who, even when trodden upon, would think of others first. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's voice, Ding Xiang lifted her head and smiled. Are you feeling jealous? My Xiaoxiao? Rest assured, the person I love most is you. Jiyu Xiaoxiao cast a mischievous glance at Ding Xiang, thinking that her mother's true love should be for her father. Otherwise, it would be her father who would be experiencing jealousy. Ding Xiang found her daughter both amusing and exasperating. Chapter 67. The blushes of young love. Today was Saturday, and Gu Xiaoxiao had hoped to enjoy a leisurely morning. To her surprise, before 6 o'clock, her phone rang. Groggy, Gu Xiaoxiao struggled to grasp her phone and bring it to her ear. Darling, are you awake? It was Zhang Fifin's cheerful voice. I in a state of half-sleep? Gu Xiaoxiao mumbled lazily after a few seconds. Not awake yet? But you have disturbed my slumber, Zhang Fifin chuckled. Let me make it up to you, shall I? I will treat you to something delicious. You have 5 minutes, and I will be waiting for you at the gate of the stone house. In a haze, Gu Xiaoxiao mindlessly agreed with an aha, then hung up the phone. Moments later, she jolted awake. Zhang Fifin was here, and he was waiting for her at the stone house. Heavens, what time was it? Her mother, Ms. Ding Xiang, had a habit of going for a morning jog outside the villa at 6:30 a.m. If she were to discover Zhang Fifin outside the stone house, wouldn't that expose everything? She felt that her relationship with Zhang Fifin had not yet reached the stage of introducing each other to their parents. Therefore, she couldn't let Madame Ding Xiang meet Zhang Fifin just yet. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly checked her phone. It was only 6 o'clock. Fortunately, nothing disastrous had occurred, and there was still time to rectify the situation. Without even changing her clothes, she rushed downstairs in her spaghetti-strap nightgown, draped a cardigan over her shoulders, and slipped on a pair of slippers. By the time Gu Xiaoxiao arrived at the stone house, Zhang Fifin was already leaning against the car, waiting for her. Upon seeing her breathless and somewhat disheveled state, Zhang Fifin furrowed his brow slightly but said nothing. Instead, he strode toward her, took her hand, and led her into the back seat. Before long, Jiang Fifan squeezed in beside her, casually closing the door and pulling Gu Xiaoxiao onto his lap. Her face flushed crimson, a blend of shyness and bewilderment. She could only lower her head, trying to conceal her bashful expression, her eyes darting around until, after a while, she finally spoke softly. "What brings you here?" "Jiang Fifan responded nonchalantly while fiddling with her delicate fingers. Jiu Xiaoxiao finally mustered the courage to look at him. "Why did you arrive so early?" "It's not even 6 o'clock yet. It takes at least 45 minutes to drive here from the city, which means you must have left around 5 in the morning. Did you not sleep at all?" Jiang Fifan paused his movements, meeting her gaze with an intense look. "The moment I returned last night, I missed you terribly. I felt an unbearable longing. So I came before dawn." Jiu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed deeper. She thought to herself how sweet Jiang Fifan's words were at such an early hour. Just as she pondered how to respond, Jiang Fifan leaned closer, their noses nearly touching, his eyes locked on hers. "And you? My girlfriend, did you miss me?" Gu Xiaoxiao's heart raced, and as she attempted to evade his fiery gaze, Jiang Fifan persisted, nudging closer, his nose brushing against hers, insistent. "My girlfriend, have you thought of me at all?" Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes fell downcast, yet Jiang Fifan's distinctive masculine scent enveloped her senses. His lips were almost against hers, and she felt breathless, her entire body softening, her face burning with heat. Clad in a slightly oversized spaghetti-strap nightgown that hung loosely on her frame, she appeared as though she had been cherished by a man. Unable to resist, Jiang Fifan gently pecked her lips. "My girlfriend, you can't come out wearing just a nightgown next time, do you understand? Only I should be allowed to see you like this, got it?" Feeling a bit wronged, Gu Xiaoxiao pouted. "It's not my fault you came so hurriedly." Her adorable, slightly confused demeanor captivated Jiang Fifan, who found it impossible to resist her. In an impulsive whirlwind, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Jiu Xiaoxiao was completely taken aback, her mind blank. Yet deep within, an instinct urged her to respond to Jiang Fifan's passionate kiss. She surrendered to her feelings, reciprocating Jiang Fifan's ardor. Yes, such matters need not be pondered. Love is simply love. The response ignited Jiang Fifan's fervor further, as he embraced Gu Xiaoxiao tightly, kissing her with fervor, as if he wished to merge their very beings together. When Gu Xiaoxiao felt she could scarcely breathe, she suddenly recalled she had rushed out without brushing her teeth in a moment of panic. She pushed Jiang Fifan away. Caught off guard, Jiang Fifan, who had been lost in the sweetness of Gu Xiaoxiao's kiss, stared at her in confusion. What had just happened? Moments ago, they had been kissing passionately, and now she had suddenly pulled away. Blushing fiercely, Gu Xiaoxiao pointed to her mouth, like a child caught misbehaving. I haven't brushed my teeth." Had she known he would kiss her, she would have taken the time to freshen up first. Jiang Fifan paused, momentarily perplexed, but then chuckled. "It's fine, as long as I've brushed mine." With that, Jiang Fifan swiftly captured Gu Xiaoxiao's lips once more. Jiu Xiaoxiao thought to herself, did he truly not mind? Was it possible that, to him, she was simply a vision of beauty, regardless of her state? Initially, Jiang Fifan had been somewhat restrained, but as the moments passed, his strong hands grew restless. The loose-fitting nightgown she wore only facilitated his playful intentions. Gu Xiaoxiao felt herself growing weaker, a tingling sensation coursing through her body like an electric current. "Jiang Fifan, you?" Gu Xiaoxiao gazed at him with a playful pout, her eyes shimmering with an irresistible allure. However, it wasn't long before she lost the strength to continue speaking, resting languidly against Jiang Fifan, succumbing to the shivers and thrills brought on by his caress. Chapter 68. A rapid progression. Though such an intimate relationship was advancing rapidly for Gu Xiaoxiao. For Jiang Fifan, a passionate and mature man, this level of closeness was merely a tantalizing scratch on the surface of his profound desire for her. It was unclear whether he was acting on impulse or simply unable to restrain himself. He quickly found himself kissing Gu Xiaoxiao's earlobe, gently licking it, all the while enveloping her in his unique masculine aura, seductively whispering, "My girlfriend. I want to find a hotel." Jiu Xiaoxiao, momentarily taken aback by his innuendo, inquired with genuine concern, "You want to sleep? But we are in the countryside. Where would you find a hotel?" After speaking, she attempted to extricate herself from Jiang Fifan's embrace, suggesting, "Why don't you go home and take a short nap? I should head back as well. That it would be disastrous if my mother, Ding Xiang, saw us like this in the car." With a swift motion, Jiang Fifan pulled her back into his arms, resembling a love-starved child unwilling to let go. Leaning close to her ear, he murmured heatedly, "My girlfriend, come back with me and keep me company while I sleep. All right?" He drew nearer, almost as if to nibble on her ear. Jiu Xiaoxiao, already stirred by his fervent presence, found herself blushing uncontrollably at his suggestive words, her heart racing. With great effort, she finally regained her voice, stammering, I. Her lips parted slightly, yet she struggled to form complete thoughts. Jiang Fifan pressed his forehead against hers, their breaths mingling in the charged atmosphere of the car. He brushed his lips gently against Gu Xiaoxiao's, teasingly, without the intention of deepening the kiss, yet enticing her nonetheless. "If you want to, we can do it in the car. In such an intimate space, and with how much I adore you, my actions may become a bit overwhelming, but as long as you're not afraid of the noise, it should be fine." Even someone as slow to react as Gu Xiaoxiao could decipher his meaning. Unable to continue, she shot him a playful glare, her cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang Fifan adored her playful defiance, feeling himself lose control once more. In a moment of unchecked desire, he pressed Gu Xiaoxiao beneath him, capturing her lips just as they parted to speak, silencing any protest she might have had. Jiu Xiaoxiao was genuinely alarmed. She feared that Jiang Fifan might truly take things further in the car. The anxiety felt akin to engaging in something scandalous, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Finally, she found an opportunity to speak, her voice trembling. "Don't. Not like this. Someone might see us," though the occupants of the car remained unseen by those outside. The vehicle emitted a noise that left little doubt as to the activities taking place within. Chapter 69. Both tantalizing and itchy. Jiang Fifan soon burst into a fit of laughter, mischievously rubbing his stubbled chin against Gu Xiaoxiao's jaw, and seductively remarked, "My dear girlfriend, shall we return home? Just the two of us behind closed doors, free to express our affections as we pleased." Jiu Xiaoxiao, both tickled and irritated by Jiang Fifan's stubble, felt her heart racing wildly at his words. "No, it's too ticklish," she protested, attempting to evade his playful assault. Yet Jiang Fifan was relentless. He not only ignored her attempts but audaciously trailed his chin down her smooth jawline, across her lovely swan-like neck, and onto her alluring collarbone. The sensations were overwhelmingly delightful and maddeningly ticklish, prompting Gu Xiaoxiao to giggle uncontrollably and struggle to sit upright in the midst of their playful banter. Both suddenly paused. A blush crept from behind Gu Xiaoxiao's ears, cascading down her fair neck, while Jiang Fifan gazed at her with an intensity that felt as if it could melt her. His chin had indeed brushed against the softness of her chest, an occurrence more astonishing than he had ever imagined, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. If only he could truly possess her. How profoundly intoxicating that would be. He longed to claim her as his own. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a fervor ignited within him. Unable to contain himself, he declared, "My girlfriend, you are driving me wild." With that, he leaned in, and at the moment his lips were about to meet Gu Xiaoxiao's rosy ones, he paused, ensuring she did not flinch away. Only then did he fully capture her lips in a passionate kiss. As Gu Xiaoxiao succumbed to the intoxicating kiss, Jiang Fifan's hand found its way to her chest. Startled, Gu Xiaoxiao instinctively pushed him away, yet the kiss rendered her weak and pliable, her feeble resistance merely an invitation in Jiang Fifan's eyes, driving him to greater heights of exhilaration. Jiu Xiaoxiao was utterly flustered, torn between anxiety and fear, yet irresistibly drawn deeper into the enchanting moment, her thoughts dissolving into a blissful haze as she closed her eyes. Fortunately, just as Jiang Fifan sought to escalate their encounter, Gu Xiaoxiao timely grasped his hand, her eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. "No, I'm not ready," she stammered, unable to meet his gaze, hastily pushing him away, her head bowed and cheeks aflame as she fumbled to adjust her disheveled nightgown. Jiang Fifan felt as though he was on the brink of losing control, abruptly interrupted in his fervor. His eyes turned a fierce shade of crimson, the fire within him raging chaotically. Yet he could only endure, for what other choice did he have? Would he force matters? Jiang Fifan was determined not to resort to such means to win a woman's heart. However, even as he refrained from coercing Gu Xiaoxiao, he still craved solace. Thus, he embraced her, seeking her lips again and again, whispering seductively in her ear, "My girlfriend, Come home with me, shall we? If you're hesitant. I promise not to pressure you, I simply wish to be with you, and I will wait until you are ready to take our intimacy further. All right. Zhang Fifan continued to whisper sweet nothings. Yet Gu Xiaoxiao still did not acquiesce to his invitation. It was not out of feigned modesty. Rather, she feared her mother would worry if she were to remain out all day. Zhang Fifan felt a pang of reluctance, yet was powerless to change her mind. He had always been accustomed to others yielding to him, yet before Gu Xiaoxiao, he found himself humbled, bowing to her whims. He had realized from the moment he met her that he was utterly captivated. Perhaps this was what they often referred to as the irresistible pull of love. In the presence of Gu Xiaoxiao, he found joy in every act he performed for her. She was the sole woman in his life capable of taming him. Understanding that Zhang Fifan would never force her into anything against her will, Gu Xiaoxiao rewarded him with a playful kiss on his cheek. You are such a good boyfriend. Here's a kiss for you. She teased. Zhang Fifan, with a devilish glint in his eye, responded, My girlfriend, is that all you wish to offer? What I desire far exceeds this. With that, he captured her lips once more, and only when Gu Xiaoxiao was nearly breathless did he finally relent. The kiss lingered too long, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao panting heavily against his shoulder. Yet before she could regain her composure, she was astonished to discover that the man holding her so tightly was undeniably aroused. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Feeling both embarrassed and awkward, she dared not meet Zhang Fifan's gaze. Though she had never experienced such intimate moments, she was not oblivious to the implications of the situation. Zhang Fifan, aware that Gu Xiaoxiao had sensed his reaction, showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he spoke with a feigned, pitiful tone. My girlfriend, now you see how difficult it is for your boyfriend to endure. Right? Out of respect for you, I am in torment at this very moment. Gu Xiaoxiao, at a loss for words, was soon met with Zhang Fifan leaning closer, his voice low and alluring. My girlfriend, please don't keep your boyfriend waiting too long. You wouldn't want to leave him in such a state of longing. Gu Xiaoxiao felt utterly wronged. She had done nothing to provoke this. After all, Zhang Fifan was the instigator of this fervor. Chapter 70. A grandchild soon. Regardless of her lack of sensitivity, Ding Xiang could sense the changes in her daughter over the past few weeks. Whether it was whispering on the phone for long periods or meticulously dressing up before going out, Gu Xiaoxiao had become more attentive to her appearance than ever. Upon returning home, she often brought back a bouquet of roses, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Having once been young herself, Ding Xiang understood the emotions of a woman in love. During breakfast, she casually remarked, Xiaoxiao, bring your boyfriend home sometime for me to meet. Caught mid-bite with bread, Gu Xiaoxiao nearly choked, her eyes widening in surprise as she stared at her mother. Cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had thought she had concealed her relationship well, yet her mother had seen right through her. Gu Xiaoxiao fumbled for words. Ding Xiang continued, It's only natural for a man and woman to marry. I am happy for you. My daughter has grown up and is dating someone. Gu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of guilt. Mom, aren't you upset with me? What about Dad? Ding Xiang shook her head with a smile. Silly girl, two things are separate. Just because your father isn't around doesn't mean you shouldn't pursue your happiness. Your father and I wish for you to be happy. We look forward to seeing you married and having children, perhaps even granting us a grandchild soon. Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson at her mother's words, and she shyly replied, Mom, you're getting ahead of yourself. We've only just started dating. Just started dating. So what? If it feels right, there's nothing wrong with settling down early, Ding Xiang replied with a knowing smile. Tell me, what does he do for a living? Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around before she cautiously replied. He works at his family's company. She feared that if she were to reveal to her mother that the man she was dating was none other than the young heir of the century-old Zhang family in Shunqing, her mother might worry that she would not be accepted by the Zhang family, worry that she might suffer grievances. After all, the Gu family had not only fallen into disarray but had also embroiled themselves in scandal. Anyone aware of the Gu family would instinctively distance themselves, fearing they might be implicated. More specifically, they would steer clear of Gu Min and his family of three, anxious about the potential consequences. Even her own uncle had severed ties with them, let alone outsiders. It was only natural for her mother to harbor such concerns. As expected, it wasn't long before Gu Xiaoxiao heard her mother inquire, Does he know about our family's situation? Is he afraid that we might bring him trouble? Mom, he is not that kind of person, Gu Gu Xiaoxiao quickly retorted. Ding Xiang gazed at her with a knowing smile. It seems my Xiaoxiao is quite taken with him. Gu Xiaoxiao felt so shy that she wished to find a hole to hide in. Ding Xiang affectionately patted the back of her hand. In a few days, let us invite him over for dinner. The young man my Xiaoxiao has taken a liking to must be quite exceptional. I shall prepare some of my best dishes to properly host my future son Law. Yu Xiaoxiao's face flushed even deeper. Her cheeks ablaze. Mom, what are you saying? Future son-in-law? We haven't even taken the first step. Ding Xiang laughed. A relationship that does not aim for marriage is nothing but frivolity. Xiaoxiao, you must not be frivolous. Gu Xiaoxiao wondered. Who exactly is her mother? Chapter 71. Sweet beyond measure. Ever since Gu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Fifan confirmed their romantic relationship, they had been enveloped in a sweet haze, their days filled with overwhelming affection. That evening, as usual, Jiang Fifan drove Gu Xiaoxiao home. Wishing to spend more time with her, he parked some distance away from her three-story villa. At first, Gu Xiaoxiao did not mind the distance. It was a bit far, but not excessively so. Since she had had a hearty meal, a stroll would be a pleasant way to digest. As she unfastened her seatbelt and prepared to exit the car, Jiang Fifan suddenly pulled her back. Confused, she blinked and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Fifan pointed to his lips, resembling a child asking for a sweet. "You haven't kissed me yet." Yu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. Had they not already shared kisses? They had only dined together, yet they had exchanged kisses no less than 5 times. If they had not been in a private room, she would have been too embarrassed to remain. Gu Xiaoxiao noticed that ever since they began dating, Jiang Fifan seemed to have developed a penchant for kissing. Most of the time, he was the one kissing her. Exasperated, she replied, "Haven't we already?" However, before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Fifan leaned in and captured her lips in a tender kiss. Only when Jiang Fifan was satisfied did he release her, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao breathless. Seeing her like this, Jiang Fifan smiled indulgently, tousling her hair playfully. "Girlfriend, after so many kisses, you still can't catch your breath. Is it that I haven't kissed you enough? Or perhaps I haven't taught you how to kiss properly?" Gu Xiaoxiao retorted, as if it was solely your desire to kiss. She remained silent, merely panting and casting him a sidelong glance. After finally regaining her composure, she attempted to exit the car, only to discover that Jiang Fifan still held her hand tightly. With a sigh of impatience, she looked at him. "What now? Haven't we just kissed?" This time, Jiang Fifan fell silent, pulling her hand to his chest before retrieving a silver ring from seemingly nowhere. The delicate ring was quite unique. Before she could react, he slid the ring onto her left middle finger with a solemnity that took her breath away. Jiang Fifan then donned another identical ring on his own left middle finger. The car was suddenly filled with a profound silence. All Gu Xiaoxiao could hear was the frantic beating of her heart. Even without a mirror, she knew her face was flushed crimson. She understood the significance of a ring on the middle finger. Yet she couldn't help but ask nervously, "What are you doing?" Chapter 72. An unspoken charm with a twinkle in his eye and a serious demeanor, Jiang Fifan teased, "Girlfriend, we've kissed, embraced, and shared intimate moments. Shouldn't you give me a title now?" Gu Xiaoxiao thought it absurd. It sounded as though she had done something to him. Wasn't it he who had taken the initiative? The thought startled her. What was she thinking? Titles and labels were unnecessary. After all, she believed that in a relationship, it was perfectly normal for a couple to share affectionate gestures. She wasn't the type of girl clinging to antiquated notions of romance, expecting responsibility or titles after a kiss or more intimate encounters. Love, she thought, should be a willing affair. Can one truly find happiness in a relationship or marriage that is coerced? Noticing Gu Xiaoxiao lost in thought, Jiang Fifan leaned in, playfully nibbling on her lips. "Girlfriend, what could be so captivating? If you're pondering whether to marry me, you needn't bother. It is a certainty." Yu Xiaoxiao had encountered possessive people before, but none like Jiang Fifan, who said she would certainly marry him. Pouting slightly, she felt a tinge of defiance, yet her eyes betrayed a mix of emotions, unutterable charm and a hint of shyness. Jiang Fifan was utterly captivated, unable to contain himself, and soon he had her pinned beneath him, showering her with kisses. Only after a passionate exchange did he reluctantly release her. Yu Xiaoxiao shot him a playful glare, adjusting her disheveled clothing, and gasped, "How long will this go on? We're at my doorstep. And you're still. What if my mother sees?" To her surprise, Jiang Fifan chuckled. My love for you knows no bounds. How could I ever stop? Besides, we are in the throes of romance. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If your mother were to see, she would certainly understand at that moment. Gu Xiaoxiao recalled her mother's invitation to have Zhang Fifan over for dinner. However, given Zhang Fifan's earlier teasing, she decided to keep it to herself for now. After she managed to tidy herself up, she stepped out of the car. Zhang Fifan quickly followed suit, grasping her hand, the one adorned with the ring, and stated earnestly, "Girlfriend, we shall hold hands and never let go. The rings we wear should remain until we exchange wedding bands. They are not to be removed." Jiu Xiaoxiao shot him a look, then muttered quietly, "What if we break up? Can I take it off then?" Zhang Fifan paused, taken aback by her words. Jiu Xiaoxiao realized she had spoken out of turn but felt helpless to retract her statement, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. The atmosphere grew awkward, but Zhang Fifan quickly regained his composure. Pulling her into an embrace, kissing the top of her head with assurance, "We will not part ways. We will be together forever. You are only Zhang Fifan's woman, and I, Zhang Fifan, am only yours." Gu Xiaoxiao. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao felt as though she were savoring honey. Yet, just as quickly, she pushed him away and dashed toward her 3-story villa, calling out, "Dream on. Whether a breakup will occur depends on your conduct. Should you dare to treat me poorly or commit any wrongdoing against me, I will not hesitate to kick you out." Zhang Fifan did not pursue her. Instead, he remained rooted in place, watching Gu Xiaoxiao run off into the distance. Soon, he called out to her loudly, "I will love you forever and treat you well. I will not give you the opportunity to kick me away." Upon hearing Zhang Fifan's declaration of love, Gu Xiaoxiao gently caressed the ring on her finger, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she ran back home. Chapter 73. Hello, Fiancé. In the days that followed, Zhang Fifan did not seek out Gu Xiaoxiao again. It was rumored that his grandfather, who resided in Australia, was unwell, prompting him to fly there to provide care. Although Zhang Fifan's trip to Australia was rather hurried, he made sure to call Gu Xiaoxiao before his departure, repeatedly apologizing and assuring her that he would return as soon as possible. After all, they had only just begun their romance and had scarcely spent a few days together before being temporarily separated. Zhang Fifan did not want Gu Xiaoxiao to overthink the situation, and he certainly did not wish to be away from her for an extended period. However, Gu Xiaoxiao did not perceive any issue with it. She encouraged Zhang Fifan not to rush back, suggesting he wait until his grandfather's condition stabilized before returning. Was it not said that true love endures beyond daily companionship? They were merely dating. Even if they were to marry in the future, it would be impossible to be inseparable every single day. They were in a relationship, not an ownership arrangement. Each of them was an independent individual. And aside from one another, they should also have their own families, friends, and social circles, rather than being glued to each other's sides every hour of the day. Jiu Xiaoxiao believed this to be a healthy approach to love and relationships. Initially, Gu Xiaoxiao thought that Zhang Fifan would return within a week or two. To her surprise, 2 months passed without Zhang Fifan's return, but instead, she was visited by Zhang Yongfan, Zhang Fifan's half-brother. Zhang Yongfan arrived at her home while Gu Xiaoxiao was out, paying a visit to her mother, Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang mistakenly believed he was her daughter's new boyfriend and welcomed Zhang Yongfan with great enthusiasm. When Gu Xiaoxiao returned home, she found Ding Xiang and Zhang Yongfan engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing her daughter, Ding Xiang hurried over with a smile, exclaiming, "Xiaoxiao, you're back. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yongfan is not only your boyfriend but also the betrothed you were promised by your grandmother over 60 years ago." Gu Xiaoxiao was utterly bewildered. Why could she not comprehend a single word her mother was saying? What was this about Yongfan? What betrothal set by her grandmother 60 years ago? Her boyfriend was clearly named Fifan, not Yongfan. Furthermore, she had never heard of any betrothal arranged by her grandmother. Looking at Ding Xiang in confusion, Gu Xiaoxiao asked, "Mom, what are you talking about? What is this about Yongfan? What betrothal?" Just then, a well-groomed man approached her with a rather peculiar smile, sending a shiver down Gu Xiaoxiao's spine. "Hello, fiancé." Gu Xiaoxiao frowned in displeasure. Were it not for her mother's presence, she would have slapped him across the face without hesitation. "Fiancé? Who is your fiancé?" Things could be casually discussed, but not this absurdity. She was certainly no one's fiancé. Gu Xiaoxiao was certain she did not know him, yet she found his features vaguely familiar. After some contemplation, she realized why this stranger's face seemed recognizable. His features bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Fifen's, though Zhang Fifen was far more upright in appearance. This man, whose origins were unknown, gave Gu Xiaoxiao an eerie feeling and did not possess an amiable demeanor. Compared to Zhang Fifen, he paled in comparison. Just as Gu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to speak, her mother interjected. Ding Xiang looked at Zhang Yongfan, then at her daughter, and remarked with a smile, "Seeing you both so sweet and in love makes me happy too." Gu Xiaoxiao sighed. It seemed her mother was utterly mistaken. Where was the sweetness in their relationship? Was it based solely on his earlier declaration of her being his fiancée? Goodness, that was mere nonsense. Ding Xiang soon continued. "You two must have a lot to talk about after not seeing each other for a day. I want to intrude. I'll prepare dinner myself. Yongfan, you must stay for a meal." With that, Ding Xiang turned and left in the spacious hall. Only Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yongfan remained. Once her mother had entirely vanished into the kitchen, Gu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and, with a stern expression, said without mercy, "I don't care who you are, but while my mother is away, you'd best leave at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for calling the police." Gu Xiaoxiao felt a strong aversion to this man who had intruded so boldly and spouted such ridiculous claims to her mother. It was her mother's lack of caution towards strangers that had allowed him to take advantage of the situation. Had she been home, she would have chased him away with a broom and never allowed him to step through their door. Chapter 74. He has taken a woman. Zhang Yongfan leaned in closer to Gu Xiaoxiao, a mischievous grin on his face. "Fiancé, is there anyone who drives away their own fiancé like you do?" After a pause, he seemed to have a sudden realization, his eyes sparkling. "Aha, I see. You must want to play hard to get with me, right? Is that what my dear brother taught you?" Gu Xiaoxiao refused to meet his gaze, merely rolling her eyes as if she had not heard a word he said. Zhang Yongfan's smile remained, yet his expression turned cold, tinged with a fleeting anger. Yes, it was anger. He had endured enough neglect and disregard from the Zhang family, and he would not tolerate it from Gu Xiaoxiao. The elder Zhang had overlooked him, as had Zhang Fifen, who treated him as if he were inconsequential. The relatives of the Zhang family, both near and far, disregarded him completely. He was the legitimate eldest son of the Zhang family. Why was it that everyone favored Zhang Fifen, the illegitimate child? Zhang Yongfan felt that the only kindness shown to him by the Zhang family was the betrothal arranged with Gu Xiaoxiao since childhood. He did not love her, but Zhang Fifen did. That was enough. The pain of unrequited love would undoubtedly accompany Zhang Fifen for a lifetime. The vast Zhang group was handed over to Zhang Fifen without question. So what if Zhang Fifen was successful in his career? He had chosen the family business over love, relinquishing the woman he adored. With this thought, Zhang Yongfen smirked sarcastically. "What a pity my brother can no longer teach you. After all, a sister-in-law and a brother-in-law should maintain some distance, right?" At this, Gu Xiaoxiao shot him a disdainful glare, declaring, "I don't know what nonsense you're spouting, nor do I wish to know." With that, she pointed toward the door, her expression unyielding. "Please leave immediately," and without sparing him another glance, she turned away. Zhang Yongfan pressed his lips together, his already sinister gaze now colder, mixed with a hint of chill. He swiftly grasped Gu Xiaoxiao's chin. "You want me to leave so you can seek out my dear brother?" With his strong hand gripping her chin, Gu Xiaoxiao struggled to break free, glaring at him in frustration. "You had better let me go right now, or you will regret your actions." Instead of anger, Zhang Yongfen laughed. "Fiancé, I wonder how you plan to make me pay. I think I understand why my brother is so fond of you. You are certainly not like the other pretentious daughters of wealthy families. You're spicy and intriguing. I have never been smitten, but perhaps you could change that." As Zhang Yongfan's eyes gradually warmed, he finally released Gu Xiaoxiao. He cast her a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Just as he was about to step out, he paused and looked back at Gu Xiaoxiao. "Fiancé, do not hold on to hopes of my brother Zhang Fifen. Even if you weren't my fiancé, you would never be his. Do you truly think Zhang Fifen's trip to Australia is merely to care for his grandfather? He is going to meet his fiancée. Just like me, his engagement was established long ago. I have made a betrothal with you, while Zhang Fifen has entered into an engagement with the eldest daughter of the Ming family in Shansheng. The eldest daughter of the Ming family oversees their business ventures in Australia. The reason my dear younger brother is so eager to fly to Australia is that the Ming family wishes to expedite the union with Zhang Fifen. Although my brother is indeed going to Australia to care for our grandfather, his primary purpose is to negotiate the marriage. For reasons unknown, Gu Xiaoxiao, despite her disbelief in Jiang Yangfan's words, could not suppress a gasp of surprise. Perhaps sensing the subtle shift in Gu Xiaoxiao's expression, Jiang Yangfan leaned in closer, inhaling deeply the unique fragrance of youth that emanated from her, and he reveled in the moment, closing his eyes in delight. If you could love me with unwavering devotion, what Jiang Fifan can offer you, I, Jiang Yangfan, shall provide in double measure, and I would not mind showering you with affection for a lifetime. Indeed, Gu Xiaoxiao's aromatic essence captivated Jiang Yangfan profoundly. When he desired a woman, he would pursue her relentlessly. Yet, he recognized that Gu Xiaoxiao was unlike any other. He did not wish to instill a sense of aversion in her from the very beginning. She would inevitably belong to him. Jiang Yangfan, so what harm was there in exercising a little more patience? Initially, he felt that all good fortune had been claimed by his younger brother, but unexpectedly, fate had smiled upon him, presenting him with the woman his brother cherished most. Jiang Yangfan mused, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. A man is defined by two pursuits. One is his career, and the other is a woman. Jiang Fifan had claimed the former, leaving him the latter, which seemed a fair trade. Chapter 75. Giving his heart to him. Go ahead and indulge in your grand dreams. Do you think the world has only you and Jiang Fifan? Jiang Fifan has other fiancés, yes. Must I, Gu Xiaoxiao, be exclusively yours? Gu Xiaoxiao shot Jiang Yangfan a sidelong glance, her eyes icy. Even if Jiang Fifan truly has a fiancé, it is a matter solely between us and has nothing to do with you. You should concern yourself with your own affairs. If you do not depart from my family, you may find yourself summoned to the police station for a chat. With that, Gu Xiaoxiao turned away, dialing the police as she retreated into the house, not casting another glance at Jiang Yangfan. The exact moment of Jiang Yangfan's departure was unclear to Gu Xiaoxiao. All she knew was that upon returning to her bedroom, her mind was in disarray. She admitted that Jiang Yangfan's assertion about Jiang Fifan's fiancé in Australia had disturbed her peace of mind. Jiang Fifan was already bound by an engagement. His visit to Australia served a dual purpose: to care for their grandfather and, more importantly, to negotiate marriage terms with the Ming family. Jiang Yangfan's words echoed in Gu Xiaoxiao's mind, each one a reminder of the man who had sworn to love her, declaring that Jiang Fifan could only ever be hers, only to discover he was already engaged. Unable to resist, Gu Xiaoxiao absent-mindedly touched the ring on her right hand's middle finger, the very ring Jiang Fifan had placed upon her finger. Soon, a smile crept upon her lips. She realized she had succumbed to temptation, swept away by the unexpected tide of love. Their acquaintance had been brief, and during that fleeting time, she had not taken the opportunity to truly understand Jiang Fifan, his family dynamics, or his significant past, including his previous romantic entanglements. How foolish it was to give her heart so blindly. Indeed, Jiang Fifan had been in Australia for quite some time, having only called her on the day of his departure. Since then, she had received no further communication. Jiu Xiaoxiao could not help but smirk derisively, wondering if he were now engrossed in romantic escapades with his fiancée, having completely forgotten her. Slowly closing her eyes, Gu Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, seeking solace in the fragrant air. When Jiang Fifan returned, she would demand clarity. If he truly was engaged to another, she would graciously wish him well and then elegantly turn away, erasing his name from her world. Some ties must be severed. She was not one to cling to what had to be let go. Though her family had fallen on hard times, her resolve remained unyielding. In the days that followed, Gu Xiaoxiao was exceedingly busy. Not only did she personally oversee many matters at the orchard, but she also engaged directly in numerous affairs at the Gu family enterprise. To describe her routine as one of early mornings and late nights, of toiling under the stars, would be no exaggeration. So preoccupied was she that she could spend entire days in the office or the stone house without eating or drinking. Even Ren Fangel, typically slow to react, noticed Gu Xiaoxiao's unusual demeanor. "Miss Gu," he ventured, observing his future boss's wife in a whirlwind of activity, "there are many tasks you could delegate to me. You need not handle everything personally." He knew that if their boss found out his beloved was so overwhelmed that she neglected her meals and hydration, he would be heartbroken. Moreover, Ren Fangel feared he might be dispatched to a far-off land as punishment for failing to care for the boss's wife. Gu Xiaoxiao said nothing, merely offering a faint smile, yet the shadows beneath her eyes grew darker. At last, she comprehended the depths of heartache that love could inflict. All she wished for now was for Jiang Fifan to return swiftly. Regardless of whether they would continue together or part ways, she yearned for a resolution. Chapter 76. A kiss that bound them together. Jiang Fifan had been in Australia for nearly a month. Throughout those 30 days, Gu Xiaoxiao awaited his return. Even though he had an engagement, and their relationship had been flawed from the start, she longed for him to come back so she could personally bring closure to this misguided affair. On this particular night, nearing midnight, after concluding a long day at work, Gu Xiaoxiao walked along the country path leading from the stone house to the 3-story villa. The streetlights had been out for several days, but it hardly bothered her. Gu Xiaoxiao preferred to bask in the soft glow of the moonlight. Although this was a rural area, devoid of urban amenities, the simplicity of the people provided her with a sense of safety that the city could not afford. She felt that only in the stillness of the night could she truly relax her taut nerves. With her eyes closed, she inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet aroma of wildflowers and grasses along the path. Just as she became lost in this delightful fragrance, an unexpectedly powerful hand emerged from the shadows, encircling her delicate waist with a firm grip. Startled, Gu Xiaoxiao instinctively reacted, but before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself pushed against a wall, a solid male chest pressing against her. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly in mere seconds, and she had been cornered. Terrified, Gu Xiaoxiao gasped, striking at the chest that held her captive. "Darling, don't scream so loudly. It's me if you shout at this hour. Others might think we are engaged in something rather scandalous," came a familiar voice. Upon hearing it, Gu Xiaoxiao's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled. Just as relief washed over her, Jiang Fifan seized her wrists, lifting her hands above her head. In the next instant, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. While there had been times before when Jiang Fifan had kissed her with urgency, this kiss surpassed all prior encounters in its intensity and fervor. He kissed her deeply, as though he sought to consume every part of her essence. Gu Xiaoxiao found herself overwhelmed by the force of his affection. Her breathing became erratic, her mind a tumult of confusion, and she felt herself becoming lightheaded. In moments past, she would have surrendered eagerly to his passionate embrace, but this time, she felt only revulsion, though she did not possess a phobia of intimacy. The thought that Jiang Fifan had a fiancé gnawed at her. He might very well be sharing such kisses with his betrothed in Australia. The realization that he was a man tainted by another woman's affection ignited a fierce need to escape. Struggling against his hold, she managed to strike Jiang Fifan's cheek. "Jiang Fifan, do not touch me. I find you repulsive." For Jiang Fifan, Gu Xiaoxiao's words struck him like a thunderbolt on a clear day, rendering him utterly motionless. The fervent kiss he had been bestowing upon her abruptly ceased. Although Jiang Fifan could not claim to know Gu Xiaoxiao intimately, he was aware that during their relationship, she was not the type to create unnecessary drama or hurl hurtful insults. Even in the face of her uncle's family, who had wronged her, she had never responded with malice. Jiang Fifan found it incomprehensible why, at this very moment, she would utter such harsh and wounding words to him. She accused him of being dirty. In what way was he dirty? The only woman he had kissed and touched was Gu Xiaoxiao herself. Was it possible that something unknown had transpired during his time in Australia? "Girlfriend," Jiang Fifan called out cautiously to Gu Xiaoxiao, yet she averted her gaze, turning her face away from him. His brow furrowed deeply, and he could already sense that something must have happened that he was oblivious to, and it was somehow related to their relationship. As he was lost in thought, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly pushed him away. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Jiang Fifan swiftly pulled her back into his embrace, holding her tightly, his voice laced with both temptation and inquiry. "Girlfriend, is it because I didn't contact you while I was in Australia that you are upset with me? Please don't be angry, all right? I realize my mistakes, and I promise I won't let it happen again. Can you forgive me this once? I swear I won't make you angry again." "Jiang Fifan, let us break up." Jiang Fifan was frozen in place. He abandoned his earlier playful demeanor and gazed seriously at Gu Xiaoxiao, asking, "What has happened?" Gu Xiaoxiao lowered her eyes and took a deep breath before finally looking up at Jiang Fifan. "We rushed into this relationship too quickly. This is my first experience with love, and I thought it would be a brilliant and everlasting light. I dove into it recklessly, like a moth drawn to a flame. Little did I know, this light I believed would endure has flickered out in an instant." Jiang Fifan's brow furrowed even tighter as he intently studied Gu Xiaoxiao. "Girlfriend, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Gu Xiaoxiao cast him a sidelong glance. Her beautiful large eyes were devoid of their usual sparkle. A sudden fear gripped Jiang Fifan. He feared that he might lose Gu Xiaoxiao. Instinctively, he tightened his grip around her soft waist. Jiang Fifan, you already have a fiancé, and you think there is still a reason for us to be together? Or do you wish to enjoy the benefits of having two women? After Gu Xiaoxiao spoke, she quickly forced a smile and added, I, Gu Xiaoxiao, have a cleanliness obsession when it comes to relationships. I will not share the same man with another woman. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Fifan's tense expression completely relaxed, and a smile broke free on his lips. Girlfriend, are you feeling jealous? He leaned closer to whisper heatedly in her ear. Girlfriend, I adore the way you look when you're jealous. Gu Xiaoxiao remained silent, merely shooting him an annoyed glance before shoving him away and turning to leave. Chapter 77. She haunts his thoughts. How could Jiang Fifan possibly let her go? Every inch of Gu Xiaoxiao's soft figure, her supple skin, and the sweet fragrance from her lips drove him to distraction. For over 30 days during his time in Australia, thoughts of her consumed him. The moment his grandfather's condition stabilized, he hurried back, eager to see this enchanting woman who occupied his every thought. It had been over 30 days since he last saw her, kissed her, embraced her, or cherished her. The longing and desire within him were unbearable. His heart was ablaze with a fervor that ignited every cell in his body. Now that he finally saw her and understood the reason for her anger and her intent to break up, he could not allow her to leave. In a swift motion, Jiang Fifan embraced Gu Xiaoxiao from behind. He closed his eyes, inhaling the sweet, youthful fragrance that emanated from her. Girlfriend, I can explain about the fiancé. I had no idea my family had arranged a betrothal for me so early on. Why grandfather mentioned it to me before he fell into a coma, explaining that my grandmother had set up this arrangement with several of her close friends when I was not yet born. My grandmother had arranged for me to be betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Ming family in Shun City. But, by the heavens, I, Jiang Fifan, only have eyes for you, Gu Xiaoxiao. No other woman holds any significance for me. Once my grandfather's condition improved, I sought out the eldest daughter of the Ming family in Australia. I made my intentions clear. Having grown up in Australia, she is not traditional, and she understood immediately. We agreed that once my grandfather recovers, we would find a suitable time for both families to sit down and annul this so-called betrothal. After speaking, Jiang Fifan could not help but gently kiss the nape of Gu Xiaoxiao's neck before continuing. Girlfriend, I have told you before that if I, Jiang Fifan, ever marry, my bride shall only be you. You must trust me and have faith in me. Gu Xiaoxiao's demeanor softened. Is everything you said true? Then why didn't you tell me about this while you were in Australia? Upon hearing the gentleness in her voice, Jiang Fifan's anxious heart began to settle. He turned Gu Xiaoxiao to face him, his gaze unwavering and intense as he spoke. Girlfriend, from the moment I learned about this ludicrous betrothal arranged by my grandmother, I never took it seriously. Although there were exchanged tokens at the time, it was merely a verbal agreement. I sought out the eldest daughter of the Ming family to prevent any rift between our families over this betrothal, and we agreed to clarify things together and annul it. I have always believed that nothing and no one could affect the bond we share because I truly love you, deeply and sincerely. Apart from you, I do not desire any other woman. Jiang Fifan's heartfelt declarations moved Gu Xiaoxiao, but she feigned a pout, muttering, "What you think is your business. Besides, I'm not a mind reader. How can I know your thoughts?" Her playful demeanor only made Jiang Fifan yearn for her more. He quickly took her hand and pressed it against his lips, saying, "Girlfriend, I'm sorry. This time it was my fault. From now on, I promise to tell you everything right away. Please don't be angry with me. And don't threaten to break up with me so easily, all right?" With a pitiful gaze, he placed her hand over his left chest, saying, "When you mentioned breaking up, it hurt right here," Gu Xiaoxiao replied. "Is this your way of being coy?" Before long, Jiang Fifan intertwined his fingers with Gu Xiaoxiao's, declaring, "Since we have chosen to hold each other's hands, we should not easily let go. In my life, I will only recognize you, Gu Xiaoxiao, as my one true love. If I, Jiang Fifan, were to marry, my bride would undoubtedly be you, Gu Xiaoxiao." Gu Xiaoxiao's face flushed with a delicate blush, her gaze lowered, embodying the coy demeanor of a bashful young woman. Jiang Fifan, unable to resist, bowed his head and captured her lips in a kiss. In contrast to her earlier reluctance, Gu Xiaoxiao began to respond to his kiss. Igniting Jiang Fifan's ardor that had simmered for over 30 days, he reveled in the soft sweetness of her lips, becoming utterly entranced, unable to extricate himself from the moment. Initially, Jiang Fifan's kisses were tender and lingering, but soon they grew more fervent. Jiu Xiaoxiao's reciprocation only fueled his passion further. Caught up in the heat of the moment, Gu Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around his neck, while Jiang Fifan's hands slipped beneath her skirt. Rather than directly caressing the areas he had fantasized about for so long, he instead placed his hands on her back. With it being summer, Gu Xiaoxiao wore a light, knee-length dress, loose-fitting, which allowed Jiang Fifan to swiftly locate the clasp of her bra. With a soft snap, it came undone, and before Gu Xiaoxiao could fully comprehend what was happening, Jiang Fifan began to explore her in ways that left her trembling. She pulled away suddenly, attempting to halt his bold hands. But he was quicker, kissing her deeply once more, trying to distract her, yet showing no signs of restraint. He had longed for this moment, and the intoxicating sensations overwhelmed him. Jiu Xiaoxiao struggled briefly, but ultimately succumbed to his advances. Despite having experienced such moments with him before, it felt entirely different this time. She was engulfed by an indescribable sensation, her breath quickening, as if countless ants were crawling within her, an itch she had never felt before. She soon leaned into Jiang Fifan's embrace, her body soft against his firm chest, surrendering to his whims. As passion escalated, a young man, fiery with youthful exuberance, could hardly be satisfied with mere kisses and caresses. No matter how fervently they kissed, to Jiang Fifan, it felt like mere superficial scratching of an itch, a temporary fix rather than a lasting remedy. His entire being burned with an insatiable heat, every cell in his body clamoring for release. Jiu Xiaoxiao sensed this too, her already flushed face deepening in color. Though she didn't fully understand, she grasped enough to surmise the nature of his desires. Realizing this made her even more reluctant to meet his gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Jiang Fifan soon trailed kisses from her sweet, fragrant lips to her earlobe, whispering seductively in her ear, "Girlfriend, I want you. Tonight, come to my place, will you? It's not too late. Just tell your mother you want to be home." Jiu Xiaoxiao, either bewitched by his charm or her own confusion, gazed at him with desire. Her breathless words laced with temptation. "I've been sleeping in the stone house lately. My mom won't know if I don't come home tonight." Hearing this, Jiang Fifan's excitement surged, his breath quickening. His hands returned to her back, and with a decisive click, he refastened her bra. Jiu Xiaoxiao's eyes were hazy, her expression dreamy as she gazed at Jiang Fifan, who felt a tightening in his lower abdomen. She was an enchanting little temptress. Blissfully unaware of her allure, he couldn't wait to see how he would indulge her, relishing the thought of making her plead for him. "Girlfriend, I truly wish to have you right here." After speaking, he leaned down and kissed Gu Xiaoxiao forcefully, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Jiu Xiaoxiao understood the implications of his words, wrapping her arms around his neck, snuggling like a content little kitten in his embrace. "Girlfriend, you truly are a bewitching little sprite. I fear I shall perish beneath your charms," Jiang Fifan exclaimed before leaning in to kiss her again. As he held her, the movement caused his stubble to graze her smooth chin, prompting her to giggle and shyly attempt to evade him. Yet she also yearned for his kisses. Ultimately, she succumbed to the tantalizing sensation of his stubble, tightly embracing his neck and offering her lips. After planting a few playful kisses on his, she teased, "You insist on kissing me even while walking." Though her words suggested annoyance, her heart brimmed with sweetness. Like many other girls, she relished being doted upon by her boyfriend during their romantic phase. Reveling in the sweetness of love, with a sultry demeanor, she drew Jiang Fifan closer once more, who couldn't resist kissing her ruby lips again. This time, Gu Xiaoxiao did not shy away but returned his kiss with playful affection, nuzzling into his chest with a hint of mischief. Her softness pressed against his solid frame, an unexpected delight that left him parched. "It's not merely because you are irresistibly sweet that I find it difficult to restrain myself. If not for wanting your first experience to be perfect, I would have taken you right here, under the moonlight, on the earth as our bed and the heavens as our canopy, engaging in the most exquisite acts of love." Gu Xiaoxiao's face burned with embarrassment, taken aback by Jiang Fifan's boldness, the usually aloof CEO of Jiang Group so casually speaking of such intimate matters. Just as she prepared to scold him, he continued, The nearest apartment is at least 30 minutes away. That's too long. I can't wait. I must buy the land next door and build our villa, our love nest. So we want to waste precious time and I want to have to endure this longing any longer. Are you joking? In this desolate countryside, someone of your status would never build a villa here, Gu Xiaoxiao replied, dismissing his words as fanciful. Wealthy individuals invariably cluster in affluent districts, as that reflects their status. Much like the Gu family's villa situated in the upscale region of Shuncheng. Believing Zhang Fifan was merely flattering her, she paid little heed to his remarks. Zhang Fifan sped through 5 red lights, arriving at his luxurious apartment in Shanxing in under 30 minutes. As soon as they entered, he wasted no time, pressing Gu Xiaoxiao against the door and kissing her fervently, even neglecting to turn on the lights. His kisses traveled eagerly from her lips to her chin, then to her neck and collarbone, quickly fixating on the alluring curves of her décolletage. With a smoldering gaze, he paused momentarily before guiding her to his bedroom. Gently pushing her onto his king-sized bed, Gu Xiaoxiao's mind went blank, overwhelmed by a flurry of thoughts, her heart racing with anxiety. She gazed up at Zhang Fifan with wide, innocent eyes, akin to a startled doe. As he partially pressed his weight onto her, she blinked at him, attempting to shift her body. The moment she moved, Zhang Fifan's voice, filled with yearning, echoed, "Girlfriend, do you wish to be on top or underneath?" Gu Xiaoxiao's mind exploded with embarrassment, her face glowing a deeper shade of crimson. How could he so brazenly misconstrue her intentions? Flustered, she averted her gaze and murmured, "I feel sticky. I'd like to take a shower first." Zhang Fifan's eyes reflected palpable disappointment, as he had hoped she would express a desire to take the lead. He had envisioned unlocking a position he had coveted for so long, and the thought thrilled him. Unbeknownst to her, all she desired was a simple bath. Chapter 79. Letting her boyfriend experience it too, Gu Xiaoxiao did not linger in the bathroom for long. She emerged after less than 20 minutes. Freshly bathed. It must be said that Zhang Fifan truly adored Gu Xiaoxiao, showing her an abundance of care and attention. Following the establishment of their romantic relationship, he had already prepared her personal and daily necessities in all his apartments and villas. Tailored high-fashion garments from Italy, renowned global brands of cosmetics, skincare products, handbags, and shoes. Though Gu Xiaoxiao had yet to move in with him, his home was already adorned with her belongings. Even she found it astonishing. Feeling as if she could simply arrive with her suitcase and settle in. Initially concerned about having no clothes to change into post-bath, she was surprised to discover that Zhang Fifan had even prepared sleepwear and intimate garments for her. As she gazed at the nearly custom-made cream silk robe enveloping her, her ears flushed with warmth. To calm her racing heart, Gu Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity while Zhang Fifan was momentarily distracted. Slipping quietly into the kitchen, she had maintained the habit of drinking a glass of milk before bed for many years. After pouring herself a cup, she silently returned to Zhang Fifan's bedroom. Upon entering, Zhang Fifan's eyes were instantly drawn to her, clad in the cream silk robe, rendering him momentarily speechless. Although the fabric was somewhat sheer, it modestly concealed her figure, revealing nothing inappropriate. Yet, on Gu Xiaoxiao, it exuded an indescribable allure and seduction. Zhang Fifan realized then that a woman could be captivating even in a simple robe. Noticing the glass of milk in her hand, Zhang Fifan momentarily froze before. With a playful smile, he reached out for it, teasingly stating, "My girlfriend is so considerate. Knowing that I shall soon exert myself, she has thoughtfully prepared a glass of milk for me to replenish my energy." Gu Xiaoxiao cheekily winked, "That's my milk. If you want some, pour your own." Rather than being annoyed, Zhang Fifan grinned mischievously, emphasizing the word milk to tease her. "I just want to drink your milk." Feeling flustered and fearing he might truly attempt to snatch the milk from her, Gu Xiaoxiao hurriedly took a sip, only to choke on it. The sudden coughing fit caused her to spill some milk, which splattered onto her robe. With the silk fabric already slightly translucent, the milk-soaked area made her silhouette unmistakably clear. Zhang Fifan's throat tightened, his gaze fixated on the wet patch, his voice low and husky. "Girlfriend, are you wearing nothing beneath that robe?" The thought of her being clad solely in the robe, now damp and enticing, was overwhelming for him. How could he possibly remain composed? Gu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as she glanced down, mortified by the sight. Just as she instinctively tried to retreat, Zhang Fifan swiftly pulled her back, his eyes burning with intensity. "Look at you, drinking milk and spilling it everywhere." Such a precious commodity should not be wasted. Let your boyfriend have a taste too. With that, he gently pushed her onto his king-size bed, tenderly licking the milk from her skin, starting from the corner of her lips, trailing down to her delicate chin. Beautiful swan-like neck and enchanting collarbone. Gu Xiaoxiao kept her eyes shut, unaware that Jiang Fifin's fingers had stealthily found their way to her waist. The silk's exquisite texture required little effort. With a simple tug, her robe cascaded down to her ankles. She felt the sudden chill against her skin. She realized the robe had slipped away in a panic. She instinctively shielded her chest with her arms. While Jiang Fifin, seemingly unfazed, began to kiss her arms, then, with a wicked grin, he pulled her arms apart and leaned in to kiss her. Jiu Xiaoxiao, overwhelmed with nervousness and shyness, attempted to resist but was firmly held in place by Jiang Fifin. Unable to escape, she simply closed her eyes, her heart racing wildly, her breath becoming erratic, her body ablaze with heat. Jiang Fifin was utterly captivated, feeling as though he could willingly perish in that moment. When he inadvertently glanced down, his pulse quickened. He had not anticipated that beneath the robe, she wore nothing at all. Jiang Fifin felt a surge of primal desire, his blood racing, unable to remain calm. His breathing became rapid, a testament to the overwhelming sensation coursing through him. Just then, as if frozen in time, he was utterly entranced. Jiu Xiaoxiao, sensing his gaze, opened her eyes and, following his line of sight, felt her face flush once more. Instinctively, she struggled, pleading, "Please, don't look." Regret washed over her. How could she have dared to emerge clad in nothing but a robe? Understanding her embarrassment, Jiang Fifin leaned closer, kissing her softly to soothe her. "Don't be afraid, don't be nervous, all right?" Just as he was about to indulge in further intimacy with Gu Xiaoxiao, his phone, carelessly tossed on the bed, rang, interrupting their blissful moment. Jiu Xiaoxiao, seeing the flashing screen, felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She gently nudged the visibly displeased man. "Hey, your phone is ringing. Answer it." Chapter 80. Why not keep her outside? Jiang Fifin was reluctant to acknowledge the phone call that disrupted their intimate moment. However, aside from a select few important individuals, Gu Xiaoxiao, his grandfather, father, and mother, no one else had access to his private number, particularly not someone daring enough to call in the middle of the night. Reluctantly, he answered the call, while Gu Xiaoxiao hastily wrapped herself in the blanket and scrambled to put on her robe, even foregoing her slippers as she dashed out with her bare, delicate feet. Jiang Fifin, feeling a blend of exasperation and resignation, had hoped for a deeper connection with his beloved that night, only to be interrupted by a phone call. His tone naturally reflected his annoyance as he answered. And upon hearing his father's voice, his irritation escalated. "Old man, you're only in your 60s. Don't tell me a man in his 60s has no sex life. Why are you bothering me in the middle of the night instead of being with my mother?" On the other end, Jiang Ingtian retorted, "You little rascal. Is that how you speak to your father? If I had no sex life, how would you exist? Do you believe you sprang from a rock?" Irritated, Jiang Fifin snapped back, "You call me at this hour to remind me where I came from? You disrupt my time with my woman. Don't you care about where your future grandchild comes from? UVE interrupted my romantic endeavors. Do you even want to hold your grandchild?" Jiang Ingtian, his voice rising in anger, replied, "Listen here, you little brat. I don't care how you live your life or how many women you keep, but the mother of the Jiang family's heir must certainly be Ming's daughter." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fifin countered, "Dad, this is the modern era. You and Mom fell in love freely. Why should I be bound by the archaic arrangements of the previous generation? While I was in Australia, I already spoke with Miss Ming, and she agreed. Soon, we'll arrange a meeting to annul this absurd engagement." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ingtian fumed. What does it matter if Miss Ming agreed? Her elder brother does not. Jiang Fifin chuckled derisively. What a joke. Do I need to seek someone else's approval? Jiang Ingtian coldly remarked, "Indeed. As the esteemed second young master of the Jiang family, why should you concern yourself with the approval of others?" Having said this, Jiang Ingtian swiftly shifted his tone, his voice filled with fervor. "However, your grandfather, who lies in the hospital, requires the consent of others." Jiang Fifin narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Jiang Ingtian scoffed lightly before continuing. "The young master of the Ming family, Ming Cheng, has made it clear that if you do not marry his sister, Ming Hui, he will refuse to perform surgery on your grandfather." You may choose to be defiant and avoid marrying Miss Ming Hui, but can your grandfather afford to be obstinate and forego the surgery? Jiang Fifan furrowed his brow tightly, about to say something when Jiang Yingtian, as if reading his thoughts, interjected, "Do not tell me that there are not other doctors in the world besides Ming Cheng. It is true that the world is not limited to Ming Cheng as a physician, but he is the only one capable of operating on your grandfather. Young Master Ming Cheng is among the foremost authorities on cardiac diseases globally. If he refuses the case, I assure you, no other doctor will dare to undertake the surgery on your grandfather." Jiang Fifan fell silent. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yingtian softened his tone. "Speaking earnestly, Fifan, throughout your life, you have always known what you desire. Why, then, are you confused this time? Is it merely a woman? With your wealth and status as the second young master of the Jiang family today, do you truly fear that there are no better women available? However, your grandfather is irreplaceable. Can you not discern what is of greater importance? Furthermore, I have met Miss Ming Hui from the Ming family. Her lineage and beauty are indeed a fitting match for you. I see no flaw in the engagement your grandmother arranged with the Ming family. Fifan, let us consider this. If you genuinely care for your current girlfriend, why not keep her on the side? I perceive that Miss Ming Hui is a clever woman, having grown up in a prominent family. She understands the art of discretion. This way, you would not only honor the betrothal established by your grandmother and the Ming matriarch, but also save your grandfather's life while marrying someone of suitable standing who could aid your career. All without hindering your clandestine relationship with your little lover. Such a fortuitous arrangement is clear to anyone with a sound mind." Jiang Fifan inhaled deeply, about to terminate the call, when Jiang Yingtian's voice cut in again. "Your grandfather's condition has worsened. Before he entered the ICU, he was calling your name. You should fly to Australia tomorrow morning." After hanging up, Jiang Fifan clenched his hand tightly. He never anticipated that Ming Cheng, a companion of over a decade, would leverage his grandfather's life to coerce him into marrying his sister, Ming Hui. This thought deepened the furrow of his brow. Although he and Ming Cheng were not particularly close, Jiang Fifan was aware that Ming Cheng was not the type to indulge his sister excessively. In fact, he was often indifferent towards his own two sisters. The Ming family's daughters held a distinct disdain for their suddenly returned half-brother. As Ming Cheng had only been brought back into the family at the age of 6, given his understanding of the Ming family's dynamics, Jiang Fifan could not fathom why Ming Cheng would involve himself in his sister's marriage. Should he intervene, it would be logical for him to oppose the union between Ming Hui and Jiang Fifan, as such a marriage would jeopardize Ming Cheng's precarious position within the Ming household. Why, then, was he not only supportive but urging Jiang Fifan to wed his sister? Was Ming Cheng's judgment clouded? Or was he scheming something unbeknownst to Jiang Fifan? Chapter 81. A kiss from you. As Jiang Fifan pondered these matters, the door to his bedroom swung open, revealing a tousled head. Jiu Xiaoxiao's shy yet slightly spoiled voice chimed. "I'm hungry. Shall we go out to eat? I suddenly crave the grilled skewers from Tianji." Tianji is almost a household name in the city, not only because it is a century-old establishment, but also due to the delicious skewers that attract many internet celebrities. The offerings are limited. Not everyone can indulge at will. Jiu Xiaoxiao had been back in the city for quite some time but had only tasted Tianji's skewers once, thanks to Jiang Fifan. For some reason, tonight, she had an insatiable craving for them. Jiang Fifan approached and pulled Gu Xiaoxiao into his embrace. "Do you truly want to eat?" Gu Xiaoxiao looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, and nodded, pouting her rosy lips. "Yes, I want to eat." Jiang Fifan encircled her in his arms and mischievously said, "Kiss me, and I shall take you to enjoy Tianji's skewers." Jiu Xiaoxiao playfully pouted but ultimately relented, offering her lips. However, Jiang Fifan was far from satisfied with her fleeting kiss. He captured her lips in a fervent and passionate embrace. One hand firmly grasped Gu Xiaoxiao's slender waist while the other slipped beneath her silk robe. Perhaps due to the recent fervor, Jiang Fifan's hands roamed unabashedly over her curves, igniting a sense of urgency and heat that left Gu Xiaoxiao breathless. Clinging softly to him, if not for the fact that he would be flying to Australia early the next morning and wished for Gu Xiaoxiao's first experience to be beautiful, he would have longed to meld her into his very being at that moment. The desire coursing through him was overwhelming, as every cell in his body clamored for her. The agony of seeing her, touching her, yet not being able to possess her was truly tormenting. Ultimately, Jiang Fifan could no longer contain himself. If he could not indulge fully, he at least needed to satisfy his cravings. As he contemplated the uncertainty of his return from Australia, he impulsively lifted Gu Xiaoxiao in his arms and placed her on his king-sized bed. Pressing down upon her, Gu Xiaoxiao stared at him in shock. He kissed her again, effortlessly pulling down her robe in one smooth motion. The action was fluid, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao momentarily bewildered, draping her in a new and revealing attire. She was flustered, realizing that while certain areas were covered, others were not. Soon, Zhang Fifan restrained her hands, leaving her breathless. Jiyu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Zhang Fifan. While kissing her, Zhang Fifan replied in a husky voice, "I'm here and I'm scared." Finally, Zhang Fifan looked at her, but only briefly before returning to kiss her. "Do not fear. I merely wish to kiss you. I will not go further tonight." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao's heart began to settle. Thankfully, he was merely going to kiss her. After all, it was not their first kiss at that moment. She naively believed that Zhang Fifan would kiss her lips, neck, and collarbone, with the most he would do being to caress her soft body. What she did not anticipate was that Zhang Fifan would venture further, kissing her in a manner that sent electric shivers throughout her body, instinctively causing her to squirm and move her legs. Yet Zhang Fifan was quicker, holding her ankle firmly, rendering her immobile and positioning her as he desired, before lowering his head to kiss her. Gu Xiaoxiao's heart raced uncontrollably. "No, Zhang Fifan, don't kiss there." The tip of her tongue was soft and fragrant, rendering Zhang Fifan incapable of heeding her words. Not only was he unable to listen, but his kisses grew increasingly fervent. In the end, Gu Xiaoxiao could only hold Zhang Fifan's head tightly, trembling in response to the deepening of his kiss. Zhang Fifan, several times on the brink of losing control, suppressed his desires with extraordinary willpower. Resisting the urge to completely possess Gu Xiaoxiao, it was not yet the right time. At least, tonight was not the best moment. He understood it was her first time, and he did not wish to leave her immediately after taking her. He longed for a night of tender intimacy, to share a peaceful slumber until dawn, and then wash up together, share breakfast, and indulge in the playful antics of every loving couple. He wished to pour all his affection accumulated over the past 2 decades into her, rather than merely using her and departing without a second thought. Ultimately, they did not reach the final step. Nevertheless, Zhang Fifan remained entwined with Gu Xiaoxiao on the bed for quite some time before reluctantly helping her dress. Hand in hand, they then made their way to Tianji to enjoy some skewers. The restaurant was not far from Zhang Fifan's apartment, and they arrived in less than half an hour by car. The streets were shrouded in darkness, and everywhere was dimly lit, except for Tianji, which was ablaze with light. Skewers, of course, tasted best late at night, and the temperature outside was significantly cooler than during the day. Concerned that Gu Xiaoxiao might catch a chill, Zhang Fifan insisted she wait in the car while he procured food for her. As a caring boyfriend, how could Gu Xiaoxiao not appreciate his thoughtfulness? She flashed him a sweet smile and even kissed his soft lips before saying, "All right, thank you, my boyfriend, I will wait for you in the car." However, as she waited, Gu Xiaoxiao eventually fell asleep before Zhang Fifan returned. When he finally arrived, carrying 2 or 3 large boxes of skewers, Gu Xiaoxiao had dozed off for a short while. "Why did you take so long?" She groggily rubbed her sleepy eyes and inquired. Her drowsy demeanor prompted Zhang Fifan to gently peck her red lips. "Tianji was incredibly busy. We didn't make a reservation, so we had to wait for the owner to serve the customers who had booked in advance." Hoping there would be any leftovers, with a cheerful grin, he raised the 3 boxes of skewers. "Girlfriend, we were quite fortunate tonight. A customer had to cancel, and we managed to acquire their skewers." Jiyu Xiaoxiao felt both touched and distressed. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Fifan's neck, nestling her head on his shoulder. "Boyfriend, you are so silly. We could have eaten the skewers another day. Why wait hours just to snag a few? What if no one cancels? Then you would have waited all night." Her tone was playful, yet it carried an undertone of concern. Chapter 82. "I just want to pamper you." Zhang Fifan continued to smile foolishly. "I just want to pamper you. Don't mention merely skewers. If you desired the moon, I would find a way to bring it down for you." Jiyu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with tears at his words. She said nothing, instead gracing him with a sweet smile, her delicate arms entwining around his neck as she offered him her red lips. Zhang Fifan relished her initiative, yet Gu Xiaoxiao's kissing technique was somewhat inexperienced, leaving him unsatisfied. Within moments, he shifted from passive to active, eagerly capturing her lips. Upon hearing her sigh of pleasure, He could no longer contain himself and sought to explore the sweetness of her mouth. Gu Xiaoxiao soon found herself lost in melodic murmurs, oblivious to the effect it had on Jiang Fifan, whose blood surged to his head, clouding his judgment. His world narrowed to just Gu Xiaoxiao. The 3 boxes of skewers forgotten in some corner of the car. He pushed her back onto the rear seat. Leaning down to her, Jiu Xiaoxiao maintained her embrace around his neck, but as he pressed closer, a charming blush spread across her face, her eyes lowered demurely, embodying the essence of a delicate woman enticingly inviting his touch. Jiang Fifan's gaze burned with intensity as he looked deeply into her eyes before kissing her lips, trailing down to her neck and collarbone. The temperature within the car escalated. While Gu Xiaoxiao reveled in his passionate and lingering kiss, Jiang Fifan, unbeknownst to her, had already slipped off her dress, even her lingerie, as he savored her supple form. Earlier, in his upscale apartment's king-size bed, he had been too eager to kiss her to appreciate her alluring body. Now, illuminated by the dim yellow light filtering through the street lamps, he was captivated by her fair, curvaceous figure resting on the black car seat, his throat involuntarily tightening. He had already positioned her long, slender legs around his waist, poised to take the next step. Unlike in the apartment, Gu Xiaoxiao did not resist him. Instead, she gazed at him with a gentle, compliant, and alluring demeanor, signaling her willingness.